always many more disordered than ordered systems. From the Second Law of Thermodynamics. The Overture to Rigoletto, Giuseppe Verdi. Prologue. The rain stopped shortly after 5 p.m. The man crouching beside the thick tree trunk carefully removed his coat. The rain hadn't lasted for more than half an hour, and it hadn't been heavy, but damp had nonetheless seeped through his clothing. He felt a sudden flash of anger. He didn't want to catch a cold, not now, not in the middle of summer. He laid the raincoat on the ground and stood up. His legs were stiff. He started swaying back and forth gently to get his circulation going, at the same time looking around for any signs of movement. He knew that the people he was waiting for wouldn't arrive before 8 p.m. That was the plan. But there was a chance, however small, that someone else would come walking down one of the paths that snaked through the nature reserve. That was the only factor that lay beyond his control, the only thing he couldn't be sure of. Even so, he wasn't worried. It was Midsummer's Eve. There weren't any camping or picnic areas in the reserve, and the people had chosen the spot with care. They wanted to be alone. They had decided on this place 2 weeks ago. At that point, he had been following them closely for several months. He had even come to look at the spot after he learned of their decision. He had taken great pains not to let himself be seen as he wandered through the reserve. At one point, an elderly couple came walking along one of the paths, and he had hidden himself behind some trees until they passed. Later, when he found the spot for their midsummer festivities, he had immediately been struck by how ideal it was. It lay in a hollow with thick undergrowth all around. There were a few trees further up the hill. They couldn't have chosen a better spot, not for their purposes, nor his own. The rain clouds were dispersing. The sun came out, and it immediately became warmer. It had been a chilly June. Everyone had complained about the early summer in Skåne, and he had agreed. He always did. It's the only way to sidestep life's obstacles, he thought, to escape whatever crosses one's path. He had learned the art of agreeing. He looked up at the sky. There would be no more rain. The spring and early summer had really been quite cold, but now, as evening approached on Midsummer's Eve, the sun came out at last. It will be a beautiful evening, he thought, as well as memorable. The air smelt of wet grass. He heard the sound of flapping wings somewhere. To the left, below the hill, was a glimpse of the sea. He stood with his legs apart and spat out the wad of chewing tobacco that had started to dissolve in his mouth, then stamped it into the sand. He never left a single trace. He often thought that he should stop using tobacco. It was a bad habit, something that didn't suit him. They had decided to meet in Hamar. That was the best place, since 2 of them were coming from Simrishamn and the others from Ystad. They would drive out to the nature reserve, park their cars, and walk to the spot they had chosen. They had not been able to agree upon anything for a long time. They had discussed various alternatives and sent the proposals back and forth, but when one of them finally suggested this place, the others had quickly assented, perhaps because they had run out of time. One of them took care of the food, while another went to Copenhagen and rented the clothes and wigs that were needed. Nothing would be left to chance. They even took the possibility of bad weather into account. At 2 p.m. on Midsummer's Eve, one of them put a big tarpaulin in his red duffel bag. He also included a roll of tape and some old aluminum tent pegs. If it rained, they would have shelter. Everything was ready. There was only one thing that could not have been anticipated. One of them suddenly became ill. It was a young woman, the one who had perhaps been looking forward to the Midsummer's Eve plans most of all. She had met the others less than a year before. When she woke up that morning, she had felt nauseated. At first, she thought it was because she was nervous. But some hours later, when it was already midday, she had started vomiting and running a temperature. She still hoped it would pass, But when her lift arrived, she stood at the door on trembling legs and said that she was too ill to go. Consequently, there were only 3 of them in Hammer shortly before 7:30 p.m. on Midsummer's Eve. But they did not allow this to spoil the mood. They were experienced. They knew that these things happened. One could never guard against sudden illness. They parked outside the nature reserve, took their baskets, and disappeared down one of the paths. One of them thought he heard an accordion in the distance, but otherwise there were just birds and the distant sound of the sea. When they arrived at the selected spot, they knew at once that it had been the right choice. Here they would be undisturbed and free to await the dawn. The sky was now completely free of clouds. The midsummer night would be clear and beautiful. They had made the plans for Midsummer's Eve at the beginning of February, when they had spoken of their longing for light summer nights. They had drunk large quantities of wine and quarreled at length about the precise meaning of the word dusk. At what point did this particular moment between light and dark arrive? How could one really describe the landscape of twilight in words? How much could you actually still see when the light passed into this obscure state of transition, defined by a certain length of the shadows? They had not come to an agreement. The question of dusk had remained unsolved, but they had started planning their celebration that evening. They arrived at the hollow and put down their baskets, then separated and changed behind some thick bushes. They wedged small makeup mirrors in the branches so they could check that their wigs were on straight. None of them sensed the man who observed their careful preparations from a distance. Getting the wigs to sit straight turned out to be the easiest part. Putting on the corsets, padding, and petticoats was more difficult, as was arranging the cravat and the ruffles, not to mention applying the thick layers of powder. They wanted every detail to be perfect. They were playing a game, but the game was in earnest. At 8 p.m. they came out from behind their bushes and looked at each other. It was a breathtaking moment. Once more, they had left their own time for another age. The age of Bellman, the bacchanalian 18th century poet. They drew closer and burst into laughter, but then they regained their composure. They spread out a large tablecloth, unpacked their baskets, and put on a tape with several renditions of the most famous songs from Bellman's work, Friedmann's Epistles. Then the celebration began. When winter comes, they said to each other, we will think back on this evening. They were creating yet another secret for themselves. At midnight he had still not made up his mind. He knew he had plenty of time. They would be staying until dawn. Perhaps they would even stay and sleep all morning. He knew their plans down to the last detail. It gave him a feeling of unlimited power. Only he who had the upper hand would escape. Just after 11 p.m., when he could tell that they were tipsy, he had carefully changed his position. He had picked out the starting point for his actions on his first visit. It was a dense thicket a bit higher up the hill. Here he had a full view of everything that was happening on the light blue tablecloth, and he could approach them without being seen. From time to time they left the tablecloth in order to relieve themselves. He could see everything they did. It was past midnight. Still he waited. He waited because he was hesitating. Something was wrong. There should have been 4 of them. One of them had not come. In his head he went through the possible reasons. There was no reason. Something unexpected must have happened. Had the girl changed her mind? Was she sick? He listened to the music and the laughter. From time to time he imagined that he too sat down there on the light blue tablecloth, a wine-glass in his hand. Afterwards he would try on one of the wigs. Perhaps some of the clothes, too. There was so much he could do. There were no limits. He could not have had more power over them if he had been invisible. He continued to wait. The laughter rose and fell. Somewhere above his head a night bird swooped by. It was 3:10 a.m. He couldn't wait any longer. The moment was at hand, the hour he alone had appointed. He could barely remember the last time he had worn a watch. The hours and minutes ticked continuously within him. He had an inner clock that was always on time. Down by the light blue tablecloth, everything was still. They lay with their arms wrapped around one another, listening to the music. He didn't know if they were sleeping, but they were lost in the moment and did not sense that he was right behind them. He picked up the revolver with the silencer that had been lying on his raincoat. He looked around quickly, then made his way stealthily to the tree located directly behind the group and paused for a few seconds. No one had noticed anything. He looked around one last time, but there was no one else there. They were alone. He stepped out and shot each of them once in the head. He couldn't help it that blood splattered onto the white wigs. It was over so quickly that he barely had time to register what he was doing. But now they lay dead at his feet, still wrapped around each other, just like a few seconds before. He turned off the tape recorder that had been playing and listened. The birds were chirping. Once again he looked around. Of course there was no one there. He put his gun away and spread a napkin out on the cloth. He never left a trace. He sat down on the napkin and looked at those who had recently been laughing and who now were dead. The idol hasn't been affected, he thought. The only difference is that we are now 4, as the plan had been all along. He poured himself a glass of red wine. He didn't really drink, but now he simply couldn't resist. Then he tried on one of the wigs. He ate a little of the food. He wasn't particularly hungry. At 3:30 a.m. he got up. He still had much to do. The nature reserve was frequented by early risers. In the unlikely event that someone left the path and found their way into the hollow, they must not find any traces. At least, not yet. The last thing he did before he left the spot was look through their bags and clothes. He found what he was looking for. All 3 had been carrying their passports. Now he put them into his coat pocket. Later that day he would burn them. He looked around one last time. He took a little camera out of his pocket and took a picture. Only one. It was like looking at a painting of a picnic from the 18th century, except that someone had spilled blood on this painting. It was the morning after Midsummer's Eve, Saturday, June 22nd. It was going to be a beautiful day. Summer had come to Skåne at last. Part 1, Chapter 1. On Wednesday, 7 August, 1996, Kurt Wallander came close to being killed in a traffic accident just east of Ystad. It happened early in the morning, shortly after 6 a.m. He had just driven through Nybrostrand on his way out to Østerdalen. Suddenly he had seen a truck looming in front of his Peugeot. He heard the truck's horn blaring as he wrenched the steering wheel to one side. Afterwards he had pulled off the road. That was when the fear set in. His heart pounded in his chest. He felt nauseated and dizzy, and he thought he was about to faint. He kept his hands tightly clenched on the wheel. As he calmed down, he realized what had happened. He had fallen asleep at the wheel, nodded off, just long enough for his old car to begin to drift into the opposite lane. 1 second longer and he would have been dead, crushed by the heavy truck. The realization made him feel suddenly empty. The only thing he could think of was the time a few years earlier when he had almost hit an elk outside Tingsryd. But then it had been dark and foggy. This time he had nodded off at the wheel. The fatigue. He didn't understand it. It had come over him without warning, shortly before the start of his holiday at the beginning of June. This year he had taken his holiday early, but the whole holiday had been lost to rain. It was only when he returned to work shortly after midsummer that the warm and sunny weather had come to Skåne. The tiredness had been there all along. He fell asleep whenever he sat down. Even after a long night's undisturbed sleep, he had to force himself out of bed. Often, when he was in the car, he found himself needing to pull over to take a short nap. His daughter Linda had asked him about his lack of energy during the week that they had spent sightseeing together in Gotland. It was on one of the last days, when they had stayed in an inn in Bergsvik. They had spent the day exploring the southern tip of Gotland and had eaten dinner at a pizzeria before returning to the inn. The evening was particularly beautiful. She had asked him, point blank, about the fatigue. He had studied her face in the glow of the kerosene lamp and realized that her question had been thought out in advance. But he shrugged it off. There was nothing wrong with him. Surely the fact that he used part of his holiday to catch up on lost sleep was to be expected. Linda didn't ask any more questions, but he knew that she hadn't believed him. Now he realized that he couldn't ignore it any longer. The fatigue wasn't natural. Something was wrong. He tried to think if he had other symptoms that could signal an illness, but apart from the fact that he sometimes woke in the middle of the night with leg cramps, he hadn't been able to think of anything. He knew how close to death he had been. He couldn't put it off any longer. He would make an appointment with the doctor that day. He started the engine, rolling down the windows as he drove on. Although it was already August, the heat of summer showed no sign of easing. Wallander was on his way to his father's house in Luderup. No matter how many times he went down this road, he still found it hard to adjust to the fact that his father wouldn't be sitting there in his studio, wreathed in the ever-present smell of turpentine, before the easel on which he painted pictures with a recurring and unchanging subject, a landscape, with or without a grouse in the foreground, the sun hanging from invisible threads above the trees. It had been close to 2 years now since Gertrude had called him at the police station in Ystad to tell him that his father was lying dead on the studio floor. He could still recall with photographic clarity his drive out to Luderup, unable to believe it could be true. But when he had seen Gertrude in the yard, he had known he could not deny it any longer. He had known what awaited him. The 2 years had gone by quickly. As often as he could, but not often enough, he visited Gertrude, who still lived in his father's house. A year went by before they began to clean up the studio in earnest. They found a total of 32 finished paintings. One night, in December of 1995, they sat down at Gertrude's kitchen table and made a list of the people who would receive these last paintings. Wallander kept 2 for himself, one with a grouse, the other without. Linda would get one, as would Mona, his ex-wife. Surprisingly, and to Wallander's disappointment, his sister Christina hadn't wanted one. Gertrude already had several, and so they had 28 paintings to give away. After some hesitation, Wallander sent one to a detective in Kristianstad with whom he had sporadic contact. But after giving away 23 paintings, including one to each of Gertrude's relatives, there were 5 paintings remaining. Wallander wondered what he should do with them. He knew that he would never be able to make himself burn them. Technically, they belonged to Gertrude, but she had said that he and Christina should have them. She had come into their father's life so late. Wallander passed the turnoff to Kasseberga. He would be there soon. He thought about the task that lay before him. One evening in May, he and Gertrude had taken a long walk along the tractor paths that wound their way along the edges of the linseed fields. She had told him that she no longer wanted to live there. It was starting to get too lonely. "I don't want to live there so long that he starts to haunt me," she had said. Instinctively, he knew what she meant. He would probably have reacted the same way. They walked between the fields, and she asked for his help in selling the house. There was no hurry. It could wait until the summer's end, but she wanted to move out before the autumn. Her sister was recently widowed and lived outside the town of Ringe, and she wanted to move there. Now the time had come. Wallander had taken the day off. At 9 a.m., an estate agent would come out from Ystad, and together they would settle on a reasonable selling price. Before that, Wallander and Gertrude would go through the last few boxes of his father's belongings. They had finished packing the week before. Martinsson, one of his colleagues, came out with a trailer, and they made several trips to the dump outside Hedeskøge. Wallander experienced a growing sense of unease. It seemed to him that the remnants of a person's life inevitably ended up at the nearest dump. All that was left of his father now, aside from the memories, were some photographs, 5 paintings, and a few boxes of old letters and papers. Nothing more. His life was over and completely accounted for. Wallander turned down the road leading to his father's house. He caught a glimpse of Gertrude, waiting in the yard. To his surprise, he saw that she was wearing the same dress she had worn at their wedding. He immediately felt a lump in his throat. For Gertrude, this was a moment of solemnity. She was leaving her home. They drank coffee in the kitchen, where the doors to the cupboards stood ajar, revealing empty shelves. Gertrude's sister was coming to collect her today. Wallander would keep one key and give the other to the estate agent. Together they leafed through the contents of the 2 boxes. Among the old letters, Wallander was surprised to find a pair of children's shoes that he seemed to remember from his childhood. Had his father saved them all these years? He carried the boxes out to the car. When he closed the car door, he saw Gertrude on the steps. She smiled. "There are 5 paintings left. You haven't forgotten about them, have you?" Wallander shook his head. He walked towards his father's studio. The door was open. Although they had cleaned it, the smell of turpentine remained. The pot that his father had used for making his endless cups of coffee stood on the stove. "This may be the last time I am here," he thought. "But unlike Gertrude, I haven't dressed up. I'm in my baggy old clothes, and if I hadn't been lucky, I could be dead, like my father. Linda would have had to drive to the dump with what was left after me, and among my stuff she would find 2 paintings, one with a grouse painted in the foreground." The place scared him. His father was still in there in the dark studio. The paintings were leaning against one wall. He carried them to the car. Then he laid them in the boot and spread a blanket over them. Gertrude remained on the steps. "Is there anything else?" she asked. Wallander shook his head. "There's nothing else," he answered. "Nothing." At 9 a.m., the estate agent's car swung into the yard, and a man got out from behind the wheel. To his surprise, Wallander realized that he recognized him. His name was Robert Åkerblom. A few years earlier, his wife had been brutally murdered and her body dumped in an old well. It had been one of the most difficult and grisly murder investigations that Wallander had ever been involved in. He frowned. He had decided to contact a large estate agent with offices all over Sweden. Åkerblom's business did not belong to them, if it even still existed. Wallander thought he had heard that it had shut down shortly after Louise Åkerblom's murder. He went out onto the steps. Robert Åkerblom looked exactly as Wallander remembered him. At their first meeting in Wallander's office, he had wept. The man's worry and grief for his wife had been genuine. Wallander recalled that they had been active in a non-Lutheran church. He thought they were Methodists. They shook hands. "We meet again," Robert Åkerblom said. His voice sounded familiar. For a second, Wallander felt confused. What was the right thing to say? But Robert Åkerblom beat him to it. "I grieve for her as much now as I did then," he said slowly. "But it's even harder for the girls." Wallander remembered the two girls. They had been so young then. They had been unable to fully understand what had happened. "It must be hard," Wallander said. For a moment he was afraid that the events of the last meeting would repeat themselves, that Robert Åkerblom would start crying. But that didn't happen. "I tried to keep the business going," Åkerblom said, "but I didn't have the energy. When I got the offer to join the firm of a competitor, I took it. I've never regretted it. I don't have the long nights of going over the books anymore. I've been able to spend more time with the girls." Gertrude joined them, and they went through the house together. Åkerblom made notes and took some photographs. Afterwards they had a cup of coffee in the kitchen. The price that Åkerblom came up with seemed low to Wallander at first, but then he realized that it was 3 times what his father had paid for the place. Åkerblom left a little after 11 a.m. Wallander thought he should stay until Gertrude's sister came to get her, but she seemed to sense his thoughts and told him she didn't mind being left alone. "It's a beautiful day," she said. "Summer has come at last, even though it's almost over. I'll sit in the garden." "I'll stay if you like. I'm off work today." Gertrude shook her head. "Come and see me in Ringe," she said. "But wait a couple of weeks. I have to get settled in." Wallander got in his car and drove back to Ystad. He was going straight home to make an appointment with his doctor. Then he would sign up to use the laundry and clean his flat. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he chose the longer way home. He liked driving, just looking at the landscape and letting his mind wander. He had just passed Valleberga when the phone rang. It was Martinsson. Wallander pulled over. "I've been trying to get hold of you," Martinsson said. "Of course, no one mentioned that you were off work today. And do you know that your answer phone is broken?" Wallander knew the machine sometimes jammed. He also immediately knew that something had happened. Although he had been a policeman for a long time, the feeling was always the same. His stomach tensed up. He held his breath. "I'm calling you from Hansson's office," Martinsson said. "Astrid Hillström's mother is here to see me." "Who?" "Astrid Hillström? One of the missing young people, her mother?" Now Wallander knew who he meant. "What does she want?" "She's very upset. Her daughter sent her a postcard from Vienna." Wallander frowned. "Isn't it good news that she's finally written?" "She claims her daughter didn't write the postcard. She's upset that we're not doing anything." "How can we do anything when a crime doesn't seem to have been committed, when all the evidence indicates that they left of their own accord?" Martinsson paused for a moment before answering. "I don't know what it is," he said, "but I have a feeling that there's something to what she's saying. Maybe." Wallander immediately grew more attentive. Over the years he had learned to take Martinsson's hunches seriously. More often than not, they were proved right. "Do you want me to come in?" "No, but I think you, me, and Svedberg should talk this over tomorrow morning." "What time?" "How about 8 a.m.? I'll tell Svedberg." Wallander sat for a moment when the conversation was over, watching a tractor out on a field. He thought about what Martinsson had said. He had also met Astrid Hillström's mother on several occasions. He went over the events again in his mind. A few days after Midsummer's Eve, some young people were reported missing. It happened right after he had returned from his rainy holiday. He had reviewed the case together with a couple of his colleagues. From the outset, he had doubted that a crime had been committed, and, as it turned out, a postcard arrived from Hamburg 3 days later, with a picture of the Central Railway Station on the front. Wallander could recall its message word for word. "We are traveling around Europe. We may be gone until the middle of August." Today it was Wednesday, 7 August. They would be home soon. Now, another postcard written by Astrid Hillström came from Vienna. The first card was signed by all three of them. Their parents recognized the signatures. Astrid Hillström's mother hesitated, but she allowed herself to be convinced by the others. Wallander glanced in his rearview mirror and drove out onto the main road. Perhaps Martonsson was right about his misgivings. Wallander parked on Maria Gatten and carried the boxes and 5 paintings up to his flat. Then he sat down by the phone. At his regular doctor's office, he only reached an answer phone message telling him that the doctor wouldn't be back from holiday until August 12th. Wallander wondered if he should wait until then, but he couldn't shake the thought of how close to death he had come that morning. He called another doctor and made an appointment for 11 a.m. the following morning. He signed up to do his laundry, then started cleaning his flat. He was already completely exhausted after doing the bedroom. He ran the vacuum cleaner back and forth a few times over the living room floor, then put it away. He carried the boxes and paintings into the room that Linda used on her sporadic visits. He drank 3 glasses of water in the kitchen, wondering about his thirst and the fatigue. What was causing them? It was already midday, and he realized he was hungry. A quick look in the refrigerator told him there wasn't much there. He put on his coat and went out. It was a nice day. As he walked to the center of town, he looked at the properties for sale in the windows of 3 separate real estate offices and realized that the price Robert Åkerblom had suggested was fair. They could hardly get more than 300,000 kroner for the house in Luderup. He stopped at a takeaway restaurant, ate a hamburger, and drank 2 bottles of mineral water. Then he went into a shoe shop where he knew the owner and used the lavatory. When he came back out onto the street, he felt unsure of what to do next. He should have used his day off to do his shopping. He had no food in the house. But he didn't have the energy to go back for the car and drive to a supermarket. Just past Hammengatten, he crossed the train tracks and turned down Spanien-Ferraragatten. When he arrived down at the waterfront, he strolled along the pier and looked at the sailing boats, wondering what it would be like to sail. It was something he had never experienced. He realized he needed to pee again and used the lavatories at the harbor cafe, drank another bottle of mineral water, and sat down on a bench outside the red Coast Guard building. The last time he had been here, it had been winter. The night Baiba left. It was already dark as he drove her to Sturup Airport, and the wind made whirls of snow dance in the headlights. They hadn't said a word. After he had watched her disappear past the checkpoint, he had returned to Ystad and sat on this bench. The wind had been very cold, and he was freezing, but he sat here and realized that everything was over. He wouldn't see Baiba again. Their breakup was final. She came to Ystad in December of 1994. His father had recently died, and he had just finished one of the most challenging investigations of his career. But that autumn he had also, for the first time in many years, been making plans for the future. He decided to leave Maria Gatten, move to the country, and get a dog. He had even visited a kennel and looked at Labrador puppies. He was going to make a fresh start. And above all, he wanted Baiba to come and live with him. She visited him over Christmas, and Wallander could tell that she and Linda got along well. Then, on New Year's Eve 1995, the last few days before she was due to return to Riga, they talked seriously about the future. Maybe she would move to Sweden permanently as early as next summer. They looked at houses together. They looked at a house on a subdivision of an old farm outside Svenstorp several times. But then, one evening in March, when Wallander was already in bed, she called from Riga and told him she was having doubts. She didn't want to get married, didn't want to move to Sweden. At least not yet. He thought he would be able to get her to change her mind, but the conversation ended with an unpleasant quarrel. Their first, after which they didn't speak for more than a month. Finally, Wallander called her, and they decided he would go to Riga that summer. They spent 2 weeks by the sea in a run-down old house that she had borrowed from one of her colleagues at the university. They took long walks on the beach, and Wallander made a point of waiting for her to broach the question of the future. But when she finally did, she was vague and non-committal. Not now. Not yet. Why couldn't things stay as they were? When Wallander returned to Sweden, he felt dejected and unsure of where things stood. The autumn went by without another meeting. They had talked about it, made plans, and considered various alternatives, but nothing had eventuated. Wallander became jealous. Was there another man in Riga? Someone he didn't know anything about? On several occasions he called her in the middle of the night, and although she insisted that she was alone, he had the distinct feeling that there was someone with her. Baiba had come to Ystad for Christmas that year. Linda had been with them on Christmas Eve before leaving for Scotland with friends, and it was then, a couple of days into the new year, that Baiba had told him she could never move to Sweden. She had gone back and forth in her mind for a long time, but now she knew she didn't want to lose her position at the university. What could she do in Sweden, especially in Ystad? She could perhaps become an interpreter, but what else? Wallander tried in vain to persuade her to change her mind. Without saying so explicitly, they knew it was over. After 4 years, there was no longer any road leading into the future. Wallander spent the rest of that winter evening on the frozen bench, feeling more abandoned than ever before. But then another feeling had crept over him. Relief. At least he now knew where things stood. A motorboat sped out of the harbor. Wallander got up. He needed to find a lavatory again. They called each other from time to time, but gradually that had stopped, too. Now they hadn't been in touch for over 6 months. One day when he and Linda were walking around Visby, she had asked if things with Baiba were finally over. Yes, he replied. It's over. She had waited for him to continue. I don't think either of us really wanted to break it off, he had told her. But it was inevitable. When he got home, he lay down on the sofa to read the paper, but fell asleep almost immediately. An hour later, he woke up with a start in the middle of a dream. He had been in Rome with his father. Rydberg had also been with them, and some small dwarf-like creatures who insisted on pinching their legs. I'm dreaming about the dead, he thought. What does that mean? I dream about my father almost every night, and he's dead. So is Rydberg, my old colleague and friend, the one who taught me everything I can claim to know. And he's been gone for almost 5 years. He went out to the balcony. It was still warm and calm. Clouds were starting to pile up on the horizon. Suddenly it struck him how terribly lonely he was. Apart from Linda, who lived in Stockholm and whom he saw only occasionally, he had almost no friends. The people he spent time with were people from work, and he never saw them socially. He went into the bathroom and washed his face. He looked in the mirror and saw that he had a tan, but the tiredness still shone through. His left eye was bloodshot. His hairline had receded further. He stepped on the scales and noted that he weighed a couple of kilos less than he had at the start of the summer, but it was still too much. The phone rang. It was Gertrude. I just wanted to let you know that I made it safely to Riga. Everything went well. "I've been thinking about you," Wallander told her. "I should have stayed there with you." "I think I needed to be alone with all my memories. But things will be fine here. My sister and I get along well. We always have." "I'll be out to see you in a week or so." After he had hung up, the phone rang again immediately. This time it was his colleague, Ann-Britt Högland. "I just wanted to hear how it went," she said. "How what went?" "Weren't you supposed to meet with an estate agent today to discuss selling your father's house?" Wallander recalled that he had mentioned it to her the day before. "It went pretty well," he said. "You can buy it for 300,000 kroner if you like." "I never even got to see it," she replied. "It feels quite strange," he told her. "The house is so empty now. Gertrude has moved, and someone else will buy it. It'll probably be used as a summer house. Other people will live in it and not know anything about my father." "All houses have ghosts," she said, "except the newest ones." "The smell of turpentine will linger for a while," Wallander said. "But when that's gone, there will be nothing left of the people who once lived there." "That's so sad." It's just the way it is. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for calling." Wallander went to the kitchen and drank some water. Ann-Britt was a very thoughtful person. She remembered things. He would never have thought to do the same if the situation had been reversed. It was already 7 p.m. He fried some Falu sausage and potatoes and ate in front of the TV. He flipped through the channels, but nothing seemed interesting. Afterwards, he took his cup of coffee and went out onto the balcony. As soon as the sun went down, it grew cooler, and he went back in again. He spent the rest of the evening going through the things he had brought back from Luderup earlier that day. At the bottom of one of the boxes there was a brown envelope. When he opened it, he found a couple of old, faded photographs. He couldn't recall ever having seen them before. He was in one of them, aged 4 or 5, perched on the hood of a big American car. His father was standing beside him so he wouldn't fall off. Wallander took the photograph into the kitchen and got a magnifying glass from one of the kitchen drawers. "We're smiling," he thought. "I'm looking straight into the camera and beaming with pride. I've been allowed to sit on one of the art dealer's cars, one of the men who used to buy my father's paintings for outrageous prices. My father is also smiling, but he's looking at me." Wallander sat with the snapshot for a long time. It spoke to him from a distant and unreachable past. Once upon a time he and his father had been very close, but all that had changed when he decided to become a policeman. In the last few years of his father's life they had slowly been retracing their steps back to the closeness that had been lost. But we never made it this far, Wallander thought. Not all the way back to the smile I had as I sat on the hood of this gleaming Buick. We almost got there in Rome, but it still wasn't like this. Wallander tacked the photo to his kitchen door. Then he went back out onto the balcony. The clouds had come closer. He sat down in front of the TV and watched the end of an old movie. At midnight he went to bed. He had a meeting with Svedberg and Martinsson the next day, and he had to go to the doctor. He lay awake in the darkness for a long time. 2 years ago he had thought about moving from the flat on Mariagatan. He had dreamed of getting a dog, of living with Baiba, but nothing had come of it. No Baiba, no house, no dog. Everything had stayed the same. Something's got to happen, he thought. Something that makes it possible for me to start thinking about the future again. It was almost 3 a.m. before he finally fell asleep. Chapter 2. The clouds started clearing during the early hours of the morning. Wallander was already awake at 6 a.m. He had been dreaming about his father again. Fragmented and unconnected images had flickered through his subconscious. In the dream, he had been both a child and an adult. There had been no coherent story. Recalling the dream was like trying to follow a ship into fog. He got up, showered, and drank some coffee. When he walked out onto the street, he noticed that the warmth of summer still lingered, and that it was unusually calm. He drove to the police station. It was not yet 7 a.m., and the corridors were empty. He got another cup of coffee and went into his office. For once, his desk was virtually free of folders, and he wondered when he had last had so little to do. During the past few years, Wallander had seen his workload increase in proportion to the diminishing resources of the police force. Investigations were rushed or ignored altogether. Often a preliminary report resulted in a suspected crime going uninvestigated. Wallander knew that this would not be the case if only they had more time, if only there were more of them. Did crime pay? That age-old question was still open to debate. Even those who felt that crime now had the upper hand were hard-pressed to pinpoint the moment when the tables had turned. Wallander was convinced that the criminal element had a stronger hold in Sweden than ever before. Criminals engaged in sophisticated financial dealings seemed to live in a safe haven, and the judicial system seemed to have capitulated completely. Wallander often discussed these problems with his colleagues. He noticed that civilian fears at these developments were growing. Gertrude talked about it. The neighbors he ran into in the laundry talked about it. Wallander knew their fears were justified. But he didn't see any signs of preventive measures being taken. On the contrary, the reduction of numbers within the police force and judicial personnel continued. He took off his coat, opened the window, and looked out at the old water tower. During the last few years, vigilante groups had been on the rise in Sweden. Groups like the Civilian Guard. Wallander had long feared this development. When the justice system started to break down, the lynching mentality of the mob took over. Taking justice into one's own hands came to seem normal. As he stood there at the window, he wondered how many illegal weapons were floating around Sweden, and he wondered what the figures would be in a couple of years. He sat down at his desk. His door was slightly ajar, and he heard voices out in the corridor, and a woman's laugh. Wallander smiled. That was their chief of police, Lisa Holgersson. She had replaced Björk a few years ago. Many of Wallander's colleagues had resisted the idea of a woman in such a high position, but Wallander gained respect for her early on. The phone rang. It was Ebba, the receptionist. "Did it go well?" she asked. Wallander realized she meant yesterday. "The house isn't sold yet, of course," he said, "but I'm sure it will go well." "I'm calling to see if you have time to talk to some visitors at 10:30 this morning." "Visitors? At this time of year?" "It's a group of retired Marine officers who meet in Skåne every August. They have some sort of society. I think they call themselves the Sea Bears." Wallander thought about his doctor's appointment. "I think you'll have to ask someone else this time," he answered. "I'm going to be out between 10:30 and midday." "Then I'll ask Ann Britt. These old sea captains might enjoy talking to a woman police officer." "Or else they'll think just the opposite," Wallander said. By 8 a.m., Wallander had not managed to do anything more than rock back and forth in his chair and look out the window. Tiredness gnawed at his body, and he was worried about what the doctor would find. Were the fatigue and cramps signs of a serious illness? He got up out of his chair and walked to one of the conference rooms. Martenson was already there, looking clean-cut and tanned. Wallander thought about the time, 2 years earlier, when Martenson had come very close to giving up his career. His daughter had been attacked in the playground because her father was a policeman. But he had stuck it out. To Wallander, he would always be the young man who had just joined the force, despite the fact that he had worked in Ystad longer than most of them. They sat down and talked about the weather. After 5 minutes, Martenson said, "Where the hell is Svedberg?" His question was justified, since Svedberg was known for his punctuality. "Did you talk to him?" "He had already gone when I tried to reach him, but I left a message on his answer phone." Wallander nodded in the direction of the telephone that stood on the table. "You should probably give him another call." Martenson dialed the number. "Where are you?" he asked. "We're waiting for you." He put the receiver down. "I'm just getting the machine." "He must be on his way," Wallander said. "Let's start without him." Martenson leafed through a stack of papers. Then he pushed a postcard over to Wallander. It was an aerial shot of central Vienna. "This is the card that the Hillstrom family found in their letterbox on Tuesday, 6 August. As you can see, Astrid Hillstrom says that they're thinking of staying a little longer than they had originally planned, but everything is fine and they all send their regards. She asks her mother to call around and tell everyone that they're well." Wallander read the card. The handwriting reminded him of Linda's. It was the same round lettering. He put it back. "Eva Hillstrom came here, you said?" "She literally burst into my office. We knew she was the nervous type, but this is something else. She's clearly terrified and convinced that she's right." "What's she so sure of?" "That something's happened to them? That her daughter didn't write that postcard?" Wallander thought for a moment. "Is it the handwriting? The signature?" "It resembles Astrid Hillstrom's writing, but her mother claims it's a very easy style to copy, as is her signature." "She's right about that." Wallander pulled over a notebook and a pen. In less than a minute, he had perfected Astrid Hillstrom's handwriting and signature. "Eva Hillstrom is anxious about her daughter's welfare and turns to the police. That's understandable. But if it isn't the handwriting or the signature that's worrying her, then what is it?" "She couldn't say." "But you did ask her." "I asked her about everything. Was there something about the choice of words, or was there something in the way she put it? She didn't know, but she was certain that her daughter hadn't written the card." Wallander made a face and shook his head. It must have been something. They looked at each other. "Do you remember what you said to me yesterday?" Wallander asked. "That you were starting to get worried yourself?" Martenson nodded. "Something doesn't add up," he said. "I just can't put my finger on it." "Let's put the question another way," Wallander said. "If they haven't left on this unplanned holiday, then what's happened? And who's writing these cards? We know that their cars and their passports are missing." "I'm obviously mistaken," Martenson answered. "I was probably influenced by Eva Hillstrom's anxiety." "Parents always worry about their children," Wallander said. "If you only knew how many times I've wondered what Linda was up to, especially when you get postcards from strange places all around the world." "So what do we do?" Martenson asked. "We continue to keep the situation under surveillance," Wallander said. "But let's go over the facts from the beginning, just to make sure we haven't missed anything." Martenson summarized the events in his unfailingly clear fashion. Ann-Britt Högland had once asked Wallander if he realized that Martenson had learned how to make presentations by observing him. Wallander had scoffed at this, but Högland had stood her ground. Wallander still didn't know if it was true. The chain of events was simple enough. 3 people, all between the ages of 20 and 23, decided to celebrate Midsummer's Eve together. One of them, Martin Boge, lived in Simrishamn, while the other two, Lena Norman and Astrid Hillström, came from the western part of Ystad. They were old friends and spent a lot of time together. Their parents were all wealthy. Lena Norman was studying at Lund University, while the other two had temporary jobs. None of them had ever had any problems with the law or with drugs. Astrid Hillström and Martin Boge still lived at home. Lena Norman lived in halls of residence in Lund. They didn't tell anyone where they were planning to hold their Midsummer's Eve party. Their parents had talked to one another and to their friends, but no one seemed to know anything. This was not unusual, since they were often secretive and never divulged their plans to outsiders. At the time of their disappearance, they had 2 cars at their disposal, a Volvo and a Toyota. These cars disappeared at the same time as their owners, on the afternoon of 21 June. After that, no one had seen them again. The first postcard was sent on 26 June from Hamburg, stating their intention to travel through Europe. A couple of weeks later, Astrid Hillström had sent a second postcard from Paris, in which she explained that they were on their way south, and now she had apparently sent a third postcard. Martinsson stopped talking. Wallander reflected on what he had said. "What could possibly have gone wrong?" he asked. "I have no idea." "Is there any indication of anything out of the ordinary in relation to their disappearance?" "Not really." Wallander leaned back in his chair. "The only thing we have is Eva Hillström's anxiety," he said. "A worried mother." "She claims her daughter didn't write the cards." Wallander nodded. "Does she want us to file a missing persons report?" "No. She wanted us to do something. That was how she put it. You have to do something." "What can we really do, other than file the report? We've alerted customs." They fell silent. It was already 8:45 a.m. Wallander looked questioningly at Martinsson. "Svedberg?" Martinsson picked up the receiver and dialed Svedberg's number, then hung up. "Answer phone again." Wallander pushed the postcard back across the table to Martinsson. "I don't think we're going to get much further," he said. "But I think I'll have a talk with Eva Hillström. Then we'll evaluate what action to take from here. But we have no grounds for declaring this a missing persons case. At least not yet." Martinsson wrote her number on a piece of paper. "She's an accountant." "And the father?" "They're divorced. I think he called once, just after midsummer." Wallander got up while Martinsson collected the papers. They left the conference room together. "Maybe Svedberg did the same thing I did and took a day off without us being told about it." "He's already been on holiday," Martinsson said emphatically. "He hasn't got any holidays left." Wallander looked at him with surprise. "How do you know that?" "I asked him if he could switch one of his weeks with me, but he couldn't because for once he wanted an unbroken chunk of time." "I don't think he's ever done that before," Wallander said. They parted outside Martinsson's office, and Wallander went to his office. He sat down at his desk and dialed the first number Martinsson had given him. Eva Hillström answered the phone. They agreed that she should come by the police station later that afternoon. "Has anything happened?" she asked. "No," Wallander answered. "I just think I should talk to you as well." He hung up and was about to go and get a cup of coffee when Högland appeared at his door. Although she had just returned from a holiday, she was as pale as ever. Wallander thought her pallor came from within. She still hadn't recovered from a serious gunshot wound of 2 years earlier. She was healed physically, but Wallander doubted how well she was emotionally. Sometimes he felt that she was still afraid. It didn't surprise him. Almost every day he thought about the time that he had been stabbed, and that had happened more than 20 years ago. "Is this a good time?" Wallander gestured to the chair opposite his desk, and she sat down. "Have you seen Svedberg?" he asked. She shook her head. He was supposed to come to a meeting with me and Martinsson, but he didn't show up. He's not one to miss a meeting. You're right, but he did today. Have you called him at home? Is he sick? Martinsson left several messages on his answer phone. And besides, Svedberg is never sick. They contemplated Svedberg's absence for a while. What was it you wanted to talk to me about? Wallander asked finally. Do you remember those Baltic car smugglers? How could I forget? I worked on that miserable case for 2 years before we got them. At least the ones in Sweden. Well, it seems as though it started up again. Even with the leaders in jail? It looks like others have stepped in to fill their shoes. Only this time they aren't working out of Göteborg. Their tracks point towards Lycksele, among other places. Wallander was surprised. Lapland? With today's technology, you can operate from virtually anywhere. Wallander shook his head, but he knew that Höglund was right. Organized criminals always made use of the latest technology. I don't have the energy to start again, he said. No more car smuggling from me. I'll take it on. Lisa asked me to. I think she realizes how tired you are of stolen cars. But I'd like you to outline the situation for me as well as give me a couple of pointers. Wallander nodded. They set a time for the next day, then went and got some coffee and sat down by an open window in the canteen. How was your holiday? He asked. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Wallander went to say something, but she stopped him with a gesture. It wasn't so great, she said, when she had regained her composure. But I don't want to talk about it. She picked up her cup of coffee and got up quickly. Wallander watched her leave. He remained seated, thinking about her reaction. We don't know very much, he thought. They don't know much about me, and I don't know much about them. We work together, maybe over the course of an entire career, and what do we learn about each other? Nothing. He looked down at his watch. He had plenty of time, but he decided to set off walking down to Koppelgatten, where the doctor's office was. He was filled with dread. The doctor was young. He was called Göransson and came from somewhere up north. Wallander told him about his symptoms, the fatigue, the thirst, the increased urination. He also mentioned his leg cramps. The doctor's diagnosis was swift and surprised him. It sounds like too much sugar, he said. Sugar? Diabetes. For a split second, Wallander was paralyzed. The thought had never occurred to him. You look like you weigh a little too much, the doctor said. We'll find out if that's the case, but I want to start off by listening to your heart. Do you know if you have high blood pressure? Wallander shook his head. Then he took off his shirt and lay down on the table. His pulse was normal, but his blood pressure was too high, 170 over 105. He got on the scale, 92 kilos. The doctor sent him for a urinalysis and a blood test. The nurse smiled at him. Wallander thought she looked like his sister, Christina. After she had finished, he went back in to see the doctor. Normally, you should have a blood sugar level of between 2.5 and 6.4, Göransson said. Yours is 15.3. That's much too high. Wallander started to feel sick. This explains your fatigue, Göransson continued. It explains your thirst and the leg cramps. It also explains why you need to urinate so often. Is there medication for this? Wallander asked. First, we'll try to control it by changing your diet, Göransson said. We also have to reduce your blood pressure. Do you exercise frequently? No. Then you'll have to start right away. Diet and exercise. If that doesn't help, we'll have to go a step further. With this blood sugar level, you're wearing down your whole system. I'm diabetic, Wallander thought. At that moment, it struck him as something shameful. Göransson seemed to sense his dismay. This is something we can control, he said. You won't die from it. At least not yet. They took more blood tests, and Wallander was given dietary guidelines and was told to come back on Monday morning. He left the surgery at 11:30 a.m. He walked over to the cemetery and sat down on a bench. He still couldn't grasp what the doctor had told him. He found his glasses and started reading the meal plans. He got back to the police station at 12:30. There were some phone messages for him, but nothing that couldn't wait. He bumped into Hansson in the corridor. "Has Svedberg turned up?" Wallander asked. "Why? Isn't he in?" Wallander didn't elaborate. Eva Hillström was supposed to come in shortly after 1 p.m. He knocked on Martinsson's half-open door, but the room was empty. The thin folder from their meeting that day was lying on the desk. Wallander took it and went into his office. He quickly leafed through the few papers there were and stared at the 3 postcards, but he was having trouble concentrating. He kept thinking about what the doctor had told him. Finally, Abba called him from the reception desk and told him that Eva Hillström had arrived. Wallander walked out to meet her. A group of older, jovial men were on their way out. Wallander guessed they were the retired Marine officers who had come for a tour. Eva Hillström was tall and thin. Her expression was guarded. From the first time he met her, Wallander formed the impression that she was the kind of person who always expected the worst. He shook her hand and asked her to follow him to his office. On the way, he asked her if she wanted a cup of coffee. "I don't drink coffee," she said. "My stomach can't take it." She sat down in the visitor's chair without taking her eyes off him. She thinks I have news for her, Wallander thought, and she expects the news to be bad. He sat down at his desk. "You spoke with my colleague yesterday," he said. "You brought by a postcard you received a couple of days earlier, signed by your daughter and sent from Vienna, but you claim it wasn't written by her. Is that correct?" "Yes." Her answer was forceful. "Martinsson said you couldn't explain why you felt this way." "That's right, I can't." Wallander took out the postcards and laid them in front of her. "You said that your daughter's handwriting and signature are easy to forge." "Try for yourself." "I've already done that, and I agree with you. Her handwriting isn't very hard to copy." "Then why do you have to ask?" Wallander looked at her for a moment. She was just as tense as Martinsson had described. "I'm asking these questions in order to confirm certain statements," he said. "It's sometimes necessary." She nodded impatiently. "We have no real reason to believe that someone other than Astrid wrote these cards," Wallander said. "Can you think of anything else that makes you doubt their authenticity?" "No, but I know I'm right." "Right about what?" "That she didn't write this card or any of the others." Suddenly, she stood up and started to scream at him. Wallander was completely unprepared for the violence of her reaction. She was leaning over his desk, and she grabbed his arms and shook him, screaming the whole time, "Why don't you do anything? Something must have happened." Wallander freed himself from her grasp with some difficulty and stood up. "I think you'd better calm down," he said. But Eva Hillström kept screaming. Wallander wondered what people walking by his door were thinking. He went around his desk, grabbed her firmly by the shoulders, pushed her down in the chair, and held her there. Her outburst stopped as abruptly as it had begun. Wallander slowly loosened his grip and returned to his chair. Eva Hillström stared down at the floor. Wallander waited, thoroughly shaken. There was something about her reaction, something about her conviction, that was contagious. "What is it that you think has happened?" he asked after a little while. She shook her head. "I don't know." "There is nothing to indicate an accident or anything else." She looked at Wallander. "Astrid and her friends have gone on trips before," he said, "although perhaps not for as long as this one. They had cars, money, passports. My colleagues have gone over this before. What's more, they're of an age when you're inclined to act on impulse without having made prior plans. I have a daughter myself who is a couple of years older than Astrid. I know how it is." "I just know," she said. "I know I tend to worry. But this time there's something that doesn't feel right." The other parents don't seem quite as worried as you do. What about Martin Boga's and Lena Norman's parents? I don't understand them. We take your concern seriously, he said. That's our job. I promise to review this case one more time. His words seemed to reassure her momentarily, but then the anxiety returned. Her face was open and vulnerable. Wallander felt sorry for her. The conversation was over. She got up, and he followed her out to the reception area. I'm sorry I lost control, she said. It's natural to be worried, Wallander said. She shook his hand quickly, then disappeared through the glass doors. Wallander went back to his room. Martinsson stuck his head out the door of his office and looked at him with curiosity. What were you doing in there? She's genuinely frightened, Wallander said. We have to acknowledge that. But I don't know what to do about it. Wallander looked thoughtfully at Martinsson. I'd like to do a thorough review of this case tomorrow, with everyone who has the time. We have to decide if we should declare them missing or not. Something about this whole thing worries me. Martinsson nodded. Have you seen Svedberg? He asked. He still hasn't been in touch? No, just the same old answer phone message. Wallander grimaced. That's not like him. I'll try him again. Wallander continued to his room. He closed the door and called Ebba. No calls for the next half hour, he said. Anything from Svedberg, by the way? Should there be? I was just wondering. Wallander put his legs up on the desk. He was tired, and his mouth was dry. On an impulse, he grabbed his coat and left the room. I'm going out, he told Ebba. I'll be back in an hour or two. It was still warm and calm. Wallander went down to the central library on Serbrenswagen. With some effort, he found his way to the medical section. Soon he found what he was looking for, a book about diabetes. He sat down at a table, put his glasses on, and started reading. After an hour and a half, he thought he had a better idea of what diabetes entailed. He realized he only had himself to blame. The foods he ate, his lack of exercise, and his on and off dieting had all contributed to the disease. He put the book back on the shelf. A sense of failure and disgust came over him. He knew there was no way out. He had to do something about his lifestyle. It was already 4:20 p.m. when he returned to the police station. There was a note on his desk from Martinsson saying that he still hadn't managed to get in touch with Svedberg. Once more, Wallander read through the summary of events regarding the disappearance of the three young people. He scrutinized the 3 postcards. The feeling that there was something he was overlooking returned. He still couldn't pin it down. What was there he wasn't seeing? He felt his anxiety increase, and could almost see Eva Hillström in front of him. Suddenly the gravity of the situation struck him. It was very simple. She knew her daughter hadn't written that card. How she knew this was irrelevant. She was sure, and that was enough. Wallander got up and stopped in front of the window. Something had happened to them. The question now was what? Chapter 3. That evening, Wallander tried to start his new regime. All he had for dinner was some bouillon soup and a salad. He was concentrating so hard on making sure that only the right things found their way onto his plate that he forgot he had signed up for the laundry, and by the time he remembered, it was too late. He tried to convince himself that what had happened could be viewed as something positive. An elevated blood sugar level was not a death sentence. He had been given a warning. If he wanted to stay healthy, he would have to take some simple precautions. Nothing drastic, but he would have to make significant changes. When he was done eating, he still felt hungry and ate another tomato. Then, still sitting at the kitchen table, He tried to make a meal plan for the coming days from his dietary guidelines. He also decided to walk to work from now on. On the weekends, he would drive to the beach and take long walks. He remembered that he and Hansson once talked about playing badminton. Perhaps that could still be arranged. At 9 p.m., he got up from the kitchen table and went out onto the balcony. The wind was blowing softly from the south, but it was still warm. The dog days were here. Wallander watched some teenagers walking past on the street below. It was hard to concentrate on his meal plans and recommended weight chart. Thoughts of Eva Hillström and her anxiety kept returning to him. Her outburst had shaken him. The fear she felt at her daughter's disappearance was plain to see, and it was genuine. Sometimes parents don't know their children, he thought, but sometimes a parent knows her child better than anyone else, and something tells me that this is the case with Eva Hillström and her daughter. He went back into the flat and left the door to the balcony open. He had the feeling that he was overlooking something that would indicate how they should proceed, something that would lead them to a well-founded investigative hypothesis and to determine whether Eva Hillström's concerns were justified. He went out into the kitchen and made some coffee, wiping the table clean while he waited for the water to boil. The phone rang. It was Linda. She was calling from the restaurant where she worked, which surprised him, since he thought it was open only during the day. "The owner changed the hours," she said in answer to his question, "and I make more money working in the evenings. I have to make a living." He could hear voices and the rattle of pots and pans in the background. He had no idea what Linda's plans for her future were. For a time she wanted to become a furniture upholsterer. Then she changed her mind and started exploring the world of theater. Then that plan also came to an end. She seemed to read his thoughts. "I'm not going to be a waitress all my life," she said. "But I'm saving some money right now, and next winter I'm going to travel." "Where to?" "I don't know yet." It wasn't the right time to discuss this in detail, so he mentioned that Gertrude had moved and that her grandfather's house was on the market. "I wish we had kept it," she said. "I wish I had the money to buy it." Wallander understood. Linda had been close to her grandfather. There were even times when seeing them together had made him jealous. "I have to go now," she said. "I just wanted to hear how you were." "Everything's fine," Wallander replied. "I went to the doctor today. He didn't find anything wrong with me." "Didn't he even tell you to lose weight?" "Apart from that, he said that everything was fine." "That doctor was too nice. Are you still as tired as you were on holiday?" She sees right through me, Wallander thought helplessly. And why don't I tell her the truth? That I'm becoming a diabetic? That I may already be one? Why am I behaving as if it were something shameful? "I'm not tired," he said. "That week on Gotland was an exception." "If you say so," she said. "I've got to go now. If you want to reach me here in the evenings, you'll have to call a new number." He quickly memorized it. Then the conversation was over. Wallander took his coffee with him into the living room and turned on the TV. He turned the sound down, then jotted down the phone number she had given him on the corner of a newspaper. He wrote sloppily. No one else would have been able to read the number. It was at that moment that he realized what was bothering him. He pushed his coffee cup away and looked at his watch. It was 9:15 p.m. He wondered briefly if he should call Martinsson and wait until the following day before making up his mind. He went into the kitchen, got out the phone book, and sat down at the kitchen table. There were 4 families called Norman in Ystad, but Wallander remembered seeing the address among Martinsson's papers. Lena Norman and her mother lived on Karinggaten, north of the hospital. Her father was called Bertil Norman and had the title CEO next to his name. Wallander knew that he owned a company that supplied heating systems for prefabricated houses. He dialed the number and a woman answered. Wallander introduced himself, trying to sound as friendly as possible. He didn't want to worry her. He knew how unnerving it was to be called by the police. especially after hours. "Am I speaking to Lena Norman's mother?"
"This is Lillimore Norman."
Wallander recognized the name. "This conversation could really have waited until tomorrow," he said. "But there is something I need to know, and unfortunately, policemen work all hours of the day and night."
She did not seem particularly concerned. "How can I help you? Or would you like to speak with my husband? I can get him for you. He's just helping Lena's brother with his maths homework."
Her answer surprised him. He hadn't realized that schools still had anything called homework. "That won't be necessary," he said. "What I want is a sample of Lena's handwriting. Do you have any letters from her?"
"Well, apart from the postcards, we haven't received anything. I thought the police knew that."
"I mean an old letter."
"Why do you need it?"
"It's just routine procedure. We need to compare some handwriting samples, that's all. It's not particularly important."
"Do policemen really bother calling people at night about such unimportant matters?"
Eva Hillstrom is afraid, Wallander thought. Lillimore Norman, on the other hand, is suspicious. "Do you think you can help me?"
"I have a number of letters from Lena."
"One is enough, about half a page."
"I'll find one. Will someone be by to pick it up?"
"I'll come myself. Expect me in about 20 minutes. Wallander went back to the phone book. In Simrishamn, he found only one entry for the name Boge, an accountant. Wallander dialed the number and waited impatiently. He was just about to hang up when someone answered. "Klaus Boge." The voice that answered sounded young. Wallander assumed it was Martin Boge's brother. He told him who he was. "Are your parents home?"
"No, I'm alone. They're at a golf dinner."
Wallander wasn't sure he should continue, but the boy seemed reasonably mature. "Has your brother Martin ever written a letter to you? Anything you might have saved?"
"Not this summer."
"Earlier, perhaps?" The boy thought for a moment.
"I have a letter he wrote to me from the United States last year."
"Was it handwritten?"
"Yes."
Wallander calculated how long it would take him to drive to Simrishamn. Perhaps he should wait until the next morning.
"Why do you want one of his letters?"
"I just need a sample of his handwriting."
"Well, I could fax it over to you if you're in a hurry."
The boy was a fast thinker. Wallander gave him the number of one of the faxes at the police station. "I'd like you to mention this matter to your parents," he said.
"I'm planning to be asleep when they get back."
"Could you tell them about it tomorrow?"
"Martin's letter was addressed to me."
"It would be best if you mentioned it anyway," Wallander said patiently.
"Martin and the others will be back soon," the boy said. "I don't know why that Hillstrom lady is so worried. She calls us every day."
"But your parents aren't worried?"
"I think they're relieved that Martin's gone. At least Dad is."
Somewhat surprised, Wallander waited to see if the boy would go on, but he didn't. "Thanks for your help," he said finally.
"It's like a game,"
the boy said. "A game?"
"They pretend they're in a different time. They like to dress up like children do, even though they're grown up."
"I'm not sure that I follow," Wallander said.
"They're playing roles, like you would in the theater, but it's for real. They might have gone to Europe to find something that doesn't really exist."
"So that was what they normally did? Play? But I'm not sure I would call a Midsummer's Eve celebration a game. It's just the same eating and dancing as at any other party."
"And drinking," the boy said. "But if you put on costumes, that makes it something else, doesn't it?"
"Is that what they did?"
"Yes, but I don't know more. It was secret. Martin never said much about it."
Wallander didn't completely follow what the boy was saying. He looked down at his watch. Lillimore Norman would be expecting him shortly. "Thanks for your help," he said, bringing the conversation to an end. "And don't forget to tell your parents that I called and what I asked for."
"Maybe,"
the boy replied. 3 different reactions, Wallander thought. Eva Hillstrom is afraid. Lillimore Norman is suspicious.
Martin Boga's parents are relieved he's gone, and his brother in turn seems to prefer it when their parents are gone. He picked up his coat and left. On the way out, he reserved a new time at the laundry for Friday. Although it wasn't far to Karingaten, he took the car. The new exercise regimen would have to wait. He turned on to Karingaten from Bellevue Wagen and stopped outside a white two-story house. The front door opened as he was opening the gate, and he recognized Lillemor Norman. In contrast to Eva Hillström, she looked robust. He thought about the photographs in Martinsson's file and realized that Lena Norman and her mother looked alike. The woman was holding a white envelope. "I'm sorry to bother you," Wallander said. "My husband will have a few words with Lena when she comes back. It's completely irresponsible of them to go away like this without a word." "They're adults and can do as they please," Wallander said. "But of course it's both irritating and worrying." He took the letter and promised to return it. Then he drove to the police station and went to the room where the officer on duty was manning the phones. He was taking a call as Wallander stepped into the room, but pointed to one of the fax machines. Klaus Boga had faxed his brother's letter as promised. Wallander went to his office and turned on the desk lamp. He laid the two letters and the postcards next to each other, then angled the light and put on his glasses. He leaned back in his chair. His hunch was correct. Both Martin Boga and Lena Norman had irregular, spiky handwriting. If someone had wanted to forge any one of the three's handwriting, the choice would have been clear: Astrid Hillström. Wallander felt profoundly disturbed by this, but his mind kept working methodically. What did this mean? It was nothing, really. It didn't supply an answer to why someone would want to write postcards in their names, and who would have had access to their handwriting. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake off his concern. "We have to go through this thoroughly," he thought. "If something has happened, they've been missing for almost 2 months." He got himself a cup of coffee. It was 10:15 p.m. He read through the description of events one more time, but found nothing new. Some good friends had celebrated Midsummer's Eve together, then left for a trip. They sent a few postcards, and that was all. Wallander shuffled the letters together and put them in the folder along with the postcards. There was nothing more he could do tonight. Tomorrow he would talk to Martinsson and the others, go through this Midsummer's Eve case one last time, and then decide if they would proceed with a missing persons investigation. Wallander turned off the light and left the room. In the corridor, he realized that Ann-Britt Högland's light was on. The door was slightly ajar, and he pushed it open gently. She was staring down at her desk, but there were no papers in front of her. Wallander hesitated. She almost never stayed this late at the station. She had children to take care of, and her husband traveled often with his job and was rarely at home. He recalled her emotional behavior in the canteen, and now here she was staring down at an empty desk. She probably wanted to be left alone, but it was also possible that she wanted to talk to somebody. She can always ask me to leave, Wallander thought. He knocked on the door, waited for her answer, and stepped inside. "I saw you late," he said. "You aren't normally here so late, not unless something has happened." She looked back at him without answering. "If you want to be left alone, just say the word." "No," she replied. "I don't really want to be left alone." "Why are you here yourself? Is something going on?" Wallander sat down in her visitor's chair. He felt like a big, lumbering animal. "It's the young people who went missing at midsummer." "Has anything turned up?" "Not really. It was just something I wanted to double-check. But I think that we'll need to do a thorough re-examination of the case. Eva Hillström is seriously concerned." "But what could really have happened to them?" "That's the question." "Are we going to declare them missing?" Wallander threw his arms out. "I don't know. We'll have to decide tomorrow." The room was dark except for the circle of light projected onto the floor by the desk lamp. "How long have you been a policeman?" she asked suddenly. "A long time. Too long, maybe. But I'm a policeman, through and through. That's not going to change, at least until I retire." She looked at him for a long time before asking her next question. "How do you keep going?" "I don't know." "Don't you ever run out of steam?" "Sometimes." "Why do you ask?" "I'm thinking of what I said in the canteen earlier. I told you I'd had a bad summer, and that's true. My husband and I are having problems. He's never at home. It can take us a week to get back to normal after his trips, and then he just has to leave again. This summer we started talking about a separation. That's never an easy thing, especially when you have children." "I know," Wallander said. "At the same time, I've started questioning my work. I read in the paper that some of our colleagues in Malmö were arrested for racketeering. I turn on the television and learn that senior members of the force are involved in the world of organized crime. I see all this, and I realize it's happening more and more. Eventually, it leads me to wonder what I'm doing. Or to put it another way, I wonder how I'm going to last another 30 years. "It's all coming apart at the seams," Wallander agreed. "It's been going on for a long time. Corruption in the justice system is nothing new, and there have always been police officers willing to cross the line. It's worse now, of course, and that's why it's even more important that people like you keep going." "What about you?" "That applies to me, too." "But how do you do it?" Her questions were full of anger. He recognized a part of himself in her. How many times had he sat staring into his own desk, unable to find a reason to continue? "I try to tell myself that things would be even worse without me," he said. "It's a consolation, at times, a small one, but if I can't think of any other, I take it." She shook her head. "What's happening to our country?" Wallander waited for her to continue, but she didn't. A truck rattled past on the street outside.
"Do you remember that violent attack last spring?" Wallander asked.
"The one in Sparta?" 2 boys, both 14 years old, attack a third boy who is only 12. There's no provocation, no reason behind it. When he's lying there unconscious, they start stomping on his chest. Finally, he's not just unconscious, he's dead. I don't think it ever hit me so clearly before. People have always had fights, but they would stop when the other person was down. You can call it what you like, fair play, something you take for granted, but that's not the way it is anymore, because these boys never learned it. It's as if a whole generation has been abandoned by their parents, or as if not caring has become the norm. You have to rethink what it means to be a police officer because the parameters have changed. The experience you've acquired after years and years of grinding work doesn't apply anymore. He stopped. They heard voices from the corridor. Some of the officers on night duty were talking about a drunk driver. Then everything went quiet again. "How have you been these past few years?" he asked her. "You mean since I was shot?" He nodded. "I dream about it," she said. "I dream that I die, or that the bullet hits me in the head. I think that's almost worse." "It's easy to lose your nerve," Wallander said. She got up. "The day I get seriously scared, I'll quit," she said. "But I'm not quite there yet. Thanks for stopping by. I'm used to dealing with my problems on my own, but tonight I needed someone to talk to." "It takes some strength to admit that." She put her coat on and smiled her pale smile. Wallander wondered how well she was sleeping, but he didn't ask her. "Can we talk about the car smugglers tomorrow?" she asked. "How about in the afternoon? Don't forget we have to talk about these young people in the morning." She looked at him closely. Are you really worried? Eva Hillstrom is, and I can't disregard that. They walked out together. She rejected his offer of a ride home. I need to walk, she said, and it's so warm. What an August it's been. We're in the dog days, he said, whatever that saying means. They said goodbye. Wallander drove home. He drank a cup of tea and leafed through the Ystad daily paper, then went to bed. He left the window slightly open since it was so warm, and fell asleep at once. A violent pain woke him up with a start. His left calf muscle was locked in a spasm. He lowered his leg onto the floor and flexed it. The pain disappeared. He lay down again carefully, afraid that the cramp would return. The alarm clock on the bedside table read 1:30 a.m. He had been dreaming about his father again, in a disjointed way. They walked around the streets of a city that Wallander didn't recognize. They were looking for someone. Who, he never found out. The curtain in front of the window moved slowly. He thought about Linda's mother, Mona. He had been married to her for a long time. Now she was living a new life with another man who played golf and probably did not have elevated blood sugar levels. His thoughts kept wandering. All at once he saw himself walking along Skagen's endless beaches with Baiba. Then she was gone. Suddenly he was wide awake. He sat up in bed. He didn't know where the thought came from. It simply appeared among the others and fought its way to the front. Svedberg. The fact that he hadn't called in sick didn't make sense. Not only was he never sick, if something had happened, he would have let them know. He should have thought of it before. If Svedberg hadn't been in contact, it could only mean one thing. Something was preventing him from communicating with them. Wallander felt himself getting worried. Of course, it was just his imagination. After all, what could have happened to Svedberg? But the feeling of unease was strong. Wallander looked at the clock again, then went out into the kitchen, searched for Svedberg's number, and dialed it. After a few rings, the machine picked up. Wallander hung up. Now he was sure that something was wrong. He put on his clothes and went down to the car. The wind had picked up, but it was still warm. It took him only a few minutes to drive to the main square. He parked the car and walked towards Lilla Norregaten, where Svedberg lived. The lights were on inside his flat. Wallander felt relieved, but only for a few seconds. Then the worry returned even more strongly. Why didn't Svedberg pick up the phone if he was at home? Wallander tried the door to the building. It was locked. He didn't know the security code, but the crack between the front doors was wide enough. Wallander took out a pocket knife and looked around. Then he slipped the thickest blade between the doors and pushed. They opened. Svedberg lived on the 4th floor. Wallander was out of breath by the time he made it up the stairs. He pressed his ear against the door but heard nothing. Then he opened the letter slot. Nothing. He rang the bell, the sound echoing inside the flat. He rang 3 times, then pounded on the door. Still nothing. Wallander tried to gather his thoughts. He felt a strong urge not to be alone. He groped for his mobile phone, but realized it was still on the kitchen table at home. He went down the stairs and pushed a small stone between the 2 front doors. Then he hurried out to one of the telephone booths on the main square and dialed Martinsson's number. "I'm sorry to have to wake you up," Wallander said when Martinsson answered, "but I need your help." "What is it?" "Did you ever get hold of Svedberg?" "No." "Then something must have happened." Martinsson didn't reply, but Wallander sensed that he was now fully awake. "I'm waiting for you outside his block of flats on Lilla Norregaten," Wallander said. 10 minutes, Martinsson said. "At the most." Wallander went to his car and unlocked the boot. He had some tools wrapped up in a dirty plastic bag. He took out a crowbar, then returned to Svedberg's building. After less than 10 minutes, Martinsson drove up. Wallander saw that he was wearing his pajama top under his jacket. "What do you think has happened?" "I don't know." They walked upstairs together. Wallander nodded to Martinson to ring the doorbell. Still no one answered. They looked at each other. "Maybe he keeps some spare keys in his office?" Wallander shook his head. "It'll take us too long," he said. Martinson took a step back. He knew what would be next. Wallander wedged the crowbar into the door and forced it open. Chapter 4. The night of 8 August 1996 became one of the longest of Kurt Wallander's life. When he staggered out from the flat building on Lillenorgaten at dawn, he still hadn't managed to rid himself of the feeling that he was caught up in an incomprehensible nightmare. But everything he had seen during that long night had been real, and this reality was horrifying. He had witnessed the remains of a bloody and brutal drama many times in the course of his career, but never had it touched him as closely as now. When he forced open the door to Svedberg's flat, he still didn't know what lay in store for him. Yet from the moment he wedged the crowbar in the door, he had feared the worst, and his fears had been confirmed. They walked silently through the hall as if they were about to enter enemy territory. Martinson stayed close behind. Lights were shining further down the hall. For a brief moment they stood there without making a sound. Wallander heard Martinson's anxious breathing behind him. In the doorway to the living room, he jerked back so violently that he collided with Martinson, who then bent forward to look at what Wallander had seen. Wallander would never forget the sound Martinson made, the way he whimpered like a child in front of the inexplicable thing before him on the floor. It was Svedberg. One of his legs was hanging over the broken arm of a chair that had been knocked over. The torso was strangely twisted, as if Svedberg had no spine. Wallander stood in the doorway, frozen with horror. There was no doubt in his mind about what he was seeing. The man he had worked with for so many years was dead. He no longer existed. He would never again sit in his usual place at the table in one of the conference rooms, scratching his bald spot with the end of a pencil. Svedberg didn't have a bald spot anymore. Half of his head was blown away. A short distance from the body lay a double-barreled shotgun. Blood was spattered several meters up the white wall behind the overturned chair. A confused thought went through Wallander's mind. Now Svedberg will never be troubled by his phobia for bees again. "What happened?" Martinson said in an unsteady voice. Wallander realized that Martinson was close to tears. He was a long way from such a reaction. He couldn't cry over something he didn't yet fully comprehend. And he really didn't comprehend the scene in front of him. Svedberg couldn't be dead. He was a 40-year-old police officer who would be in his usual chair again tomorrow when they had one of their regular team meetings. Svedberg, with his bald spot, his fear of bees, who used the police station sauna on his own every Friday night, it simply couldn't be Svedberg who lay there. It was someone else who looked just like him. Wallander glanced instinctively at his watch. It was 2:09 a.m. They stood in the doorway for a few more seconds, then walked back out into the hall. Wallander turned on the light. He saw that Martinson was shaking. He wondered what he looked like himself. "Tell them to put all units on red alert." There was a phone on a table in the hall, but no answer phone. Martinson nodded and was about to pick up the receiver when Wallander stopped him. "Wait," he said. "We need time to think." But what was there, really, to think about? Maybe he was hoping for a miracle, that Svedberg would suddenly appear behind them and that nothing they had seen would turn out to be real. "Do you know Lisa Holgersson's number?" he asked. He knew from experience that Martinsson had a good head for addresses and numbers. There used to be two with this particular gift, Martinsson and Svedberg. Now only one was left. Martinsson recited the number, stammering. Wallander dialed, and Lisa Holgersson picked up on the second ring. Her phone must be right beside her bed, he thought. "This is Wallander. I'm sorry to wake you up." She seemed awake at once. "You should come down here right away," he said. "I'm in Svedberg's flat on Lilla Norrgatan. Martinsson is also here. Svedberg is dead." He heard her groan. "What happened?" "I don't know. He's been shot." "That's terrible. Is it murder?" Wallander thought about the shotgun on the floor. "I don't know," he said. "Murder or suicide, I don't know which." "Have you been in touch with Nyberg?" "I wanted to call you first." "I'll be right over. I just have to get dressed. We'll contact Nyberg in the meantime." Wallander handed the phone to Martinsson. "Start with Nyberg," he said. The living room was accessible from two directions. While Martinsson used the phone, Wallander walked out through the kitchen. A kitchen drawer lay on the floor. The door to a cupboard was ajar. Papers and receipts lay strewn all over the room. Wallander made a mental note of everything he saw. He could hear Martinsson explaining to Nyberg, the head of forensics in Ystad, what had happened. Wallander kept walking. He looked carefully where he was going before putting his feet down. He came to Svedberg's bedroom. All three drawers in a chest of drawers were pulled out. The bed was unmade, and the blanket lay on the ground. With a feeling of boundless sorrow, he noted that Svedberg had slept in flowery sheets. His bed was a meadow of wildflowers. Wallander kept going, arriving at a little study between the bedroom and living room. There were some bookcases and a desk. Svedberg was a neat person. His desk at the police station was kept meticulously free of clutter, but here his books had been pulled from their shelves, and the contents of the desk lay on the floor. There was paper everywhere. Wallander entered the living room again, this time from the other side. Now he was closer to the shotgun, with Svedberg's twisted body at the far end. He stood completely still and took in the whole scene, every detail, everything that had been frozen and left behind as a marker of the drama that had taken place. The questions raced through his mind. Had someone heard the shot, or shots? The scene suggested that a burglary had taken place, but when did it happen? And what else happened here? Martinsson appeared in the doorway on the other side of the living room. "They're on their way," he said. Wallander slowly retraced his steps. When he was back in the kitchen, he heard the bark of a German shepherd, and then Martinsson's agitated voice. He hurried out to the hall and bumped into a dog patrol. Some people in bathrobes were huddled in the background. The patrol officer with the dog was called Edmundsson and had recently moved to Ystad. "We received a call about a possible burglary," he said uncertainly when he saw Wallander. "At the flat of someone called Svedberg?" Wallander realized that Edmundsson had no idea which Svedberg the caller had been talking about. "Good. There has been an incident here. By the way, it's Officer Svedberg's flat." Edmundsson went pale. "I didn't know." "How could you? But you can go back to the station. Backup is on its way." Edmundsson looked inquiringly at him. "What's happened?" "Svedberg is dead," Wallander answered. "That's all we know." He immediately regretted having said even that much. The neighbors were listening. Someone could take it into their heads to call the press. What Wallander wanted least of all was to have reporters hanging about. A policeman dying in mysterious circumstances was always news. As Edmundson disappeared down the stairs, Wallander thought fuzzily that he didn't know what the dog was called. "Can you take care of the neighbors?" he said to Martinsson. "If nothing else, they must have heard the shots. Maybe we can establish a time of death."
Was there more than one shot?
"I don't know, but someone must have heard something." The front door slammed below them, and they heard approaching footsteps. Martinsson started rounding up the sleepy and anxious people and herded them into the flat next door. Lisa Holgersson came rushing up the stairs. "I want you to prepare yourself," Wallander said.
Is it that bad?
Svedberg was shot in the head with a shotgun at close range. She made a face, then steeled herself. Wallander followed her into the hall and pointed to the living room. She went up to the doorway, then quickly turned away and swayed as if she were about to faint. Wallander took her by the arm and helped her into the kitchen. She sank down on a blue kitchen chair and looked up at Wallander with wide eyes.
Who did this? She asked.
"I don't know." Wallander took a glass and gave her some water. "Svedberg was away yesterday," he said, "without telling anyone."
"That's unusual," said Holgersson.
"Very unusual. I woke up in the middle of the night with a feeling that things weren't quite right, so I drove over."
"So you don't think it happened yesterday?"
"No. Martinsson is talking to the neighbors to see if anyone heard anything unusual, which they probably did. A shotgun is loud, but we'll have to wait for the autopsy report." Wallander heard his factual statement echo inside his head. He felt nauseated.
"I know he wasn't married," said Holgersson. "Did he have any family?"
Wallander thought back. He knew that Svedberg's mother had died a couple of years earlier. He didn't know anything about his father. The only relative Wallander knew about for sure was one he had met a few years earlier during a murder investigation. "He has a cousin called Ilva Brink. She's an obstetric nurse. I can't think of anyone else." They heard Nyberg's voice out in the hall.
"I'll stay here for a few minutes," said Holgersson.
Wallander went out to talk to Nyberg, who was kicking off his shoes.
"What the hell happened here?"
Nyberg was a brilliant forensic specialist, but he was moody and could be hard to work with. He seemed not to have understood that this emergency concerned a colleague, a dead colleague. Maybe Martinsson had forgotten to tell him.
"Do you know where you are?" Wallander asked carefully.
Nyberg shot him an angry look.
"Some flat on Lilla Norragotten," he answered, "but Martinsson was unusually muddled on the phone. What's going on?"
Wallander looked at him steadily. Nyberg noticed his demeanor and became quiet. "It's Svedberg," Wallander said. "He's dead. It looks like he's been murdered."
You mean Kalle?"
Nyberg said incredulously. Wallander nodded and felt a lump in his throat. Nyberg was one of the few who called Svedberg by his first name. His name was actually Karl Evert. Nyberg used his nickname, Kalle. "He's in there," Wallander said. "Shot in the face with a shotgun." Nyberg grimaced. "I don't have to tell you what that looks like," Wallander said.
"No,"
Nyberg said.
"You don't have to do that."
Nyberg went in. He turned away like the others when he reached the doorway. Wallander waited briefly to give Nyberg a moment to comprehend what he saw in front of him. Then he walked over. "I already have a question for you," he said. "One of the most important. As you see, the gun is at least 2 meters away from the body. My question is, could it have ended up over there if Svedberg committed suicide?" Nyberg thought about it, then shook his head. "No," he said. "That's impossible. A shotgun aimed by himself wouldn't be thrown that far." For a moment, Wallander felt strangely relieved. Svedberg didn't kill himself, he thought. People were beginning to congregate in the hall. The doctor arrived, as did Hansson. A technician was unpacking his bag. "Please listen, everybody," Wallander said. "The person lying in there is your colleague, Officer Svedberg. He's dead, probably murdered. I want to prepare you for the fact that it's a terrible sight. We knew him, and we grieve for him. He was our friend as well as our colleague, and that makes our job much harder." Wallander stopped. He felt he should say more, but couldn't think of anything. He lacked the words. He returned to the kitchen while Nyberg and his assistants got to work. Holgersson was still sitting at the table. "I have to call his cousin," she said. "If she's the closest living relative." "I can do it," Wallander said. "After all, I already know her." "Give me an overview of the events. What happened here?" "I'll need Martinsson for that. I'll get him." Wallander went out onto the stairs. The door to the next flat was slightly ajar. He knocked and went in. Martinsson was in the living room with 4 people. One of them was fully dressed. The others were still in their dressing gowns. There were 2 women and 2 men. He signaled for Martinsson to come with him. "Please remain here for now," he told the others. They went into the kitchen. Martinsson was very pale. "Let's start from the beginning," Wallander said. "When was the last time anyone saw Svedberg?" "I don't know if I was the last one," Martinsson said, "but I caught a glimpse of him in the canteen on Wednesday morning at around 11 a.m. "How did he seem?" "Since I didn't think about it, I suppose he must have been like he always was." "You called me that afternoon. We decided to have a meeting on Thursday morning. I went into Svedberg's office straight after our conversation, but he wasn't there. At the front desk, they told me he'd gone home for the day." "What time did he leave?" "I didn't ask." "What did you do then?" "I called him at home and left a message about the meeting. Then I called back a couple of times, but I didn't get an answer." Wallander thought hard. Sometime on Wednesday, Svedberg leaves the police station. Everything seems normal. On Thursday, he doesn't show up, which is unusual regardless of whether he heard your message. Svedberg never stayed away without letting someone know. "That means it could have happened as early as Wednesday," Lisa Holgersson said. Wallander nodded. At what point does the normal suddenly become the abnormal, he thought. That's the moment we have to find. Another thought struck him. Martinsson's remark about his own answer phone not working. "Wait here a minute," he said, and left the kitchen. He walked into Svedberg's study. His answer phone was on the desk. Wallander went into the living room where Nyberg was kneeling beside the shotgun and took him back into the study. "I'd like to listen to the answer phone, but I don't want to destroy any clues." "We can get the tape to return to the same place," Nyberg said. He was wearing plastic gloves. Wallander nodded, and Nyberg pressed the play button. There were 3 messages from Martinsson. Each time he stated the time of day. There were no other messages. "I'd also like to hear Svedberg's greeting," Wallander said. Nyberg pressed another button. Wallander flinched when he heard Svedberg's voice. Nyberg also seemed upset by it. "I'm not here, but please leave a message." That was all. Wallander went back into the kitchen. "Your messages are still on the machine, but we can't tell if anyone listened to them or not." The room was quiet. Everyone was thinking about what Wallander had said. "What did the neighbors say?" he asked. "No one heard anything," Martinsson answered. "It's quite strange. No one heard a shot, and almost everyone was at home." Wallander frowned. "It's not possible that no one heard anything." "I'll keep talking to them." Martinsson left. A police officer came into the kitchen. "There's a reporter outside," he said. God damn it, Wallander thought. Someone had already contacted the press. He looked at Holgersson. "We have to notify his relatives first," she said. We can't put it off any longer than midday, Wallander said. He turned to the waiting police officer. No comment right now, but we'll issue a statement later this morning.
At 11 a.m.,
Holgersson said. The officer disappeared. Nyberg shouted at someone in the living room. Then everything was quiet again. Nyberg had a bad temper, but his outbursts were always brief. Wallander went out into the study and picked up a phone book off the floor. He looked up Ylva Brink's number at the kitchen table and looked questioningly at Holgersson.
You make the call, she said.
Nothing was as difficult as notifying a relative of a sudden death. Whenever possible, Wallander tried to make sure he was accompanied by a police minister. Although he had gone through this many times, he never became accustomed to it. And even if Ylva Brink was only Svedberg's cousin, it would be hard enough. He heard the first ring and noticed himself start to tense up. Her answer phone came on with a message saying that she was working the night shift at the hospital. Wallander put the receiver back down. He suddenly remembered visiting her at the hospital with Svedberg 2 years ago. And now Svedberg was dead. He still couldn't comprehend it. She's at the hospital, he said. I'll have to go and see her in person.
It really can't wait, Lisa Holgersson said. Svedberg might have had other relatives that we don't know about.
Wallander nodded. She was right.
Do you want me to come with you?
That's not necessary. It occurred to Wallander that he would have liked to have Ann-Britt Höglund with him, and then he realized that no one had contacted her. She should be here working on this with the others, he thought. Holgersson got up and left the kitchen. Wallander sat down in her chair and dialed Höglund's number. A man's sleepy voice came on the line. I need to speak to Ann-Britt. This is Wallander.
Who?
Kurt, from the police. The man was still sleepy, but now he sounded angry as well.
What the hell is going on?
Isn't this Ann-Britt Höglund's number?
There's no bitch by that name around here,
the man grunted and slammed down the phone. Wallander could almost feel the impact. He had dialed the wrong number. He tried again, slowly, and Höglund picked up after the second ring as quickly as Holgersson had. It's Kurt. She didn't sound particularly sleepy. Maybe she had been awake. Maybe her problems were keeping her awake. Now she'll have one more to add to the list, Wallander thought.
What's happened?
Svedberg has been killed. Probably murdered.
That can't be true.
Unfortunately, it is. It happened in his home, the flat on Lilla Norrgatan.
I know where it is.
Can you come down here?
I'm on my way.
Wallander hung up and remained at the kitchen table. One of the technicians looked in, but Wallander waved him away. He needed to think, if only for a minute. There was something strange about all this, he realized, something that didn't add up. The crime technician came back into the kitchen.
Nyberg wants to talk to you?
Wallander got up and went out into the living room, where the discomfort and distress of the people at work was palpable. Svedberg hadn't been a colorful personality, but he was well-liked, and now he was dead. The doctor was kneeling by the body. Now and then a flash went off in the room. Nyberg was making notes. He came over to Wallander, who stopped in the doorway.
Did Svedberg have any weapons?
You mean the shotgun?
Yes.
I don't know, but I can't imagine he did.
It's just strange that the killer would leave his weapon behind.
Wallander nodded. That had been one of his first thoughts. Have you noticed anything else strange around here? He asked. Nyberg narrowed his eyes.
Isn't everything about a colleague having his head blown off strange?
You know what I mean. But Wallander didn't wait for an answer. He turned and walked away, bumping into Martinsson in the hall. How did it go? Have you established a time?
No one heard anything. And if I'm right in my calculations, there has been someone in the building continuously since Monday.
either on this level or in the flat below. And no one heard anything. That's impossible. There was a retired high school teacher who seemed a little hard of hearing, but the others were fine. Wallander didn't understand it. Someone must have heard the shot or shots. "You'll have to keep working on this," he said. "I have to drop by the hospital. Do you remember Svedberg's cousin, Ylva Brink, the midwife?" Martinsson nodded. "She's probably his nearest relative." "Didn't he have an aunt somewhere in Västergötland?" "I'll ask Ylva." Wallander went down the stairs. He needed to get some air. A reporter was waiting outside the front door. Wallander recognized him as a reporter from Ystad's daily paper. "What's going on? All units called out in the middle of the night to the home of a police officer by the name of Karl Everett Svedberg?" "I can't tell you anything," Wallander said. "We're issuing a statement to the press at 11 a.m. "You can't say anything or you won't?" "I really can't." The reporter, whose name was Wickberg, nodded. "That means someone's dead, and you can't say anything until the next of kin has been notified, am I right?" "If that were the case, I could have picked up the phone." Wickberg smiled in a firm but not unfriendly way. "That's not how it's done. You get hold of a police minister first, if one's available." "So, Svedberg's dead?" Wallander was too tired to get angry. "Whatever you want to guess or think is your business. We'll release information at 11 a.m. Before then, I won't say another word." "Where are you going?" "I need to get some air." He walked along Lilla Norrgatan and continued a few blocks, then looked back. Wickberg was not following him. Wallander turned right onto Slottergatan, then left onto Stora Norrgatan. He was thirsty and had to take a leak. There were no cars around. He walked up to a building and relieved himself. Then he kept going. "Something's wrong," he thought. "Something about this whole thing is completely odd." He couldn't think of what it was, but the feeling became stronger. There was a gnawing pain in his stomach. Why had Svedberg been shot? What was it about the terrible image of the man with his head blown off that didn't add up? Wallander arrived at the hospital, walked around to the emergency entrance, and rang the bell. He took the elevator to the maternity ward, a rush of images of him and Svedberg on their way to talk to Ylva Brink flitting through his mind. But this time there was no Svedberg. It was as if he had never existed. Suddenly he caught sight of Ylva Brink through the double glass doors. She met his gaze, and he saw that it took her a couple of seconds to remember who he was. She walked over to the doors and let him in. At that moment, he saw that she realized something was wrong. Chapter 5. They sat down in the office. It was 3 a.m. Wallander told her the facts. Svedberg was dead. He had been killed with a shotgun. Who the killer was, why it had happened, and when remained unanswered. He avoided giving her too much detail of the crime scene. When he finished, one of the nurses on the night shift came in to ask Ylva Brink a question. "Can it wait?" Wallander said. "I've just notified her of a death in the family." The nurse was about to leave when Wallander asked if he could have a glass of water. He was so dry that his tongue was sticking to the roof of his mouth. "We're all in shock," Wallander said after the nurse left. "It's completely incomprehensible." Ylva Brink didn't say anything. She was very pale, but had not lost her composure. The nurse returned with the glass of water. "Let me know if I can do anything else." "We're fine right now," Wallander answered. He emptied his glass, but it didn't quench his thirst. "I just can't get it into my head," she said. "I don't understand." "I can't either," Wallander said. "It'll be a while before that happens, if ever." He found a pencil in his coat pocket, but as usual he didn't have a notebook handy. There was a wastepaper basket next to the chair. He took out a piece of paper on which someone had doodled stick figures, smoothed it out, and took a magazine from the table to lean on. "I have to ask you some questions," he said. "Who were his next of kin? I must admit, you're the only one I can think of."
"His parents are gone, and he had no siblings. Besides me, there's only one cousin. I'm a cousin on his father's side, and he has a cousin on his mother's side as well. His name is Sture Björklund."
Wallander noted down the name. "Does he live here in Ystad?"
"He lives on a farm outside of Hedeskirke."
"So he's a farmer?"
"He's a professor at Copenhagen University."
Wallander was surprised. "I can't recall Svedberg ever mentioning him."
"They hardly ever saw each other. If you're asking which relatives Svedberg had any contact with, then the answer is just me."
"You'll still have to be notified," Wallander said. "As you can understand, this will be making a lot of headlines. A police officer who dies a violent death is big news." She looked at him carefully.
"A violent death? What do you mean by that?"
"That he was murdered."
"Well, what else could it have been?"
"That was going to be my next question for you," Wallander said. "Could it have been suicide?"
"Isn't it always a possibility, under the right circumstances?"
"Yes."
"Can't you tell by looking at the body if he's been murdered or if he's committed suicide?"
"Yes, we'll probably be able to, but certain questions are a matter of routine." She thought for a while before answering.
"I've considered it myself during a particularly difficult time. God only knows all that I've been through. But it's never occurred to me that Carl would do anything like that."
"Because he had no reason to?"
"He wasn't what I would call an unhappy person."
"When did you last hear from him?"
"He phoned me last Sunday."
"How did he seem?"
"He sounded perfectly normal."
"Why did he call?"
"We talked to each other once a week. If he didn't get in touch, I did, and vice versa. Sometimes he came over and had dinner, other times I went over to his place. As you may remember, my husband isn't home very often. He works on an oil tanker. Our children are grown up."
"Svedberg could cook?"
"Why wouldn't he be able to?"
"I've never imagined him in a kitchen."
"He cooked very well, particularly fish."
Wallander went back a little. "So he called you last Sunday, that was August 4th, and everything seemed fine?"
"Yes."
"What did you talk about?"
"This and that. I remember him telling me how tired he was. He said he was completely overworked."
Wallander looked at her intently. "Did he really say that he was overworked?"
"Yes."
"But he had just taken his holiday."
"I remember it very clearly."
Wallander thought hard before asking his next question. "Do you know what he did on his holiday?"
"I don't know if you know this, but he didn't like to leave Ystad. He usually stayed home. He might have taken a short trip to Poland."
"But what did he do at home? Did he stay in the flat?"
"He had various interests."
"Such as?"
She shook her head. "You must know as well as I do. He had two big passions: amateur astronomy and Native American history."
"I knew about the Indians, and how he sometimes went to Falsterbo to do some bird watching, but the astronomy is new to me."
"He had a very expensive telescope."
Wallander couldn't remember seeing one in the flat. "Where did he keep it?"
"In his study."
"So that's what he did on his holidays? Looked at stars and read about Indians?"
"I think so. But this summer was a little unusual."
"In what way?"
"We usually see a lot of each other over the summer, more so than during the rest of the year, but this year he had no time. He turned down several invitations to dinner."
"Did he say why?"
She hesitated before answering. "It was as if he didn't have the time."
Wallander sensed that he was nearing a crucial point. He didn't say why.
No,
That must have puzzled you.
not really.
Did you notice a change in his behavior? Did something seem to be bothering him?
He was just the same as always. The only thing was that he seemed to be pressed for time.
When did you first notice this? She thought about it.
Shortly after midsummer, right about the time he took his holiday.
The nurse reappeared in the doorway. Ylva Brink got up.
I'll be right back, she said.
Wallander looked for a washroom. He drank 2 more glasses of water and relieved himself. When he came back to the office, Ylva was waiting for him. I think I'll go now, he told her. Other questions can wait.
I can call Stura, if you like. We have to make the funeral arrangements.
Try to call in the next couple of hours, Wallander said. We'll be issuing a statement to the press at 11 a.m.
It still feels unreal, she said.
Her eyes had filled with tears. Wallander had trouble keeping his own eyes from welling up. They sat quietly, both fighting back their tears. Wallander tried to concentrate on the clock hanging on the wall, counting the seconds as they ticked by. I have one last question, he said after a while. Svedberg was a bachelor. I never heard mention of a woman in his life.
I don't think there ever was one, she answered.
You don't think that something like that could have happened this summer?
You mean that he met a woman?
Yes.
And that was why he was overworked?
Wallander realized it seemed absurd. These are questions I have to ask, he repeated. Otherwise we won't get anywhere. She followed him to the glass doors.
You have to catch the person who did this, she said,
and gripped Wallander's arm tightly. You have my word, Wallander said. Svedberg was one of us. We won't stop until we've caught whoever killed him. They shook hands. Do you know if he used to keep large sums of money in the flat? She looked at him with disbelief.
Where would he have got large sums of money? He always complained about how little he earned.
He was right about that.
Do you know how much a midwife makes?
No.
I'd better not tell you. You could say we wouldn't be comparing who makes more, but who makes even less.
When Wallander left the hospital, he drew a deep breath. Birds were chirping. It was barely 4 a.m. There was only a faint trace of wind, and it was still warm. He started walking slowly back to Lilla Norrgatan. One question seemed more important than the others. Why had Svedberg felt overworked when he had just been on holiday? Could it have something to do with his murder? Wallander stopped in his tracks on the narrow footpath. In his mind, he went back to the moment when he had stood in the doorway of the living room and first witnessed the devastation. Martinsson had been right behind him. He had seen a dead man and a shotgun. But almost at once he was struck by the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Could he make out what it was? He tried again without success. Patience, he thought. I'm tired. It's been a long night and it's not over yet. He started walking again, wondering when he would have time to sleep and think about his diet. Then he stopped again. A question suddenly came to him. What if I die, as suddenly as Svedberg? Who will miss me? What will people say, that I was a good policeman? But who will miss me as a person? Ann Britt? Maybe even Martinsson? A pigeon flew by close to his head. We don't know anything about each other, he thought. What did I really think of Svedberg? Do I actually miss him? Can you miss a person you didn't know? He started walking again, but he knew these questions would follow him. Going into Svedberg's flat again was like walking back into a nightmare. Gone was all feeling of summer, sun, and birdsong. Inside, beneath the harsh beams of the spotlights, there was only death. Lisa Holgersson had returned to the police station. Wallander beckoned Högland and Martinsson to follow him into the kitchen. He stopped himself at the last moment from asking them if they had seen Svedberg. They sat down around the kitchen table, gray-faced. Wallander wondered what his own face looked like. "How is it going?" he asked.
"Can it be anything other than a burglary?" Högland asked.
"It could be a lot of other things," Wallander answered. "Revenge? A lunatic? 2 lunatics, 3 lunatics? We don't know. And as long as we don't know, we have to work with what we can see."
"And one other thing?" Martinsson said slowly.
Wallander nodded, sensing what Martinsson was about to say.
"The fact that Svedberg was a policeman," Martinsson said.
"Have you found any clues?" Wallander asked. "How is Nyberg's work going? What's in the medical report?" They both rifled through the notes they had made. Högland finished first.
"Both barrels of the shotgun were fired," she read. "The pathologist and Nyberg are sure that the shots came in quick succession. The shots were fired directly at Svedberg's head at close range."
Her voice shook. She took a deep breath and continued.
"It isn't possible to determine whether or not Svedberg was sitting in the chair when the shots were fired, nor what the exact distance was. From the arrangement of the furniture and the size of the room, it cannot have been more than 4 meters, but it could have been much closer."
Martinsson got up and mumbled something, then disappeared into the bathroom. They waited. He returned after a few minutes.
"I should have quit 2 years ago," he said.
"We're needed now more than ever," Wallander said sharply. But he understood Martinsson only too well.
"Svedberg was fully dressed," Högland continued. "That means he wasn't forced out of bed, but we still have no time frame."
Wallander looked at Martinsson. "I've been over this point again and again," he said, "but none of the neighbors heard anything." "What about noise from the street?" Wallander asked.
"I don't think it would cover the sound of a shotgun going off. Twice."
"So we have no way of pinpointing the time of the crime. We know that Svedberg was dressed, which may allow us to eliminate the very late hours of the night. I've always been under the impression that Svedberg went to bed early." Martinsson agreed. "How did the killer enter the flat? Do we know that?"
"The door shows no signs of a forced entry."
"But remember how easy it was for us to get in," Wallander said.
"Why did he leave his weapon behind? Was it panic?"
They had no answers to Martinsson's question. Wallander looked at his colleagues, who were tired and depressed. "I'll tell you what I think, for what it's worth. As soon as I came into the flat, I had the feeling that something was odd. What it was, I don't know. There's been a murder that suggests a burglary. But if it isn't a burglary, then what? Revenge? Or is it possible to imagine that someone came here not to steal anything, but rather to find something?" He got up, picked up a glass from the kitchen counter, and poured himself some more water. "I've talked to Ylva Brink at the hospital. Svedberg had almost no family. He had 2 cousins, one of whom is Ylva. They seem to have been in close contact. She mentioned one thing that I found odd. When she talked with Svedberg last Sunday, he complained of being overworked. But he had just returned from a holiday. It doesn't make any sense." Högland and Martinsson waited for him to continue. "I don't know if it means anything," Wallander said, "but we need to know why."
"Was it something to do with Svedberg's investigation?"
Högland asked. "The young people who went missing?" Martinsson said. "There must have been something else as well," Wallander said, "since that wasn't a formal investigation. Anyway, he went on holiday just a few days after the parents first notified us."
No one could come up with an answer.
"One of you will have to find out what he was working on," Wallander said.
"Do you think he had a secret of some kind?"
Martinsson asked carefully. "Doesn't everybody have one?"
"So is that what we're looking for? Svedberg's secret?"
"We're looking for the person who killed him. That's all." They decided to meet again at the station at 8 a.m. Martonsson immediately returned to the flat next door to continue his interviews with the neighbors. Högland lingered. Wallander looked at her tired and ravaged face. "Were you awake when I called?" He regretted the question as soon as it came out. He had no business asking whether or not she had been up, but she didn't seem to mind.
"Yes," she said. "I was wide awake."
"You came down here so quickly that I assume your husband must be at home with the children?"
"When you called, we were in the middle of an argument. Just a stupid little argument. The kind you have when you don't have the energy for the big ones anymore."
They sat quietly. Now and then they heard Nyberg's voice.
"I just don't understand it. Who would want to hurt Svedberg?"
"Who was closest to him?" Wallander said. She looked surprised.
"I thought it was you."
"No, I didn't know him that well."
"But he looked up to you."
"I have trouble imagining that."
"You didn't see it, but I did. Maybe the others noticed it as well. He always took your side, even when you were wrong."
"That still doesn't answer our question," Wallander said, and asked it again. Who was closest to him?
"No one was close to him."
"Well, we have to get close to him now that he's dead." Nyberg came into the kitchen, a cup of coffee in his hand. Wallander knew that he always had a thermos ready in case he was called out in the middle of the night. "How's it going?" Wallander asked.
"It looks like a burglary,"
Nyberg said.
"What we don't know is why the killer left his gun."
"We don't have a time of death," Wallander said.
"That's up to the pathologist."
"I still want to hear your opinion."
"I don't like to make guesses."
"I know, but you have a certain experience in these matters. I promise I won't hold you to it." Nyberg rubbed his hand over his unshaven chin. His eyes were bloodshot.
"Maybe 24 hours? I doubt it's less than that."
They let his words sink in. That means Wednesday night or early Thursday, Wallander thought. Nyberg yawned and left the kitchen. "You should go home now," Wallander said to Högland. "We have to be ready to organize the investigation at 8 a.m. The clock on the wall read 5:15 a.m. She put on her coat and left. Wallander stayed in the kitchen. A pile of bills lay on the windowsill. He leafed through them. "We have to start somewhere," he thought. Next he went in to Nyberg and asked for a pair of rubber gloves. He returned to the kitchen and looked slowly around. He went through the cupboards and drawers methodically and noted that Svedberg kept his kitchen as neat as his office at work. He left the kitchen and went into the study. Where was the telescope? He sat down in the desk chair and looked around. Nyberg came by and said they were ready to take Svedberg's body away. Did he want to see it again? Wallander shook his head. The image of Svedberg with half his head blown off was forever fixed in his mind. It was an image that didn't spare a single gruesome detail. He let his gaze continue to wander around the room. The answer phone was on the desk, as well as a pencil holder, some old tin soldiers, and a pocket calendar. Wallander picked up the latter and leafed through it month by month. On January 11th at 9:30 a.m., Svedberg had had a dentist's appointment. March 7th was Ylva Brink's birthday. On April 18th, Svedberg had written the name Adamson. The name was also jotted down on May 5th and 12th. In June and July, there were no notes at all. Svedberg had taken his holiday. Afterwards, he complained that he was completely overworked. Wallander kept turning the pages more slowly now, but there were no more notes. The last days of Svedberg's life were a complete blank. October 18th was Sture Björklund's birthday, and the name Adamson appeared again on December 14th. That was all. Wallander put the pocket calendar back in its place and leaned back in the chair, which was very comfortable. He felt tired and thirsty. He closed his eyes, wondering who Adamson was. Then he leaned forward and picked up the business cards that were tucked into a corner of the brown desk pad. There was a card from Beaumont's second-hand bookshop in Göteborg and the Audi specialist in Malmö. Svedberg had been a loyal customer and had always driven an Audi, the same way that Wallander always traded in his Peugeot for another Peugeot. Wallander put the desk pad back and looked through a packet of letters and postcards. Most of the letters were more than 10 years old, and almost all of them were from Svedberg's mother. He put them back and looked at a couple of the postcards. To his surprise, he found one that he had sent from Skagen. "The beaches here are amazing," it said. Wallander sat looking at the card for a while. That had been 3 years ago. He had taken an extended medical leave, doubting that he would ever return to active duty. He had spent part of that time wandering along Skagen's wintry and abandoned beaches. He didn't remember writing the postcard. His memories from that period in his life were few. Eventually he had returned to Ystad and started working again. He remembered Svedberg on his first day back at work. Björk had just welcomed Wallander, and the conference room grew quiet. None of them had expected him to return. The person who finally broke the silence was Svedberg. Wallander could still remember exactly what he said. "Thank God you finally came back, because I really don't think we could have made it another day without you." Wallander held on to the memory and tried to see Svedberg clearly. He was the quiet type, but someone who could often ease an uncomfortable situation. He was a good policeman, not outstanding in any way, but good, stubborn and conscientious. He didn't have a lot of imagination, and he wasn't a particularly accomplished writer. His reports were often poorly written, and they irritated the prosecutors, but he had been an important part of the team. Wallander got up and went into Svedberg's bedroom. There was no sign of the telescope. He sat down on the bed and picked up a book off the bedside table. It was called A History of the Sioux Indians and was written in English. Svedberg didn't speak very good English, but perhaps he was better at reading it. Wallander flipped through the book absent-mindedly and found himself staring at a remarkable picture of Sitting Bull. Then he got up and went into the bathroom. He opened a mirrored cabinet and found nothing that surprised him. His own bathroom cabinet was exactly the same. Now, only the living room remained. He would have preferred to skip it, but knew he couldn't. He went into the kitchen and drank a glass of water. It was close to 6 a.m., and he was very tired. Finally, he went out into the living room. Nyberg had put on knee guards and was crawling around the black leather sofa that stood against a wall. The chair was still overturned, and no one had moved the shotgun. The only thing that had been moved was Svedberg's body. Wallander looked around the room and tried to imagine the events that had taken place. What had happened right before the fatal moment, before the gun went off? But he couldn't see anything. The feeling that he was ignoring something important came over him again. He stood completely still and tried to coax the thought to the surface, but he got nothing. Nyberg came up to him and they looked at each other. "Do you understand this?" Wallander asked. "No," Nyberg answered. "It's strangely like a painting." Wallander looked closely at him. "What do you mean, a painting?" Nyberg blew his nose and carefully refolded his handkerchief. "Everything is such a mess," he said. "Chairs have been overturned, drawers pulled out, papers and china thrown all over the place. It's almost as if it's too messy." Wallander knew what he meant, although he had not yet followed this thought to its conclusion. "You mean it looks arranged?" "Of course, it's only a thought at this point. I don't have anything to back it up with." "What exactly gave you this feeling?" Nyberg pointed to a little porcelain rooster that lay on the ground. "It seems plausible to assume that it came from that shelf over there," he said, and pointed it out to Wallander. "Where else could it have come from? But if it fell because someone was pulling out the drawers and going through them, Why would it have landed all the way over here? Wallander nodded. There's probably a completely rational explanation, Nyberg said. But if so, you'll have to tell me what it is. Wallander didn't say anything. He stayed in the living room for a few more minutes, then left the flat. When he came out on the street, it was already morning. A police car stood parked outside the building, but there were no onlookers. Wallander assumed that the police officers had been instructed not to give out any information. He stood completely still and drew a couple of deep breaths. It was going to be a beautiful late summer's day. Only now was he starting to sense the overwhelming nature of his sorrow, which stemmed as much from genuine affection as from the reminder of his own mortality. Death had come close this time. It was not like when his father had died. This frightened him. It was 6:25 a.m. on Friday, 9 August. Wallander walked slowly to his car. A cement mixer started up in the distance. 10 minutes later, he walked through the doors of the police station. Chapter 6. They gathered in the conference room shortly after 8 a.m. and held an impromptu memorial service. Lisa Holgersson lit a candle at the place where Svedberg normally sat. All those at the station that morning were gathered in the room, filling it with a palpable sense of shock and sadness. Holgersson said only a few words, fighting to keep her composure. Everyone in the room prayed for her not to break down. It would make the situation unbearable. After she had spoken, they stood for a minute's silence. Uneasy images floated through Wallander's mind. He was already having trouble picturing Svedberg's face. He had experienced the same thing when his father died, and earlier with Rydberg. Although one can certainly remember the dead, it's as if they never existed, he thought. The impromptu service came to an end. People started to leave. Apart from the members of the investigative team, Holgersson was the only one to stay behind. They sat down at the table. The flame of the candle flickered when Martinsson closed one of the windows. Wallander looked questioningly at Holgersson, but she shook her head. It was his turn to speak. "We're all tired," he began. "We're upset and sad and confused. What we've always feared the most has finally occurred. Normally, we try to solve crimes, even violent crimes that do not affect people from our own world. This time it's happened in our midst, but we still have to try to approach it as if it were a regular case." He paused and looked around. No one spoke. "Let's go over the facts," Wallander said. "Then we can begin to plot our strategy. We know very little. Svedberg was shot sometime between Wednesday afternoon and Thursday evening. It happened in his flat, which shows no signs of forced entry. We can assume that the shotgun lying on the floor was the murder weapon. The flat looks like it was burgled, which may indicate that Svedberg was confronted by an armed assailant. We don't know if this was the case. It is simply a possibility. We cannot disregard other scenarios. We have to keep our search as broad as possible. We also cannot disregard the fact that Svedberg was a policeman. This may or may not be significant. We have no exact time of death yet, and a perplexing fact is that none of the neighbors heard any shots. We therefore have to wait for the autopsy report." He poured himself a glass of water and emptied it before continuing. "This is what we know. The only thing to add is that Svedberg did not turn up for work on Thursday. We all appreciate how unusual this is. He gave no reason for his absence, and the only rational assumption is that there was something preventing him from coming in. We know what that means." Nyberg interrupted him with a gesture. "I'm not a pathologist," he said, "but I doubt that Svedberg died as early as Wednesday." "Then we have to deal with the question of what could have prevented Svedberg from coming to work yesterday," Wallander said. "Why didn't he call in? When was he killed?" Wallander described his conversation with Ylva Brink. Apart from telling me about the only other relative that Svedberg was in touch with, she said something that stuck in my mind. She said that in the last few weeks Svedberg complained about feeling overworked, but he had just returned from holiday. It doesn't make any sense, particularly if you know that he didn't tend to take strenuous trips on his holiday.
Did he ever leave Ystad?
Martinsson asked. Not very often. He made a day trip to Bornholm or occasionally took the ferry to Poland. Ylva Brink confirmed this. But he seems mostly to have spent time on his two hobbies, which were Native American history and amateur astronomy. Ylva Brink told me that he owned an expensive telescope, but we haven't found it yet. I thought he went bird watching, said Hansson, who had been silent until now. Sometimes, but apparently not so often, Wallander said. I think we should assume that Ylva Brink knew him quite well, and according to her it was stars and Indians that mattered. He looked around. Why was he overworked? What does that mean? It may not be important at all, but I can't help thinking that it is.
I looked over what he was working on before our meeting, Höglund said. Just before he went on holiday, he spoke to all the parents of the young people who are missing. Which young people? Holgersson asked, surprised. Wallander explained, and Höglund continued. The last 2 days before he went on holiday, he visited the Norman, Boga, and Hillstrom families, one after the other. But I can't find any notes from those visits, even though I searched thoroughly. Wallander and Martinsson looked at each other. That can't be right, Wallander said. All three of us had a thorough meeting with those families. We had never talked about pursuing them for further questioning, since there was no indication of a crime. Well, it looks like he went and saw them anyway, Höglund said. He's noted the exact times of his visits in his calendar.
Wallander thought for a moment. That would mean that Svedberg was pursuing this on his own, without telling us about it.
That's not like him,
Martinsson said. No, Wallander agreed. It's as strange as him staying home from work without notifying anyone.
We can easily verify this information, Höglund said.
Please do, Wallander said. And find out what questions Svedberg was asking.
This whole situation is absurd, Martinsson said. We've been trying to meet with Svedberg with regard to these young people since Wednesday, and now he's gone, and here we are still talking about them.
Have there been any new developments? Holgersson asked.
Nothing apart from the fact that one of the mothers has become extremely anxious. Her daughter sent her another postcard.
Isn't that good news?
According to her, the handwriting was faked.
Who would do that? Hansson asked. Who the hell forges postcards? Checks, I understand, but postcards.
I think we should keep the two cases separate for now, Wallander said. Let's work out how to tackle the investigation of Svedberg's killer, or killers.
Nothing indicates that there was more than one, Nyberg said.
Can you be sure that there wasn't?
No.
Wallander let his palms fall flat onto the table.
We can't be sure about anything right now. We have to cast a wide net. In a couple of hours, we're going to release the news of Svedberg's death, and then we'll really have to move. This will take top priority, of course, Holgersson said. Everything else can wait.
The press conference, Wallander said. Let's take care of that right now.
A police officer has been murdered, Holgersson said. We'll tell them exactly what happened. Do we have any leads?
No. Wallander's answer was firm.
Then that's what we'll say.
How detailed should we get?
He was shot at close range. We have the murder weapon. Is there any reason to withhold that information?
Not really, Wallander said, and he looked around the table. No one had any objections.
Holgersson got up. I'd like you to be there, she said. Maybe all of you should be there. After all, a colleague and friend has been killed. They decided to meet 15 minutes before the press conference. Holgersson left. The candle went out when the door closed. Höglund lit it again.
They went through what they knew one more time and divided up the work at hand. They were returning to work mode. They were just about to stop when Martinsson raised one more issue. "We should probably decide now if the young people should be left aside for now or not." Wallander felt unsure, but he knew it was up to him. "We'll put it aside for now, at least for the next few days. Then we'll revisit it, unless, of course, Svedberg was asking some extraordinary questions." It was 9:15 a.m. Wallander got a cup of coffee and went into his office. He got out a pad of paper and wrote a single word at the top of the first page. Svedberg. Underneath it, he drew a cross that he immediately scratched out. He didn't get any further. He had been meaning to write down all the thoughts that had come to him during the night, but he put down the pen and walked to the window. The August morning was sunny and warm. The thought that there was something not quite right about this case returned. Nyberg felt there was something arranged about the murder scene. If so, then why? And by whom? He looked for Sture Björklund's number in the phone book and dialed it. The phone rang several times. "Please accept my condolences," Wallander said, when the man answered. Sture Björklund's voice sounded strained and distant. "Likewise. You probably knew my cousin better than I did. Ylva called me at 6 a.m. this morning to tell me what had happened." "Unfortunately, this will make headlines in the papers," Wallander said. "I know. As it happens, it's the second murder case in our family." "Really?" "Yes, in 1847. Or more precisely, on April 12th, 1847, a man who was Carl Evert's great-great-great-great-uncle was killed with an axe somewhere on the outskirts of Eslöv. The murderer was a soldier by the name of Brunn, who had been given a dishonorable discharge from the army for a number of reasons. The murder was simply a matter of money. Our ancestor was a cattleman and fairly wealthy." "What happened?" Wallander asked, trying to hide his impatience. "The police, which I guess consisted of a sheriff and his assistant, made heroic efforts and arrested Brunn on his way to Denmark a few days later. He was sentenced to death and executed. When Oscar I became king, he took on the business of processing death sentences blocked by his predecessor, Charles XV. As many as 14 prisoners were executed as soon as he came to power. Brunn was beheaded somewhere in the vicinity of Malmö." "What a strange story." "I did some research into our ancestry a couple of years ago. Of course, the case of Brunn and the murderer in Eslöv was already known." "If it's all right with you, I'd like to come out to see you as soon as possible." Sture Björklund immediately put up his card. "What about?" "We're trying to clarify our picture of Carl Evert." It felt unnatural to use his first name. "I didn't know him very well, though. And I have to go to Copenhagen this afternoon." "This is urgent, and it won't take much time." The man was quiet at the other end of the line. Wallander waited. "What time?" "Around 2 p.m. "I'll call Copenhagen and let them know I won't be in today." Sture Björklund gave Wallander directions. His house didn't seem hard to find. After the phone conversation, Wallander spent a half hour writing out a summary of the case. He was still searching for the thought he had had when he first saw Svedberg lying on the floor. The thought that something wasn't quite right. The same idea that had also struck Nyberg. Wallander realized that it could simply be a reaction to the unbearable and incomprehensible experience of seeing a colleague dead. But he still tried to explore what might have caused it. A little after 10 a.m., he went to get another cup of coffee. A number of people were gathered in the canteen. There was a general atmosphere of shock and dismay. Wallander lingered for a while, talking to some traffic officers. Then he walked back to his office and called Nyberg on his mobile phone. "Where are you?" Wallander asked. "Where do you think?" he replied sourly. I'm still in Svedberg's flat. You haven't seen a telescope by any chance? No. Anything else? We have a number of prints on the shotgun. We'll be able to get complete copies of at least 2 or 3 of them. Then we'll hope he's already in the database. Is that it? Yes. I'm on my way to question Svedberg's other cousin, who lives outside Hedeskogga. After that, I'll be back to do a more thorough search of the flat. We'll be done by then. I'm also planning to attend the press conference. Wallander couldn't remember Nyberg ever coming to a meeting that involved the press before. Maybe it was Nyberg's way of expressing how upset he was. Wallander was suddenly moved. Have you found any keys? He asked after a moment. There are some car keys and a key to the basement storage area. Nothing in the attic? There don't seem to be storage areas in the attic, only in the basement. You'll get the keys from me at the press conference. Wallander hung up and went to Martinsson's office. Where's Svedberg's car? He asked. The Audi. Martinsson didn't know. They asked Hansson, who didn't know either. Högland wasn't in her office. Martinsson looked at his watch. It's got to be in a car park close to the flat, he said. I think I have time to check before 11 a.m. Wallander went back to his office. He saw that people had started to send flowers. Ebba looked like she had been crying, but Wallander didn't say anything to her. He hurried past her as fast as he could. The press conference started on time. Afterwards, Wallander remembered thinking that Lisa Holgersson conducted the proceedings with dignity. He told her that no one could have done a better job. She was wearing her uniform and standing in front of a table with 2 bouquets of roses. Her speech was clear and to the point. She told the press the known facts, and her voice did not fail her this time. A respected colleague, Carl Evert Svedberg, had been found murdered in his flat. The exact time of death and the motive were not yet known, but there were indications that Svedberg was attacked by an armed burglar. The police did not have any leads. She concluded by describing Svedberg's career and his character. Wallander thought her description of Svedberg was very good, not exaggerated in any way. Wallander answered the few questions that were asked. Nyberg described the murder weapon as a Lambert Baron shotgun. It was all over in half an hour. Afterwards, Holgersson was interviewed by the Sydney newspaper, while Wallander spoke to some reporters from the evening papers. It was only when they asked him to pose outside the block of flats on Lillenåregaten that he let his impatience show. At midday, Holgersson asked the members of the investigative team to a simple lunch at her home. Wallander and Holgersson spoke about some of their memories of Svedberg. Wallander was the only one who had heard Svedberg explain why he had decided to become a police officer. He was afraid of the dark, Wallander said. That's what he said. The fear had been with him since his earliest childhood, and he had never been able to understand it or overcome it. He became a police officer because he thought it would be a way to fight this fear, but it never left him. A little before 1:30 p.m., they returned to the station. Wallander drove back with Martinsson. She handled that very well, Martinsson said. Lisa's good at her job, Wallander answered. But you knew that already, didn't you? Martinsson didn't answer. Wallander suddenly remembered something. Did you find the Audi? There's a private car park at the back of the building. It was there. I looked it over. Did you see a telescope in the boot? There was only a spare tire and a pair of boots, and a can of insecticide in the glove compartment. August is the month for bees, Wallander said glumly. They went their separate ways when they arrived at the station. Wallander had got a bunch of keys from Nyberg at the lunch, but before he returned to the flat, he drove to Hedeskogga. Sture Björklund's directions were very clear, Wallander thought, as he turned into a little farmhouse that lay just outside the town. There was a fountain in front of the house, and the large lawn had plaster statues dotted all over it. Wallander saw to his surprise that they all looked like devils, all with terrifying, gaping jaws. He wondered briefly what he would have expected a professor of sociology to have in his garden, but his thoughts were interrupted by a man wearing boots, a worn leather coat, and a torn straw hat. He was very tall and thin. Through the tear in the hat, Wallander could see one similarity between Svedberg and his cousin. They were both bald. Wallander was thrown for a moment. He hadn't expected Professor Björklund to look like this. His face was sunburnt and had a couple of days' worth of stubble. Wallander wondered whether professors in Copenhagen really appeared unshaven at their lectures. But then he reminded himself that the semester had not yet started, and that Björklund probably had other business across the strait. "I hope this isn't too much of an inconvenience," Wallander said. Sture Björklund threw his head back and laughed. Wallander noted a certain amount of derision in his laughter. "There's a woman I meet in Copenhagen every Friday," Sture Björklund said. "I suppose you would call her a mistress. Do policemen in the Swedish countryside have mistresses?" "Hardly," Wallander said. "It's an ingenious solution to the problems of coexistence," Björklund said. "Each time may be the last. There's no codependence, no late-night discussions that might get out of hand and lead to things like furniture buying or pretending that one takes the idea of marriage seriously." This man in the straw hat with the shrill laugh was starting to get on Wallander's nerves. "Well, murder is something to take seriously," he said. Sture Björklund nodded and took off the hat, as if he felt compelled to show a sign of something resembling mourning. "Let's go in," he said. The house was not like anything Wallander had ever seen before. From the outside it looked like a typical Scanian farmhouse, but the world that Wallander entered was completely unexpected. There were no walls left on the inside of the house. It was simply one big room that stretched all the way to the rafters. Here and there were little tower-like structures with spiral staircases made out of wrought iron and wood. There was almost no furniture, and the walls were bare. One of the walls at the end of the house was entirely taken up by a large aquarium. Sture Björklund led him to a huge wooden table flanked by a church pew and a wooden stool. "I've always thought that chairs should be hard," Björklund said. "Uncomfortable chairs force you to finish what you have to do more quickly, whether it's eating, thinking, or talking to a policeman." Wallander sat down in the pew. It really was very uncomfortable. "If my notes are correct, you're a professor at Copenhagen University," he said. "I teach sociology, but I try to keep my course load down to an absolute minimum. My own research is what interests me, and I can do that from home." "This is probably not relevant, but what is it you do your research on?" "Man's relationship to monsters." Wallander wondered if Sture Björklund was joking. He waited for him to continue. "Monsters in the Middle Ages were not the same as they were in the 18th century. My ideas are not the same as those of future generations will be. It's a complicated and fascinating world. Hell, the home of old terror, is constantly changing. Above all, this kind of work gives me a chance to make extra money, a factor which is not insignificant." "In what way?" "I work as a consultant for American film companies that make horror movies. Without boasting, I think I can claim to be one of the most sought-after consultants in the world when it comes to commercial terror. There's some Japanese man in Hawaii, but other than that, it's just me." Just as Wallander was starting to wonder if the man sitting across from him on the little stool was insane, he handed him a drawing that had been lying on the table. "I've interviewed 7-year-olds in Ystad about monsters. I've tried to incorporate their ideas into my own work and have come up with this figure. The Americans love him. He's going to get the starring role in a cartoon series aimed at frightening 7- and 8-year-olds. Wallander looked at the picture. It was extremely unpleasant. He put it down. "What do you think, Inspector?" "You can call me Kurt." "What do you think?" "It's unpleasant. We live in an unpleasant world." He laid the straw hat on the table, and Wallander smelt a strong odor of sweat. "I've just decided to cancel my telephone service," he said. 5 years ago, I got rid of the TV. Now I'm getting rid of the phone." "Isn't that a little impractical?" Björklund looked at him seriously. "I'm going to exercise my right to decide when I want to have contact with the outside world. I'll keep the computer, of course, but the phone is going." Wallander nodded and took the opportunity to change the subject. "Your cousin, Karl Everett Svedberg, has been killed. Apart from Ylva Brink, you are the only remaining relative. When was the last time you saw him?" "About 3 weeks ago." "Can you be more precise?" "Friday, July 19th at 4:30 p.m. The answer came so quickly that Wallander was surprised. "How can you remember the time of day so well?" "We had decided to meet at that time. I was going to Scotland to see some friends, and Carla was going to house-sit, like he always did. That was really the only time we saw each other, when I was going away and when I came back." "What was involved in house-sitting?" "He lived here." The answer came as a surprise to Wallander, but he had no reason to doubt Björklund. "This happened regularly?" "For the last 10 years, at least. It was a wonderful arrangement." Wallander thought for a moment. "When did you come back?" "July 27th. Carla picked me up at the airport and drove me home. We chatted for a bit, and then he went back to Ystad." "Did you have the feeling that he was overworked?" Björklund threw his head back and laughed his shrill laugh again. "I take it you meant that as a joke. But isn't it disrespectful to joke about the dead?" "I meant the question seriously." Björklund smiled. "I suppose we can all seem a bit overworked if we indulge in passionate relationships with women, can't we?" Wallander stared at Björklund. "What do you mean?" "Carla met his woman here while I was gone. That was part of the arrangement. They lived here whenever I went to Scotland or anywhere else." Wallander gasped. "You seem surprised," Björklund said. "Was it always the same woman? What was her name?" "Louise." "What was her last name?" "I don't know. I never met her. Carla was quite secretive about her. Or perhaps one should say discreet." Wallander was caught completely by surprise. He had never heard of Svedberg having any relationship with a woman, let alone a long-term one. "What else do you know about her?" "Nothing." "But Carla must have said something." "Never. And I never asked. Our family is not one for idle curiosity." Wallander had nothing more to ask. What he needed now was time to digest this latest piece of information. He got up, and Björklund raised his eyebrows. "Was that it?" "For now. But you'll hear from me again." Björklund followed him out. It was warm, and there was almost no breeze. "Do you have any idea who might have killed him?" Wallander asked when they reached his car. "Wasn't there a break-in? Who knows what criminal is lurking just around the corner?" They shook hands, and Wallander got into the car. He had just started the engine when Björklund leaned down to the window. "There's just one more thing," he said. "Louise changed her hair color pretty often." "How do you know?" "The hairs left in the bathroom. One year it was red, then black, then blonde. It was always different." "But you think it was the same woman?" "I actually think Carla was very much in love with her." Wallander nodded. Then he drove away. It was 3 p.m. One thing was certain, Wallander thought. Svedberg, our friend and colleague, may have been dead for just a couple of days, but we already know more about him than when he was alive. At 3:10 p.m., Wallander parked his car in the town square and walked up to Lille Norregaten. Without knowing why, he quickened his step. Something about this had suddenly become a matter of urgency. Chapter 7. Wallander went down into the basement. The steep stairs gave him the feeling that he was on his way to something far deeper than a normal basement, that he was journeying to the underworld. He arrived at a blue steel door, found the right key among the ones Nyberg had given him, and unlocked it. It was dark inside, and the air smelt dank and musty. He took out the torch he had brought with him from the car and let the beam travel over the walls until he found the light switch. It was placed unusually low, as if for very small people. He walked into a narrow corridor with storage areas behind grills on both sides. It occurred to him that Swedish basement storage lockers were not unlike rough prison cells, except that they didn't contain prisoners, but instead guarded old sofas, skis, and piles of suitcases. Svedberg's storage locker was all the way at the end of the corridor. The wire netting was reinforced with steel bars. A padlock hung around 2 of the bars. Svedberg must have reinforced this himself, Wallander thought. Is there something in there that he couldn't risk losing? Wallander put on a pair of rubber gloves, opened the lock carefully, then turned on the light in the storage area and looked around. It was full of the things one would expect, and it took him only about an hour to go through everything there. He found nothing unusual. Finally, he straightened up, looked around again, looking for something that should have been there but wasn't, like the expensive telescope. He left the basement and locked it up. He came back up into daylight. Since he was thirsty, he walked over to a cafe on the south side of the main square and drank some mineral water and a cup of coffee. He fought an inner battle over buying a Danish pastry. He knew he shouldn't, but did it anyway. Less than half an hour later, he was back at the door of Svedberg's flat. It was deathly silent inside. Wallander held his breath before going in. The usual police tape was plastered across the door. He unpeeled the tape from the lock, got out the key, and let himself in. Immediately, he heard the cement mixer from the street. He walked into the living room, cast an involuntary glance at the spot where Svedberg had lain, and walked over to the window. The rumble of the cement mixer seemed magnified among the buildings. Construction materials were being unloaded from a large truck. A thought suddenly came to Wallander. He left the flat and walked down to the street. An older man who had taken his shirt off was spraying water into the mixer. The man nodded at Wallander and seemed to know immediately that he was a police officer. "It's terrible! What happened?" he yelled above the sound of the mixer. "I need to speak to you," Wallander yelled back. The man called out to a younger worker who was smoking in the shade. He came over and grabbed the hose. They went around the corner where it was quieter. "Do you know what has happened?" Wallander asked him. "Some policeman by the name of Svedberg was shot." "That's right. What I want you to tell me is how long you've been working here. It looks like you're just getting started." "We started on Monday. We're rebuilding the entryway to the building." "When did you start using the mixer?" The man thought about it. "It must have been on Tuesday at around 11 a.m. "Has it been on since then?" "Pretty much continuously, from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m., sometimes even a little longer." "Has it been in the same spot the whole time?" "Yes." "So you've had a clear view of everyone coming and going from the building?" The man suddenly realized the importance of Wallander's question and became very serious. "Of course, you don't know the people who live here," Wallander said.
But you've probably seen a number of people more than once.
I don't know what that policeman looked like, if that's what you're asking.
Wallander hadn't thought of this. I'll get someone to come down and show you a photograph. What's your name?
Niels Lindman, like the man who does those nature programs.
Wallander was, of course, familiar with Niels Lindman, the Swedish television personality. Have you noticed anything unusual during the time you've been working here? Wallander asked, while he desperately searched for something to write on.
How do you mean?
Someone who may have seemed very nervous, or as if they were in a hurry. Sometimes you notice things that just don't seem quite right. Lindman thought it over, and Wallander waited. He needed to pee again.
No,
Lindman said finally.
I can't think of anything. But Robban may have seen something.
Robban?
The young guy who took over for me. But I doubt it. I think the only thing on his mind is his motorbike.
We'd better ask him, Wallander said. And if you think of anything later, please call me right away. For once, Wallander had a card with him, which Lindman tucked into the front pocket of his baggy overalls.
I'll get Robban.
The ensuing conversation with Robban was very brief. His full name was Robert Tarnberg, and he had heard only vague mention of someone being killed in the building. He had not noticed anything unusual. Wallander suspected he wouldn't even have noticed an elephant walking across the street, so he didn't bother giving him his card. He returned to the flat. At least he now had a satisfactory answer for why no one had heard the shots. He went out into the kitchen and called the station. Högland was the only one available. Wallander asked her to come down with a photo of Svedberg to show to the construction workers.
We already have officers down there going door to door, she said.
But they seemed to have overlooked the workers. Wallander walked out into the hall, then stopped, and tried to rid himself of all extraneous thoughts. Many years ago, when Wallander had just moved to Ystad from Malmö, Rydberg had given him the following advice. Slowly peel away all the extraneous layers. There are tracks and marks left at every crime scene, like shadows of the event itself. That's what you have to find. Wallander opened the front door and immediately noticed at least one detail that wasn't right. In a basket under the hall mirror there was a stack of newspapers, all copies of the local paper, Ystad Allehanda, which Svedberg subscribed to. But there was no copy on the floor under the post slot, although at least one should have been there. Maybe even 2 or 3 by now. Someone had moved them. He walked into the kitchen and saw that the Wednesday and Thursday editions lay on the counter. Friday's edition lay on the kitchen table. Wallander called Nyberg's mobile phone. He answered right away. Wallander started by telling him about the cement mixer. Nyberg sounded doubtful.
Sound travels inwards. People on the street would be unable to hear shots from inside if the cement mixer had been on, but inside the building it would be a different story. Sound travels differently in buildings. I read about it somewhere.
Maybe we should do some test shots, Wallander said, with and without the cement mixer on, and without telling the neighbors about it beforehand. Nyberg agreed. But what I'm really calling about is the paper, Wallander said. Ystad Allehanda.
I put it on the kitchen table, Nyberg said. But someone else is responsible for the ones lying on the counter.
We should test them for prints, Wallander said. We don't know who might have put them there. Nyberg was silent for a moment.
You're right. How the hell could I have missed it?
I won't touch them, Wallander told him.
How long are you going to be there?
2 or 3 hours at least.
I'll come down.
Wallander pulled out one of the kitchen drawers and found a couple of pens and a pad of paper where he remembered seeing them before. He wrote down Niels Lindman's and Robert Tarnberg's names and noted that someone should talk to the newspaper delivery person. Then he returned to the hall. Traces and shadows, Riedberg had told him. He held his breath while he let his gaze travel over the room. The leather coat Svedberg wore both winter and summer hung by the door. Wallander searched the pockets and found his wallet. Nyberg has been sloppy, he thought. He returned with it to the kitchen and emptied the contents onto the table. There was 847 kroner, a cash card, a card for petrol, and some personal identification cards. Detective Inspector Svedberg, he read. He compared the police ID and the driver's license. The photo on the driver's license was the older. Svedberg stared glumly into the lens. It looked like it had been taken in the summertime. The top of Svedberg's head was sunburned. Louise should have told you to wear a hat, Wallander thought. Louise. Only 2 people claimed she existed, Svedberg and his cousin, the monster maker. But he had never seen her, only strands of her hair. Wallander made a face. It didn't make sense. He picked up the phone and called Ylva Brink at the hospital. He was told she would be in that evening. Wallander looked up her home phone number and got her machine. He went back to the contents of the wallet. The photo on the police ID was recent. Svedberg's face was a little fuller, but just as glum. Wallander looked through the rest of the contents and found some stamps. That was all. He got out a plastic bag and dumped everything into it. Then he went out into the hall for the 3rd time. Peel everything away. Find the traces, Riedberg had said. Wallander went into the bathroom and relieved himself. He thought about what Sture Björklund had said about the different colored hairs. The only thing that Wallander knew about the woman in Svedberg's life was that she dyed her hair. He went out into the living room and stood beside the overturned chair. Then he changed his mind. You're proceeding too quickly, Riedberg would have told him. Traces of a crime need to be coaxed out, not rushed. He returned to the kitchen and called Ylva Brink again. This time she answered. I hope I'm not disturbing you, he said. I know you work all night. I can't sleep anyway, she said. A lot of questions have come up, and I need to ask you some of them right away. Wallander told her about his talk with Sture Björklund and Björklund's claim that Svedberg had a woman called Louise. He never told me any of this, she said when Wallander had finished. He sensed that the information disturbed her. Who never told you? Kalle or Sture? Neither one. Let's start with Sture. What kind of relationship do you two have? Are you surprised that he never told you about this? I just can't believe it. But why would he lie? I don't know. Wallander realized that the conversation needed to be continued in person. He looked at the time. It was 5:40 p.m. He needed another hour in the flat. It's probably best if we meet, he suggested. I'm free after 7 p.m. tonight. How about at the station? That's close to the hospital, and I could come by on my way to work. Wallander hung up and returned to the living room. He approached the broken and overturned chair, looked around the room, trying to imagine the actions that had taken place. Svedberg had been shot straight on. Nyberg had mentioned the possibility that the buckshot had entered slightly from below, suggesting that the killer held the shotgun at hip or chest level. The bloodstain on the wall confirmed this upward trajectory. Svedberg must have then fallen to the left, most probably taking the chair down with him, at which point one of its arms broke. But had he been about to sit down or get up? Wallander realized the importance of this at once. If Svedberg had been sitting in the chair, he must have known his killer. If a burglar had surprised him, he would hardly have sat down or remained sitting. Wallander went over to the spot where the shotgun had been found. He turned around and looked at the room from his new vantage point. This may not have been the point from which the shot was fired, but it would have been close. He kept still and tried to coax the shadows from their hiding places. The feeling that something about the case was very strange grew stronger. Had Svedberg come in from the hall and surprised the burglar? If this was the case, he would have been in the way. This would also have been true if Svedberg had entered from the bedroom. It was reasonable to assume that a burglar would not have had the shotgun at the ready. Svedberg would no doubt have tried to attack him. He may have been afraid of the dark, but he was certainly not afraid to take action when necessary. The cement mixer was suddenly turned off. Wallander listened. The sound of traffic was not very loud. There is another alternative, he thought. The person who entered the flat was someone Svedberg knew. He knew him so well that it would not have worried him to see the shotgun. Then something happened. Svedberg was killed, and the unknown assailant turned the flat inside out looking for something. Perhaps he simply tried to make it look like a burglary. Wallander thought about the telescope again. It was missing, but who could say if anything else was gone? Maybe Ylva Brink would know the answer. Wallander went up to the window and looked down at the street. Niels Lindman was locking up a work shed. Robert Tarnberg must already have gone. He had heard the roar of a motorbike being started up a couple of minutes ago. The doorbell rang. Wallander jumped. He opened the door, and Ann-Britt Högland came in. "The construction workers have gone home," Wallander said. "You're too late."
I showed them Svedberg's picture. No one saw him, or at least they don't remember it.
They sat down in the kitchen, and Wallander told her about his meeting with Sture Björklund. She listened attentively.
"If he's right, then that changes our picture of Svedberg quite dramatically," she said, when Wallander finished.
"Why did he keep her a secret for so long?" Wallander asked.
Maybe she was married?
An illicit affair? Do you think they met only at Björklund's house? That doesn't seem feasible. They only had access to it a couple of times a year. She can't have come to this flat without anyone ever seeing her.
Whatever the case, we have to find her, Högland answered.
There's something else I've been thinking about, Wallander said slowly. If he kept her a secret, what else might he have hidden from us? He could see she was following his train of thought.
You don't think it's a burglary?
I doubt it. A telescope is missing, and Ylva Brink may be able to tell us if anything else is gone, but it doesn't add up. There's no coherence to the scene of the crime.
We've checked his bank accounts, Högland said. At least the ones we've managed to find. There's nothing of note, no outlandish deposits or debts. He has a loan of 25,000 kroner for his car. The bank said that Svedberg always managed his affairs conscientiously.
One shouldn't speak ill of the dead, Wallander said. But to tell the truth, I thought he was downright miserly.
How do you mean?
We'd always share the tab when we went out, but I'd always leave the tip.
Högland slowly shook her head. It's funny how differently we can see people. I never thought of him like that.
Wallander told her about the cement mixer. He had just finished when they both heard a key turning in the lock. They were both struck by the same fleeting sense of dread until they heard Nyberg clearing his throat.
Those damn newspapers, he said. I don't know how I could have overlooked them.
He put them into a plastic bag and sealed it. When can we find out about Prince? Wallander asked.
Monday, at the earliest.
What about the autopsy report?
Hansson's in charge, Högland said, but it should be done pretty quickly.
Wallander asked Nyberg to sit down, then recounted the story of Louise one more time.
That sounds completely implausible, Nyberg said. Was there a more confirmed bachelor than Svedberg? What about his lone sauna stints on Friday evenings?
It's even more implausible that a professor at Copenhagen University is lying to us, Wallander said. We have to assume he's telling the truth.
What if Svedberg simply invented her? If I understood you correctly, no one actually saw her.
Wallander thought about this. Could Louise be a figment of Svedberg's imagination? What about the hairs in Björklund's bathtub? They're clearly not an invention.
Why would anyone invent a story like that about himself? Nyberg asked.
Because he's lonely, Höglund answered. People can go to great lengths to invent the companionship missing from their lives.
Have you found any hairs in the bathroom? Wallander asked. No, Nyberg answered. But I'll go and have another look.
Wallander got up. Come with me for a minute, he said. They went into the living room, and Wallander walked them through the various thoughts that had come to him. I'm trying to come up with a provisional starting point for this case, he said. If this is a burglary, there are many issues that need clearing up. How did the killer enter? Why was he carrying a shotgun? At what point did Svedberg appear? What, besides the telescope, has been stolen? And why was Svedberg shot? There's no sign of a struggle. There's a mess in almost every room, but I doubt they chased each other around the flat. I can't get the various pieces to fit together, and so I ask myself, what happens if we push the burglary hypothesis aside for a moment? What do we see then? Is it a matter of revenge? Insanity? Since there's a woman in the picture, we can entertain the idea of jealousy. But would a woman shoot Svedberg in the face? I doubt it. What other possibilities are there? No one spoke. This silence confirmed Wallander's impression that there was no obvious logic to this case, no simple way to categorize it as a burglary, crime of passion, or something else. There was no apparent reason for Svedberg's murder.
Can I leave now? Nyberg said finally. I still have some reports to finish tonight. We're going to have another meeting tomorrow morning. What time?
We'll aim for 9 a.m. Nyberg left the other two in the living room. I've tried to see an unfolding drama, Wallander said. What do you see? He knew that Höglund could be sharp-sighted, and there was nothing wrong with her analytical skills. What if we start with the state of the flat? Yes? What then? There are 3 possible explanations for the mess. A nervous or hurried burglar, a person looking for something, which of course could also apply to a burglar, although he wouldn't know what he was looking for. The third possibility is a person bent on destruction for its own sake. Vandalism. Wallander followed her train of thought closely. There's a fourth possibility. A person who acts out of uncontrollable rage. They looked at each other, and each knew what the other was thinking. Occasionally, Svedberg would become so angry that he lost all self-control. His rage seemed to come out of the blue. Once he had almost destroyed his office. Svedberg could have done this himself, Wallander said. It's not totally out of the realm of possibility. We know it's happened before. It leads us to a very important question. Why? Exactly. Why? I was there when Svedberg trashed his office, but I never understood why he did it, Höglund said. It was when Björk was chief of police. He accused Svedberg of stealing confiscated material. What kind of material? Some valuable Lithuanian icons, among other things, Wallander answered. It was loot from a big racketeering case. So Svedberg was accused of stealing? No, incompetence and sloppy police work. But, of course, the suspicion was implicit. What came of it? Svedberg felt humiliated and smashed everything in his office. Did the icons ever turn up? No, but no one was ever able to prove anything. The racketeers were prosecuted successfully anyway. But Svedberg felt humiliated? Yes. Unfortunately, it doesn't help us. Svedberg trashes his own flat, but then what? We don't know, Wallander said. They left the living room. Did you ever hear of Svedberg receiving threats? Wallander asked her when they had reached the hall.
No.
Has anyone else received any?
You know how it is. Strange letters and calls are par for the course. But naturally there would be a record of it.
Why don't you go through everything that's come in lately? Wallander said. I'd also like you to talk to whoever delivers the newspapers. Högland wrote his requests in her notebook. Wallander opened the front door.
At least it wasn't Svedberg's gun, she said. He had no registered weapons.
That's good to know. She started walking down the stairs, and Wallander returned to the kitchen. He drank a glass of water and thought that he should eat something soon. He was tired. He sat down with his head against the wall and fell asleep. He was surrounded by snowy mountains that sparkled in the strong sun. His skis looked like the ones he had seen down in Svedberg's basement. He was going faster and faster, and he was heading straight down towards a thick layer of fog. Suddenly a ravine opened up in front of him. He woke up with a start. He looked at the kitchen clock and saw that he had been asleep for 11 minutes. He sat still and listened to the silence. Then the phone rang. It was Martinsson.
I thought that's where you were.
Has anything happened?
Eva Hillström has been to see me again.
What did she want?
She said she was going to go to the papers if we don't do something.
Wallander thought for a moment before answering. I think I may have been misguided this morning, he said. I've been meaning to talk about it tomorrow morning anyway.
What about?
Naturally, our first priority is Svedberg, but we can't shelve the case of the missing young people. Somehow we have to find the time to do both.
How are we going to do that?
I don't know. But it's not the first time we've had so much work to do.
I promised Mrs. Hillström I would call her after speaking with you.
Good. Try to calm her down. We're going to move on it.
Are you coming by?
I'm on my way. I'm going to see Ylva Brink.
Do you think we'll solve Svedberg's murder?
Wallander sensed Martinsson's concern. Yes, he said. Of course we will. But I have a feeling it'll be complicated. He hung up. Some pigeons flew by the window, and a thought suddenly came to Wallander. Högland had said that the murder weapon was not registered in Svedberg's name. The reasonable conclusion to make was that Svedberg had no weapons. But reality was rarely reasonable. Weren't there countless unregistered guns floating around Swedish society? It was a constant source of concern for the police. Couldn't a police officer, in fact, also possibly be in possession of an unregistered weapon? What would that mean? What if the murder weapon did belong to Svedberg? Wallander felt his sense of urgency return. He got up quickly and left the flat. Chapter 8. Istvan Keshkemetti had come to Sweden exactly 40 years earlier, part of that stream of Hungarian immigrants who were forced to leave their country after the failed revolution. He had been 14 years old when he came to Sweden with his parents and his 3 younger siblings. His father was an engineer who, at the end of the 1920s, had visited the separator factories outside of Stockholm. That's where he was hoping to find work. But they never got further than Trelleborg. On the way down the steep stairs of the ferry terminal, he suffered a stroke. His second encounter with Swedish soil was when his body smacked into the wet asphalt. He was buried in the graveyard in Trelleborg. The family stayed in Skåne, and now Istvan was 54 years old. He had long been the owner and manager of one of the many pizzerias dotting the length of Ystad's Hamngaten. Wallander had heard Istvan's story a long time ago. Wallander ate there from time to time, and if there weren't many customers around, Istvan would happily sit down and talk. It was 6:30 p.m. when Wallander walked in, with half an hour to spare before meeting Ylva Brink. There were no other customers, just as Wallander had expected. From the kitchen came the sound of a radio and of someone banging a meat cleaver. Istvan was just finishing a phone call by the bar and waved to Wallander as he sat down at a table in the corner. He came over with a serious expression. "Is it true what I've heard, that a policeman is dead?" "Unfortunately, yes," Wallander answered. "Karl Everett Svedberg. Did you meet him?" "I don't think he ever came in," Istvan said. "Do you want a beer? It's on the house." Wallander shook his head. "I'd like to have something that's quick," he said, "and appropriate for someone with high blood sugar levels." Istvan looked at him with concern. "Have you become diabetic?" "No, but my sugar level is too high." "Then you are a diabetic." "Well, perhaps temporarily. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. How about a small steak, sautéed in a little oil, and a green salad?" "That sounds good." Istvan left, and Wallander wondered why he reacted as if diabetes was something to be ashamed of. Maybe it wasn't so strange. He hated the fact that he was overweight. He wanted to pretend the problem wasn't there. As usual, he ate much too fast. He drank a cup of coffee while Istvan was tending to a group of Polish tourists. Wallander was happy to avoid having to answer questions about Svedberg's murder. He paid his bill and left. He got to the police station just after 7 p.m. Ylva Brink had not yet arrived. He went straight to Martinsson's office. Hansson was also there. "How's it going?" he asked. "There are almost no leads from the public, which is a little unusual." "Anything from Lund?" "Not yet," Hansson said. "We'll have to wait until Monday." "We need to establish the time of death," Wallander said. "As soon as we get that, we'll have a starting point." "I've checked the files," Martinsson said. "Neither the murder nor the burglary matches any previous case." "We don't know it was a burglary," Wallander said. "What else could it have been?" "I don't know." "I have to go and see Ylva Brink now. I'll see you two tomorrow at 9 a.m. He went to his office and found a note on his desk from Lisa Holgersson, who wanted to speak to him as soon as possible. Wallander tried to call her, but she had left. Wallander decided to call her at home later that evening. A few minutes later, Ylva Brink arrived. Wallander asked her if she wanted some coffee, but she said no. He decided to use a tape recorder for this interview. Normally, he found it distracting, as if a third party were eavesdropping on the person he was interviewing, but he wanted to have access to this conversation word for word. He asked Ylva Brink if she had any objections, but she didn't. "It's not like it's an interrogation," he said. "It's just that I want to remember what we talk about. This machine is better at that than I am." He pushed the record button and the tape started turning. It was 7:19 p.m. "Friday, August 9th, 1996, Wallander stated. "Interview with Ylva Brink in connection with Inspector Karl Everett Svedberg's death by manslaughter or homicide." "Well, what other possibilities are there?" she asked. "Police language is full of these redundant expressions," Wallander said. He, too, had thought that it sounded stilted. "It's been a few hours," he began. "You've had some time to think. You've probably been asking yourself why it happened. A murder often seems senseless to everyone except the murderer." "I still can't quite believe it's true. I talked to my husband several hours ago. It's possible to place satellite calls to the boat. He thought I was crazy, but when I heard the words come out of my mouth, the reality hit me. I would have liked to be able to wait before pressing you to talk about it, but we can't wait. We have to catch the killer as soon as possible. He has a head start, and it's getting bigger all the time." She seemed to be steeling herself for his first real question. "This woman Louise," Wallander said. "Apparently Karl Everett had been meeting her for years. Did you ever see her?" "No." "Did you ever hear him talk about her?" "No." "What was your first reaction when I told you about her?" "I didn't think it was true." "What do you think now?"
That is true, but still completely incomprehensible.
You and Carl Everett must have talked at some point about why he had never married. What did he say?
That he was a confirmed bachelor and happy that way.
Was there anything unusual about the way he said this?
How do you mean?
Did he seem nervous? Could you tell if he was lying?
He was completely convincing.
Wallander detected a note of hesitation in her voice. I had the feeling you might just have thought of something. She didn't answer immediately. The tape recorder was whirring in the background.
Occasionally, I wondered if he was different.
You mean if he was gay?
Yes.
Why did that occur to you?
Isn't it a natural reaction?
Wallander recalled that he himself had sometimes been conscious of this possibility. Yes, of course it is.
It came up in conversation once. He was invited over for Christmas dinner, quite a few years ago. We were discussing whether or not a person that we both knew was homosexual. I remember very clearly how vehemently disgusted he was.
By the friend's supposed homosexuality?
By homosexuality in general. It was very unpleasant. I had always considered him a tolerant person.
What happened after that?
Nothing. We never spoke of it again.
Wallander thought for a moment. How do you think we could go about finding this Louise?
I have no idea.
Since he never left Eastad, she must live here or in the near vicinity.
I suppose so.
She looked at her watch. When do you have to be at work? Wallander asked.
In half an hour. I don't like to be late.
Just like Carl Everett. He was always very punctual.
Yes, he was. What's that saying? Someone you could set your watch by?
What kind of a person was he? Really?
You've already asked me that.
Well, I'm asking you again.
He was nice.
How do you mean?
Nice. A nice person. I don't know how else to put it. He was a nice person who could sometimes fly into a rage, although that didn't happen very often. He was a little shy, dutiful. Some people probably thought him boring. He might have seemed a bit aloof and slow, but he was intelligent.
Wallander thought her description of Svedberg was accurate and close to something he might have said if their roles had been reversed. Who was his best friend? Her answer shocked him.
I thought you were.
Me?
He always said so. Kurt Wallander is the best friend I have.
Wallander was dumbstruck. For him, Svedberg had always been a colleague. They never saw each other outside of work. He hadn't become a friend in the way Rydberg had been, and that Högland was slowly becoming. That comes as quite a surprise, he said finally. I didn't think of him in that way.
But he may have considered you his best friend regardless of what you thought.
Of course. Wallander suddenly realized how lonely Svedberg must have been. His definition of friendship had been grounded on the lowest common denominator, an absence of animosity. He stared into the tape recorder, then forced himself to continue. Did he have any other friends or people he spent a lot of time with?
He was in contact with a society for the study of Native American culture. I think it was called Indian Science, but their activities were mainly conducted by correspondence.
Anything else?
Sometimes he mentioned a retired bank director who lives in town. They shared an interest in astronomy.
What was his name? She thought for a moment.
Sundelius. Bror Sundelius. I never met him myself.
Wallander made a note of the name. Anyone else you can think of?
Just me and my husband.
Wallander changed the subject. Do you recall anything unusual during his last weeks? Was he anxious, or did he seem distracted?
He didn't say anything except that he felt overworked.
But he didn't say why?
No.
Wallander realized he had forgotten to ask her something. Did it surprise you that he said he was overworked?
No, not at all.
So he usually mentioned how he was feeling?
I should have thought of this before, she said. There's one more thing I would add to my description of him. That he was a hypochondriac. The smallest little ache would worry him enormously, and he was terrified of germs.
Wallander could see him, the way he was always running to the bathroom to wash his hands. He always avoided people with colds. She looked at the clock again. Time was running out. Did he own any weapons?
Not that I know of.
Is there anything else you would like to tell me? Anything that seems important?
I'm going to miss him. Maybe he wasn't such an extraordinary person, but he was the most honorable person I knew. I'm going to miss him.
Wallander turned off the tape recorder and followed her out. For a moment, she seemed helpless.
What am I going to do about the funeral? She asked. Sturra thinks the dead should be scattered to the wind without priests and rites. But I don't know what his own thoughts were.
He didn't leave a will?
Not that I know of. I'm sure he would have told me.
Did he have a safe deposit box at the bank?
No.
Would you have known about it?
Yes.
The police will attend the funeral, of course, Wallander said. I'll ask Lisa Holgersson to be in touch. Ylva Brink went out through the front glass doors. Wallander returned to his office. Yet another name had cropped up. Bror Sundelius. As Wallander looked him up in the phone book, he thought about the conversation with Ylva Brink. What had she really told him that he hadn't already known? That Louise was a well-kept secret. A well-guarded secret, Wallander thought. He made some notes to himself. Why would you keep a woman's secret for so long? Ylva Brink had told him about Svedberg's strong aversion to homosexuality, and about his hypochondria. She had also said he met with a retired bank director from time to study the night sky. Wallander laid down his pen and leaned back in his chair. For the most part, his picture of Svedberg remained the same. The only revelation was this woman, Louise, and nothing seemed to point to an explanation of his death. He felt that he suddenly saw the whole drama clearly in front of him. Svedberg had failed to show up for work because he was already dead. He had caught a burglar by surprise who shot him on the spot, then fled with the telescope in his arms. The crime was unpremeditated, banal, and horrifying. There was no other possible explanation. It was 8:10 p.m. Wallander called Lisa Holgersson at home. She wanted to talk about the funeral, and he told her to contact Ylva Brink. Then he told her what they had learned over the course of the afternoon. He also told her that he was starting to lean towards the violent and heavily drugged burglar theory.
The National Chief of Police has called me, she said. He wanted to express his condolences and his concern.
In that order?
Yes, thank God.
Wallander told her he had arranged a meeting the next morning at 9 a.m. and promised to keep her abreast of any developments. After he had hung up, Wallander dialed the number for Sundelius, but there was no answer, or even an answer phone. Once he put the phone down again, he felt somewhat at a loss. Where should he go from here? He felt a growing impatience, but knew he had to wait for the autopsy report and the forensic evidence to come in. He started to replay the conversation with Ylva Brink and thought about the last thing she had said. that Svedberg was honorable. There was a knock at the door, and Martinsson entered.
"There's a bunch of impatient reporters at the door," he said.
Wallander made a face. "We don't have anything new to tell them."
"I think they'll make do with something old, just as long as they get something."
"Can't you send them away for now? Promise them a press conference as soon as we feel we have something to report."
"Have you forgotten the orders that came from on high, instructing us to get along smoothly with the press?" Martinsson said, his voice heavy with irony.
Wallander hadn't forgotten. The National Chief of Police had recently issued directives to improve relations between the various police districts and local media. Reporters were now to be welcomed and treated with kid gloves. Wallander got up heavily. "I'll talk to them," he said. It took him 20 minutes to convince the reporters that he had no new information to give them. He almost lost his temper towards the end, when they continued to regard his claim with suspicion. But he managed to control himself, and the reporters finally left. He got a cup of coffee from the canteen and went back to his office. He called Sundelius once more, without success. The phone rang. More reporters, Wallander thought despondently, but it was Sten Vidén.
"Where are you?"
Vidén asked.
"I realize you have a lot going on, and you have my condolences, but I've been waiting here for a while now."
Wallander swore under his breath. He had completely forgotten his promise to visit Sten Vidén at his horse ranch near the castle ruins at Stjärnsund. They had been friends since childhood and shared a passion for opera. As adults, they had started to grow apart. Wallander became a police officer, and Sten Vidén took over the ranch from his father, where he raised racehorses. A couple of years ago, they had started seeing each other again, and they had made plans for this evening. It had totally slipped his mind.
"I should have called you," Wallander said. "I completely forgot." "They announced it over the radio. Was your colleague murdered, or was it manslaughter?"
"We don't know. It's too early to tell. But the last 24 hours have been horrific."
"We can get together some other time."
Wallander made up his mind. "Give me half an hour."
"Don't feel pressured."
"I don't. I need to get away for a while." Wallander left the station, went to the flat and picked up his mobile phone, then took the E65 out of town. He saw the castle ruins and slowed down to turn into Vidén's ranch. Apart from the neighing of a horse, all was quiet. Vidén came out to greet him. Wallander was used to seeing him in dirty work clothes, but now he was wearing a white shirt and his hair was combed back. As they shook hands, Wallander smelt alcohol in his breath. He knew that Vidén drank too much, but he had never said anything to him. Somehow it never came up.
"What a beautiful evening," Vidén said. "Summer finally arrived in August. Or is it the other way around? August finally arrived with summer. Who really arrives with whom?"
Wallander felt a twinge of jealousy. This was what he had dreamed of, living out in the countryside with a dog and maybe even Biba. But nothing had come of it. "How's business?" he asked.
Not so good. The 80s were the golden decade. Everyone seemed to have plenty of money then. Now they don't. People spend most of their time praying they won't lose their jobs."
"Isn't it just the wealthy who buy racehorses? I didn't think they had to worry about unemployment."
"They're still around," Vidén agreed. "But there don't seem to be as many of them as before."
They walked down towards the stables. A girl wearing riding gear appeared around the corner with a horse.
"That's Sophia. She's the only one left. I had to get rid of everyone else," Vidén said.
Wallander remembered hearing something a couple of years ago about Vidén sleeping with one of the girls working on the ranch. What had her name been? Jenny? Vidén exchanged some words with the girl, and Wallander caught the name of the horse, Black Triangle. The outlandish names still surprised him. They went into the stables.
"This is Dream Girl Express,"
Vidén said, showing him another horse.
Right now, she supports me almost all by herself. Owners complain about the upkeep being expensive, and my accountant keeps calling earlier and earlier in the morning. I really don't know how much longer I can get by.
Wallander stroked the horse's muzzle carefully. "You've always managed before," he said. Vidin shook his head. "Right now it doesn't look good," he said. "But I can probably get a good price for the place, and then I'll take off." "Where will you go?" "I'm just going to pack my bags, get a good night's sleep, and decide in the morning." They left the stables and walked up to the main house. Wallander remembered it being a huge mess, but surprisingly, everything was very neatly arranged this time. "A couple of months ago I realized that cleaning could be therapeutic," Vidin said, in answer to Wallander's obvious surprise. "That doesn't work for me. God knows I've tried." Vidin gestured for him to sit at the table where he had set out glasses and a couple of bottles. Wallander hesitated, then nodded and sat down. His doctor wouldn't like it, but right now he didn't have the energy to abstain.
Do you remember that time we went to Germany to hear Wagner?" Vidin said, much later in the evening. "It's 25 years ago now." I found some photos the other day. Do you want to see them?"
"Sure." "I treat them like valuables," Vidin said. "I've put them in my secret compartment." Wallander watched as Vidin removed part of the wooden paneling next to the window and took out a metal box that had been jammed into the space underneath. The pictures were in the box. Vidin held them out to Wallander, who took them, marveling at what he saw. One of the pictures was taken at a roadside rest area outside Lübeck. Wallander had a bottle of beer in his hand and was bellowing at the photographer. "Oh, we had a great time," Vidin said. "Maybe more fun than we've ever had since." Wallander poured some more whiskey into his glass. Vidin was right. They had never had as much fun after that. Close to 1 a.m., they called a company in Skurup and ordered a taxi. Vidin agreed to drive his car in the next day. Wallander already had a headache and felt sick to his stomach. He was very, very tired. "We should go back to Germany sometime," Vidin said as they were waiting for the cab. "No, we shouldn't go back," Wallander said. "We should take a new trip. Not that I have any property I can sell." The car came and Wallander got into the back seat, leaned back, and fell asleep immediately. Just as they passed the turnoff to Rietsgaard, something pulled him up to the surface again. At first he didn't know what it was. Something had flickered through his mind in the dream he had been having, but then he remembered what it was. Vidin had removed a piece of the wood paneling. Wallander's mind became crystal clear at once. Svedberg had kept the woman in his life a secret for years. But when Wallander had searched his desk, he hadn't found anything except some old letters from his parents. Svedberg must have a secret compartment, Wallander thought, just like Sten Vidin. He leaned forward to the driver and changed the destination from Mariagaten to the town square. A little after 1:30 a.m. he got out of the cab. He still had the keys to Svedberg's flat in his pocket. He remembered seeing some aspirin in Svedberg's medicine cabinet. He unlocked the front door of the flat, held his breath, and listened. Then he poured himself a glass of water and took the aspirin. Some drunken teenagers walked by on the street below, and then the silence returned. He put the glass down and started looking for Svedberg's secret compartment. By 2:45 a.m. he had found it. A corner of the plastic flooring under the chest of drawers in the bedroom could be peeled away from the concrete base. Wallander repositioned the bedside lamp so that light fell on the exposed area. There was a brown envelope stuffed in the space under the mat. It wasn't sealed. He took it out into the kitchen and opened it. Like Vidin, Svedberg treated his photographs as valuables. There were 2 pictures inside the envelope. One was a studio portrait of a woman's face. The other photograph was a snapshot of a group of young people who sat in the shadow of a tree and raised their wine glasses towards an unknown photographer. The scene was idyllic. There was only one thing that struck Wallander as odd. The young people were dressed in elaborate, old-fashioned costumes, as if the party had taken place in a bygone era. Wallander put on his glasses. His stomach started to ache. He recalled having seen a magnifying glass in one of Svedberg's drawers, and he got it out and studied the photograph more closely. There was something familiar about these young people, especially the girl who sat on the extreme right. Then he suddenly knew who it was. He had seen another picture of her recently, one in which she was not dressed up. The girl on the far right was Astrid Hillström. Wallander slowly lowered the photograph. Somewhere a clock struck 3 a.m. Chapter 9. By 6 a.m. on Saturday, August 10th, Wallander couldn't stand it any longer. He had spent most of the remaining night pacing back and forth in his flat, too anxious to sleep. The 2 pictures he had found at Svedberg's place lay on the kitchen table. They had been burning a hole in his pocket ever since he had made his way home through the deserted town. It wasn't until he took off his coat that he realized it must have been raining slightly outside. The photographs in Svedberg's secret compartment were a crucial find. What convinced him of this, he couldn't say. But the free-floating anxiety he had felt since the beginning of this case had now escalated into full-blown fear. A case that hadn't even been a case. 3 young people who were traveling around Europe somewhere now appeared in the middle of one of the most serious murder investigations the Ystad police had ever undertaken, the killing of one of their own. During the hours after Wallander's discovery, his thoughts were muddled and contradictory, but he knew that this was a crucial breakthrough. What was it the photographs told him? The picture of Louise was in black and white, the snapshot in color. There was no date printed on the back of either. Did that mean they weren't developed in commercial laboratories? Or were there local businesses that didn't use automatic dating systems? The sizes of the photographs were standard. He tried to decide if the pictures were taken by an amateur or not, since he knew that pictures developed in private darkrooms often did not dry to a uniform finish. But he lacked the expertise to answer his questions. Next, he asked himself what feelings the 2 photographs evoked. What did they say about the photographer? He was not yet willing to assume that they were taken by the same person. Had Svedberg taken the picture of Louise? Her gaze was impenetrable. The picture of the young people was also hard to pin down. He did not see a conscious sense of composition. The dominating principle appeared to be the inclusion of everyone in the frame. Someone had picked up a camera, told everyone to look over, and pushed the button. Maybe there was a whole series of pictures from this festive occasion. But where were they? The sheer implausibility of the connection worried him. They already knew that Svedberg had started investigating the disappearance of the young people only a few days before he had gone on holiday. Why would he have done that? And why would he have done it in secret? Where did the photograph of the young revelers come from? Where was it taken? And then, this picture of the woman. It couldn't be anyone but Louise. Wallander studied it for a long time as he sat at the kitchen table. The woman was in her 40s, perhaps a couple of years younger than Svedberg. If they had met 10 years earlier, she might have been 30, and he 35. That seemed pretty reasonable. The woman had straight, dark hair in a style Wallander knew was called a page boy cut. Because it was a black and white photograph, he couldn't tell what color her eyes were. She had a thin nose and face, and her lips were pressed together in the hint of a smile. It was a Mona Lisa smile, but the woman had no glimmer of a smile in her eyes. Wallander thought the picture had been retouched, or else she was heavily made up. There was something veiled about the photograph, something he couldn't place. The woman's face was evasive. It had been captured by the camera, but was still not there, somehow. These photographs have been kept in a vacuum, Wallander thought. They lack fingerprints, like two unread books. He managed to hold out until 6 a.m., and then he called Martinsson, who was an early riser. He answered almost at once. "I hope I didn't wake you." "If you called me at 10 p.m., you'd be in danger of doing that, but not at 6 a.m. I was about to go out and work in the garden." Wallander came right to the point. He told him about the photographs. Martinsson listened without asking any questions. "I want to meet with everyone as soon as possible," Wallander said when he finished. "Not at 9 a.m., at 7 a.m. "Have you talked to anyone else?" "No, you're the first." "Who do you want?" "Everyone, including Nyberg." "Then you'll have to call him yourself. He's so moody in the mornings. I can't deal with angry people until after I've had my morning coffee." Martinsson volunteered to call Hansson and Högland, leaving the others to Wallander. He started with Nyberg, who was as sleepy and ill-tempered as expected. "We're meeting at 7 a.m., not 9 a.m., Wallander said. "Has anything happened, or are you just doing this for the hell of it?" "If you ever find you've been called to an investigative meeting just for the hell of it, you should contact your union representative." He regretted that last comment to Nyberg. He went out to the kitchen and put on some water for a cup of coffee. Then he called Lisa Holgersson, who promised to be there. Wallander took the coffee with him out onto the balcony, where the thermometer indicated that it would be another warm day. There was the sudden clatter from something being pushed through the post slot in the front door. It was his car keys. And after a night like that, he thought, Sten is amazing. He was weighed down with fatigue. With self-disgust, he suddenly imagined little white icebergs of sugar floating around in his veins. He left the flat just after 6:30 a.m. and bumped into the person who delivered the newspapers, an older man named Stephenson who had bicycle clips around his trouser legs. "Sorry I'm late today," he apologized. "There was something wrong with the presses this morning." "Do you deliver papers at Lilla Norrgatan as well?" Wallander asked. Stephenson understood him at once. "You mean to the policeman who was killed?" "Yes." "A lady by the name of Selma works there. She's the oldest delivery person around. I think she started in 1947. What's that, nearly 50 years? "What's her last name?" "Nylander." Stephenson handed Wallander the paper. "There's something about you in there," he said. "Put it in my slot," Wallander said. "I won't have time to read it." Wallander knew he could make it on time if he walked, but he took the car anyway. The start of his new life would have to be pushed back another day. He ran into Högland in the car park. "The person who delivers papers to Svedberg's building is called Selma Nylander," he told her. "Have you talked to her?" "No, it turns out she doesn't have a phone." Wallander thought about Sture Björklund's decision to throw out his telephone. Was it becoming a general trend? They went into the conference room. Wallander made himself a cup of coffee and stood out in the corridor for a while trying to think how to organize the meeting. He was normally very well prepared, but this time couldn't think of anything except putting the photographs on the table and seeing what people had to say. He closed the door behind him and sat in his usual spot. Svedberg's chair was still empty. Wallander took the pictures out of his coat pocket and told them briefly how he had found them. He omitted the fact that the thought had come to him while he lay in a drunken stupor in the back of a taxi. Since being stopped for driving under the influence by some of his colleagues 6 years ago, he never mentioned drinking alcohol. The photographs lay in front of him. Hansson set up the projector. "I'd like to point out that the girl to the far right in this picture is Astrid Hillström, one of the young people who has been missing since midsummer." He put both pictures into the projector. There was silence around the table. Wallander took the opportunity to study the pictures more closely himself as he waited, but couldn't pick out any additional details. He had used the magnifying glass carefully during those early hours. Martinsson finally broke the silence. "You have to hand it to Svedberg. She's beautiful. Does anyone recognize her? Ystad isn't a big city." No one had seen her before, nor any of the young people. It was, however, clear to everyone in the room that the girl to the far right was Astrid Hillström. The picture of her on file resembled this one closely, except for the clothes.
"Is it a masquerade?" Chief Holgersson asked. "What period is it meant to be?"
"The 17th century,"
Hansson said confidently. Wallander looked at him with surprise.
"How do you know that?" "Maybe it's more like the
18th century, he said, changing his mind.
"I think it's the 16th century, Högland said. King Gustav I Vasa's time. They dressed in the same billowing sleeves and leggings."
"Are you sure?" Wallander asked.
"Of course I'm not sure. I'm just telling you what I think."
Let's steer clear of educated guesses for a moment. The most important thing here is not how they're dressed up. It will eventually be important to figure out why they were dressed up. But even that can wait. He looked around at everyone before continuing. "We have a picture of a woman in her 40s and a picture of a group of young people dressed up in some kind of costume. One of these young people is Astrid Hillström, who has been missing since midsummer, although she's most probably traveling around Europe with two of her friends. This is what we know. I found these pictures hidden in the flat of our colleague Svedberg, who has been murdered. The way we need to begin our investigation is by determining what happened on Midsummer's Eve. That's where we start." It took them 3 hours to go through the available material. Most of the time was spent formulating new questions and deciding who would do what. After 2 hours, they took a short break, and everyone except Chief Holgersson had coffee. Then they kept going. The team was starting to come together. At 10:15 a.m., Wallander felt they couldn't get any further. Holgersson had been quiet for a long time, as she often was during their investigative work. Wallander knew she had great respect for their abilities. But now she raised her hand slightly.
"What do you really think has happened to them?" she asked. "If there's been any kind of an accident, you would think it would have been discovered by now."
"I don't know," Wallander said. "The very supposition that something has happened to them leads us to conclude that their signatures on the postcards were forged. Why?"
"To cover up a crime,"
Nyberg suggested. The room became quiet. Wallander looked at Nyberg and nodded slowly. "And not just any crime," he said. "People who go missing either stay that way or turn up. There's only one possible explanation for these postcards having been forged, and that is that someone is trying to hide the fact that these three people, Boge, Norman, and Hillström, are dead."
"That tells us another thing," Högland said. "The person who sent these postcards knows what happened to them."
"Not just that," Wallander said. "It's the person who killed them, a person who can forge their signatures and handwriting, and who knows where they live." It was as if Wallander needed time to get to his final conclusion. "If our supposition is correct, then we have to assume that these three were the victims of a calculating and well-organized murderer. His words were followed by a long silence. Wallander already knew what he wanted to say next, but wondered if anyone would jump in. Outside in the hall, someone laughed loudly. Nyberg blew his nose. Hansson was staring off into space, and Martinsson drummed his fingers on the table. Högland and Holgersson were looking at Wallander. My two allies, he thought. We are forced into the realm of speculation at this point, he said. One line of reasoning will be particularly unpleasant and unimaginable, but we cannot overlook the part that Svedberg may have played in these events. We know he kept a photograph of Astrid Hillström and her friends hidden in his flat. We know that he conducted his investigations into their disappearance in secret. We don't know what drove him to do these things, but the three of them are still missing, and he has been killed. It may have been a burglary of some kind. It may have been the case that someone was looking for something, perhaps for this very picture. But we cannot definitively rule out the possibility that Svedberg himself may have been involved in some way. Hansson dropped his pen on the table.
You can't mean that, he said, visibly upset. One of our colleagues is brutally murdered. We're trying to find his killer, and you're suggesting that he was involved in an even greater crime?
We have to consider it a possibility, Wallander said.
You're right, Nyberg interrupted. However unappealing it is. Since the Belgian case, I've had the feeling that anything is possible.
Nyberg was right. The macabre string of child murders in Belgium had been linked in unsavory ways to both the police and politicians. These links were still tenuous, but no one doubted that many dramatic revelations were to come. Wallander nodded for Nyberg to continue.
What I'm wondering is how Louise fits into the picture.
We don't know, Wallander said.
We have to try to proceed in as open-minded a fashion as possible and try to answer all our questions, including who this woman is.
A certain gloom fell over the group as they divided up the tasks and accepted that they would now be working around the clock. Holgersson would see about bringing in extra personnel. They finished a little after 10:30 a.m. Wallander signaled to Högland to remain behind. When they were alone, he gestured for her to close the door. Tell me what your thinking is on this, he said, when she had sat down.
Naturally, some thoughts are so repulsive that you try to block them out.
Of course. Svedberg was our friend. Now we have reason to speculate that he may have been a criminal.
Do you really think so?
No. But I have to consider even what seems impossible, if that makes any sense.
Then what do you think happened?
That's what I want you to tell me.
Well, a connection has now been established between Svedberg and those three young people.
No, that's not true. A connection has been established between Svedberg and Astrid Hillström. She nodded. What else do you see?
That Svedberg was someone other than we thought?
Wallander pounced on this.
And how did we think he was?
She thought a moment before answering.
That he was open? Trustworthy?
But in reality, he turned out to be secretive and untrustworthy. Is that what you mean?
Not exactly, but something like that.
One of his secrets involved a woman who may have been called Louise. We know what she looks like. Wallander got up, turned on the projector, and slipped the picture back into the machine. I have the strange feeling that there's something wrong with this face, but I can't think what it is. Högland hesitated, but Wallander sensed that his statement didn't surprise her.
There's something odd about her hair, she said finally, although I can't put my finger on it.
We have to find her, Wallander said. And we will. He put the second photograph in the projector and looked at Högland. Again she answered, hesitantly.
I'm quite convinced that they're wearing clothes from the 16th century. I have a book at home about fashion through the ages, but I could be wrong.
What else do you see?
Young people who seem happy, excited, and drunk.
Wallander suddenly thought of the pictures that Sten Vidén showed him from their trip to Germany, especially the drunken one of himself with the beer bottle in his hand. There was a similarity in the expressions on their faces. What else do you see?
The boy, the second from the left, is yelling something to the photographer.
They're sitting on a blanket with food spread out, and they're dressed up. What does that mean?
A masquerade of some sort, a party?
Let's assume it's a summer event of some kind, Wallander said.
The whole picture gives the impression of warm weather. It could very well be a Midsummer's Eve party, but it can't have been taken this summer since Norman isn't in the picture, and Astrid Hillström seems a little younger.
Wallander agreed. I thought that too. The picture could be a couple of years old.
There's nothing threatening in the photograph, she said. At that age, they're as happy as they can be. Life seems endless, the sorrows few.
I have such a strange feeling about this, Wallander said. I've never been at the beginning of an investigation like this one. Svedberg is the center, of course, but the compass needle keeps swinging back and forth. We can't see where we should go. They left the room. Högland took the envelope with the 2 photographs to give to Nyberg so he could check them for fingerprints. First, she would make some copies of both. Wallander went to the lavatory and then drank almost a liter of water in the canteen. Everyone set to work on their assigned tasks. Wallander's job was to talk to Eva Hillström and Sture Björklund again. He sat down in his office and reached for the phone. He was going to start with Hillström, but he decided against phoning her first. Högland knocked on his door and handed him some photocopies of the pictures. The picture of the young people had been enlarged so that their faces appeared as clearly as possible. It was around midday when Wallander left the station. He heard someone say that it was about 23 degrees centigrade. He took off his jacket before getting into the car. Eva Hillström lived on Kurlingsvag, which was just outside Ystad's eastern border. He parked the car outside the gate and looked at the house. It was a large, turn-of-the-century villa with a beautifully maintained garden. He walked up to the front door and rang the bell. Eva Hillström opened the door and jumped when she saw who it was. "Nothing's happened," Wallander said quickly, anxious to stop her from imagining the worst. "I just have some more questions." She led him into a big hall that smelled strongly of disinfectant. She was barefoot and wearing a tracksuit. Her eyes darted anxiously around the room. "I hope I'm not intruding," Wallander said. She mumbled something unintelligible, and he followed her into a spacious living room. The art and furniture gave the impression of being valuable. There was certainly nothing wrong with the Hillströms' finances. He sat down obediently on the sofa that she indicated to him. "Can I get you anything?" she asked. Wallander shook his head. He was thirsty, but didn't want to ask for a glass of water. She was sitting on the very edge of her seat, and Wallander had the strange impression that she was a runner at the start of a race, waiting for the gun to go off. He took out his photocopies and handed her the picture of Louise. She looked at it briefly, and then up at him. "Who is this?" "You don't recognize her?" "Does she have anything to do with Astrid?" Her attitude was hostile, and Wallander forced himself to sound very firm. "It is sometimes necessary for us to ask routine questions," he said. "I just showed you a picture, and my question is, do you know who it is?" "Who is she?" "Just answer the question." "I've never seen her before." "Then we don't have to say anything more about it." She was about to ask him something else when Wallander gave her the other picture. She looked at it quickly, then got up out of her chair and left the room, as if the starting gun had just gone off. She came back after about a minute and handed Wallander a photograph.
"Photocopies are never as good as the original," she said, in response to his puzzled face.
Wallander looked down at the photo. It was the same as the photocopy, the same picture he had found in Svedberg's flat. He felt a step closer to something important. "Tell me about this photograph. When was it taken? Who are the other people in it?"
"I don't know exactly where it is. Somewhere around Oosterland, I think. Maybe at Brusarp's Hill. Astrid gave it to me."
"When was it taken?"
"Last summer, in July. It was Magnus's birthday."
"Magnus?" She pointed to the boy who was shouting at the unknown photographer. Wallander pulled out the notebook he had for once remembered to bring. "What's his full name?"
"Magnus Holmgren. He lives in Trelleborg."
"Who are the rest?" Wallander took down their names and where they lived. Suddenly, he remembered something else. "Who took the picture?" he asked.
"Astrid's camera had a self-timing mechanism."
"So she took it?"
"I just told you the camera had a self-timer."
Wallander moved on. "This is a birthday party for Magnus, but why are they dressed up?"
"That was something they did. I can't see anything strange about it."
"I don't either. I just have to ask these questions." She lit a cigarette. Wallander felt she was on the verge of breaking down again. "So Astrid has a lot of friends," he said.
"Not that many,"
Eva Hillström said.
"but good ones."
She took up the photo again and pointed to the other girl.
"Isa wasn't with them this year at midsummer," she said. "Unfortunately, she fell ill."
It took a moment for her words to sink in. Then Wallander understood. "You mean that this other girl was supposed to have been with them?"
"She fell ill."
"And so it was just the three of them. And they went ahead with the party and then took off together for a trip to Europe?"
"Yes."
Wallander looked down at his notes. "What's her full name?"
"Isa Edengren. Her father is a businessman. They live in Skarby."
"What has she said about the trip?"
"That nothing had been decided in advance. But she's sure they've gone. They always took their passports with them on these occasions."
"Have they sent her any postcards?"
"No."
"Doesn't she think that's strange?"
"Yes."
Eva Hillström put out her cigarette.
"Something's happened," she said. "I don't know what it is, but Isa's wrong. They haven't left. They're still here."
Wallander saw that there were tears in her eyes.
"Why won't anyone listen to me? Only one person listened, but now he's gone too."
Wallander held his breath. "Only one person has listened to you. Is that correct?"
"Yes."
"Do you mean the police officer who visited you at the end of June?" She looked at him with surprise.
"He came many times. Not just then. During July he came every week, and a couple of times this week as well."
"Do you mean Officer Svedberg?"
"Why did he have to die? He was the only one who listened, the only one who was as worried as I was."
Wallander was silent. Suddenly, he had nothing to say. Chapter 10. The breeze was so gentle that sometimes he didn't feel it at all. He counted how often he actually felt the wind on his face, just to make the time go a little faster. He was going to add this to his list of pleasures in life, the joys of the happy person. He had remained hidden behind a large tree for several hours. The fact that he was so early gave him a feeling of satisfaction. It was still a warm evening. When he had woken that morning, he had known that the time had come to go public. He couldn't wait any longer. He had slept for exactly 8 hours, like he normally did. Somewhere in his subconscious, the decision had been made. he was going to recreate the events that had occurred 50 days ago. He got up around 5 a.m., again like always, making no exception to his routine, although this was his day off. After drinking a cup of the tea that he ordered directly from Shanghai, he rolled away the red carpet in the living room and did his morning exercises. After 20 minutes, he measured his heart rate, wrote it down in a notebook, and took a shower. At 6:15 a.m., he sat down to work. This morning, he was making his way through a large report from the Department of Labor that examined possible solutions to the problem of unemployment. He marked some passages with a pen, occasionally also commenting on them, but nothing really struck him as new. He put down his pen and thought about the anonymous people who had put this meaningless report together. They are in no danger of becoming unemployed, he thought. They are never to be granted the joy of being able to see straight through daily existence to what actually mattered, the things that gave life meaning. He read until 10 a.m. and then dressed and went shopping. He made lunch and rested for a while until around 2 p.m. He had soundproofed his bedroom. It was very expensive, but worth every penny. No sounds from the street ever intruded. The windows were gone. A soundless air conditioning unit provided him with air. On one side of the room, he had a large picture of the world on which he could follow the progression of sunlight around the globe. This room was the center of his world. Here he could think clearly about what had happened and what was going to happen. He never had to think about who he was, or if he was right. Right about there being no justice in the world. They had been at a conference in the Jämtland Mountains. The director of the engineering firm he worked for had suddenly appeared in his doorway and ordered him to go. Someone had fallen sick. Naturally, he agreed, although he had already made plans for that weekend. He said yes because he wanted to please his boss. The conference was on something to do with new digital technology. It was spearheaded by an older man who had invented the mechanical cash registers that were manufactured in Wittenberg. He talked about the new era, and everyone stared down at their notebooks. On one of the last evenings, they had all decided to go to the sauna. He didn't really like being naked in front of other men, so he waited for them in the bar. He didn't know exactly how to act. Afterwards, they joined him and sat drinking for a long time. Someone started telling a story about good ways to fire employees. All of the men except for him were in important positions at their companies. They told one story after another and finally looked at him. But he had never fired anyone. It never even occurred to him that he would one day be fired. He had studied hard, could do his job, had paid off his student loans, and had learned how to agree with people. Afterwards, after the catastrophe was a fact, he suddenly remembered one of the stories. A small, unpleasantly plump man from a factory in Torshälla told them about how he had once summoned an old worker and said, "I don't know how we could have managed without you here all these years." "It was great," the fat man said, laughing. "The old guy was so proud and happy that he wasn't on guard. Then it was easy. I just said, 'But we'll just have to try, starting tomorrow.'" So the old man was fired. He often thought about that story. If it had been possible, he would have gone to Torshälla and killed the person who had fired the old man like that, and had the gall to show off about it afterwards. He left his flat around 3 p.m. He drove eastwards until he reached a car park in Nybrostrand, where he waited until there were no other people around. Then he quickly switched to another car he had parked there and drove away. When he arrived at the nature reserve, he saw that he was in luck. There were no other cars around, which meant he didn't have to bother with the fake number plates. It was already 4 p.m. and a Saturday, and so he doubted that anyone else would turn up that evening. He had spent 3 Saturdays watching the entrance to the nature reserve and had noted the pattern of visitors. Almost no one came in the evening. The few who did always left by 8 p.m. He took his tools out of the boot. He had also packed a few sandwiches and a thermos of tea. He looked around, listened, then disappeared down one of the trails. When the time was right, he started making his way towards the place. He immediately saw that no one had been there. In the space between the 2 trees that was the only natural opening into the clearing, he had hung a thin thread. He knelt down to examine it and saw that it was untouched. Then he got out his collapsible shovel and started digging. He went about his task calmly and methodically. The last thing he wanted to do was break out in a sweat, which would increase the risk of his catching a cold. He paused after every 8th shovelful and listened for noises. It took 20 minutes to remove the layer of sod and reach the tarpaulin. Before lifting it aside, he smeared some menthol ointment under his nostrils and put on a mask. The 3 plastic bags were lying undisturbed in the ground. There was no unpleasant odor, which meant they hadn't leaked. He lifted up one of the bags and threw it over his shoulder. His workouts had made him strong. It only took him 10 minutes to carry all 3 bags to their original location. Then he filled the hole, replaced the layer of sod, and stamped the ground on top until it was flat, pausing from time to time to listen out for sounds. Next he went to the tree where he had placed the 3 bags. He unpacked the tablecloth, glasses, and the remains of the rotting food that he had stored in his refrigerator. Then he took the bodies out of the bags. Their wigs were a little yellowed, and the bloodstains had taken on a grayish tinge. He put the bodies in their places, breaking and cracking what was necessary, so that everything looked like it had when he had taken the picture on Midsummer's Eve. His last touch was to pour a little wine into one of the glasses. He listened. Everything was still. He folded the bags under his arm, stuffed them into a sack, and left. He had already removed his mask and wiped away the menthol. He didn't see a single person on his way back to the car. He drove to Nybrostrand, changed cars again, and made it back to Ystad before 10 p.m. He didn't drive straight home, but continued in the direction of Trelleborg. He pulled over at a spot where he could drive down towards the water without being observed. He put 2 of the big bags inside the 3rd, weighted them down with pieces of steel pipe that he had procured for this purpose, and threw them into the water. They sank immediately. He returned home, burned his mask, and threw his shoes into the rubbish. He put the menthol ointment in the bathroom cabinet. Then he took a shower and rubbed his body with disinfectant. Later, he had some tea. When he looked into the tea container, he realized he would soon have to order more. He wrote it down on the notice board he kept in the kitchen. He watched a program about the homeless on TV. No one said anything he didn't already know. Around midnight, he sat down at the kitchen table with a stack of letters in front of him. It was time for him to start thinking of the future. He opened the first letter carefully and started to read. Shortly before 1:30 p.m. on Saturday, 10 August, Wallander left the Hillströms villa on Curlingsvag. He decided to drive straight to Skorby, where Isa Edengren, the girl whom Eva Hillström claimed should have been with the others on Midsummer's Eve, lived. Wallander had asked Hillström why she hadn't told him about this earlier, but inside he felt a growing sense of guilt over the fact that he had taken so long to realize that something might be seriously wrong. He stopped at a cafe by the bus station and ordered a sandwich and a cup of coffee. He realized too late that he should have ordered his sandwich without butter. Now he was forced to try and scrape it off with his knife. A man at the next table was watching him, and Wallander guessed that he had recognized him from the papers. Probably this would lead to rumors about how the police frittered their time away scraping butter off sandwiches instead of searching for their colleague's killer. Wallander sighed. He had never been able to get used to the rumor mill. He finished his coffee, went to the lavatory, and left the cafe. He chose to follow the smaller road that went through Bjarresjø. Just as he left the main road, his mobile phone rang. It was Høgland.
"I just spoke to Lena Norman's parents," she said. "I think I found out something important."
Wallander held the phone more closely to his ear.
"There was supposed to be a fourth person at that midsummer party," she said.
"I know. I'm on my way to her house right now."
"Isa Edengren?"
"Yes. Eva Hillström picked her out from Svedberg's picture. It turns out that she had the original. Astrid took it last summer with the self-timer on her camera."
"It feels like Svedberg is always one step ahead of us," she said.
"We'll catch up with him soon," Wallander said. "Anything else?"
"Some people have called in with leads, but nothing looks promising."
"Do me a favor and give Ylva Brink a call," Wallander said. "Ask her how big Svedberg's telescope was, and if it was heavy. I can't figure out where it's gone."
"Have we already ruled out the possibility of a burglary?"
"We haven't ruled anything out yet, but if someone made off with a telescope, you would think they would have been seen."
"Do you want me to do it right away, or can it wait? I'm on my way to see one of the boys from the photograph who lives in Trelleborg."
"It can wait. Who's going to talk to the other one?"
"Martinsson and Hansson are going together. I gave them his name. Right now they're in Simrishamn with the Boga family."
Wallander nodded with satisfaction. "I'm glad we're getting hold of everyone today. I think we'll know a lot more about the case by this evening." They hung up, and Wallander continued to Skarby. He followed the directions Eva Hillström had given him. She had told him that Isa Edengren's father had a big piece of property with several full-time landscapers working on it. A private road lined with big trees led up to a 2-story house. A BMW was parked in front. Wallander got out of his car and rang the bell. No one answered. He banged on the door and rang the bell again. It was 2 p.m. He was sweating. He rang the bell once more, then walked around to the back of the house. The garden was large and old-fashioned, with a variety of well-pruned fruit trees. There was a pool and a set of sun loungers that Wallander thought looked expensive. At the bottom of the garden there was a glassed-in gazebo, surrounded and almost completely hidden by bushes and overhanging branches. Wallander walked towards it. The green door was slightly ajar. He knocked, but there was no answer. He pushed the door open. The curtains in the windows were pulled shut, and it took a while for his eyes to adjust to the dim light. He saw that there was a person inside. Someone was sleeping on a divan. He could see black hair sticking up over a blanket, but the person's back was turned towards him. Wallander closed the door and knocked again. Still no answer. Wallander walked in and flicked on the light switch. Light flooded the room. He grabbed the sleeper by the shoulder and gave a couple of shakes. When there was still no reaction, Wallander knew that something was wrong. He turned the person over and saw that it was Isa Edengren. He spoke to her and shook her again. Her breathing was slow and labored. He shook her hard and sat her up, but she didn't show any signs of waking. After fumbling in his pocket for his mobile phone, he remembered he had left it on the car seat after talking to Høgland. He ran back to the car and made an emergency call to the hospital on his way back to the gazebo, giving careful directions to the house. "I think it's either a suicide attempt or serious illness," he said. "What do I do?" "Make sure she doesn't stop breathing," he was told. "You're a police officer. You should be familiar with the procedure." The ambulance arrived after 15 minutes. Wallander had managed to get hold of Högland, who had not yet left for Trelleborg, and asked her to meet the ambulance when it arrived at the hospital. He was going to stay in Skorby for a while. After the ambulance left, he tried the doors of the main house, but they were locked. Then he heard an approaching car. A man wearing rubber boots and overalls got out of a little Fiat. "I saw the ambulance," he said. Wallander saw the look of worry in his eyes. After telling him who he was, Wallander said that Isa Edengren was ill. That was all he could say for the moment. "Where are her parents?" he asked. "Away." The answer seemed deliberately vague. "Can you be more specific?" "We'll have to notify them." "They may be in Spain," the man said. "But they could also be in France. They own houses in both countries." Wallander thought about the locked doors. "Does Isa live here, even when they're away?" The man shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" "It's really none of my business," the man said, and started backing towards his car. "You've already made it your business," Wallander said firmly. "What's your name?" "Eric Lundberg." "Do you live close by?" Lundberg pointed to a farm that lay south of where they were. "Now I want you to answer my question. Did Isa live here while her parents were away?" "No. She wasn't allowed to." "What do you mean by that?" "She had to sleep in the gazebo." "Why wasn't she allowed in the main house?" "There had been trouble in the past. Some parties where things had either been broken or stolen." "How do you know this?" The answer came as a surprise. "They don't treat her very well," Lundberg said. "Last winter, when it was 10 degrees below zero, they went away and locked up the house. But there's no heating in the gazebo. She came down to our place completely frozen and told us about it. Not me directly, that is, but my wife." "Then we'll go back to your place," Wallander said. "I'd like to hear what she told your wife." He asked Lundberg to go ahead of him. Wallander wanted to check the gazebo before he left. He found no trace of sleeping pills or letter, and nothing else of consequence. He looked around one more time, then headed back to the car. His phone rang. "She's just been admitted," Högland said. "What are the doctors saying?" "Not very much for now." She promised to call as soon as she heard anything. Wallander relieved himself next to the car before he went down to Lundberg's farm. A wary dog met him on the front porch. Lundberg came out and chased it away and invited Wallander into a cozy kitchen. Lundberg's wife was making coffee. Her name was Barbara, and she spoke in the Gothenburg dialect. "How is she?" "My colleague will let me know as soon as she hears anything." "Did she try to kill herself?" "It's too soon to know," Wallander said. "But I wasn't able to wake her up." He sat down at the table and put the phone beside him. "I take it she's attempted suicide before, since you immediately assumed that was the case," he said. "It's a suicidal family," Lundberg said with distaste. Then he stopped talking, as if he regretted his remark. Barbro Lundberg put the coffee pot on the table. "Isa's brother passed away 2 years ago. He was only 19 years old. Isa and Jürgen were only 1 year apart." "How did he do it?" "In the bathtub," Lundberg said. "He wrote a note to his parents telling them to go to hell, then he plugged a toaster into the wall and dropped it in the water." Wallander felt sick to his stomach. He had a vague recollection of the incident. It came to him that Svedberg had been the one in charge of the investigation. A newspaper lay on an old sofa under the window. Wallander caught sight of a photo of Svedberg on the front page. He reached out for it and showed them the photograph. "You may have heard about the policeman who was killed." He got his answer before he even asked the question. "He was here about a month ago." "Did he come to see you or the Edengrens?" "First to see them. Then he came here, just like you did." "Were her parents gone that time as well?" "No." "So he met Isa's parents. "We don't know exactly who he spoke to," Lundberg said. "But her parents weren't gone then." "Why did he come down here? What did he ask you about?" Barbro Lundberg sat down at the table. "He asked us about the parties they had when Isa's parents were gone, before they started locking her out." "That was the only thing that interested him," Lundberg said. Wallander grew more attentive. He realized that this might give him an insight into the way Svedberg had spent his summer. "I want both of you to try to remember exactly what he said." "A month is a long time," she said. "But you sat here at the kitchen table?" "Yes." "And you had coffee?" Barbro Lundberg smiled. "He liked my bundt cake." Wallander proceeded carefully. "They must have been right after midsummer." The couple exchanged looks. Wallander saw that they were trying to help each other remember. "It must have been right at the beginning of July. I'm sure of it," she said. "So he came here at the end of June, first to see the Edengrens and then to see you." "Isa came with him, but she was sick with some kind of stomach bug." "Did Isa stay here the whole time?" "No, she only came down with him to show him the way, then she left." "And he asked you about the parties?" "Yes." "What exactly did he ask?" "If we knew the people who used to come. But of course we didn't." "Why do you say of course?" "They were just young people who came in cars and then left the same way." "What else did he ask?" "If any of these parties were masquerades," Lundberg said. "Did he use that word?" "Yes." His wife shook her head. "No, he didn't. He just asked if the people who attended the parties used to dress up." "Did they?" They both looked at Wallander with surprise. "How on earth would we know?" Lundberg asked. "We weren't there, and we don't go around peeking through the curtains." "But didn't you see something?" "The parties were sometimes in the autumn, and it was usually dark. We couldn't see how people were dressed." Wallander sat quietly and thought for a moment. "Did he ask anything else?" "No. He sat for a while scratching his forehead with his pen. He was only here for about half an hour, then he left." Wallander's mobile phone rang. It was Högland. "They're pumping her stomach." "So it was a suicide attempt?" "I don't think people can ingest this many sleeping pills by accident." "Are the doctors saying anything at this stage?" "The fact that she's unconscious suggests she may already be poisoned." "Will she make it?" "I haven't heard anything to the contrary." "Then why don't you go on to Trelleborg?" "That's what I was thinking. I'll see you later back at the station." They hung up, and the couple looked at Wallander with anxious eyes. "She'll make it," he said. "But I will need to contact her parents." "We have a couple of phone numbers," Lundberg said, and got up. "They wanted us to call if anything happened to the house," his wife explained. "They didn't say anything about this kind of situation." "You mean what to do if anything happened to Isa?" She nodded. Lundberg gave Wallander a piece of paper with the phone numbers. "Can we visit her in the hospital?" Barbro Lundberg asked. "I'm sure you can," Wallander answered. "But I think it would be best if you waited until tomorrow." Eric Lundberg saw him out. "Do you have any keys to the house?" Wallander asked. "They would never entrust them to us," the man said. Wallander said goodbye, returned to the Edengren house, and walked over to the gazebo. He searched it again thoroughly for about half an hour, unsure as to what exactly he was looking for. He ended up sitting on Isa's bed. Something's repeating itself, he thought. Svedberg came to talk to the girl who didn't make it to the midsummer celebration and did not go missing. Svedberg asked about parties and about young people dressing up in costumes. Now Isa Edengren has tried to kill herself, and Svedberg has been murdered. Wallander got up and left the gazebo. He was worried. He wasn't finding anything reliable to point him in the right direction. There seemed to be clues pointing in many directions, but none of them seemed to lead anywhere. He got into his car and headed back to Ystad. His next aim was to have another talk with Sture Björklund. It was almost 4 p.m. when he pulled into Björklund's yard. He knocked on the door and waited, but no one answered. Björklund had probably gone to Copenhagen, or else he was in Hollywood, discussing his latest ideas for a monster. Wallander banged hard on the door, but didn't wait for anyone to open it. Instead, he walked around to the back. The garden was neglected. Some half-rotting pieces of furniture were scattered in the long grass. Wallander peered in through one of the windows of the house, then continued down to a little shed. Wallander felt the door. It was unlocked. He opened it wide and pushed a piece of wood underneath it to keep it in place. There was a mess inside. He was about to leave when his attention was caught by a tarpaulin folded over something in the corner. There seemed to be some kind of equipment under it. He carefully pulled off part of the cover. It was a machine, all right, or more precisely an instrument. Wallander had never seen one like it before, but he still knew immediately what it was. A telescope. Chapter 11. When Wallander walked back outside, he noticed the wind had picked up. He turned his back to it and tried to collect his thoughts. How many people owned telescopes? Not many. The telescope had to be Svedberg's. He couldn't think of any other possible explanation. That brought up other questions. Why hadn't Sture Björklund said anything? Did he have something to hide? Or didn't he know that the telescope was on his property? Could Sture Björklund have killed his own cousin? He doubted it. He returned to his car and made some calls, but neither Martinsson nor Hansson was in his office. He asked the officer on duty to send a car out to Hedeskog. "What's happened?" he asked. "I need some people to keep this place under surveillance," Wallander said. "For now, you can simply say that it has to do with Svedberg's case." "Do we know who shot him?" "No, this is a routine matter." Wallander asked for an unmarked car and described the intersection where he would meet it. When Wallander reached the intersection, the car was already waiting for him. He explained to the patrol officers where they should wait, and that they should call him as soon as Sture Björklund turned up. Then he started back to Ystad. He was very hungry, and his mouth was dry. He stopped at a takeaway restaurant on Malmövägen and ordered a hamburger. While he was waiting for his food, he drank some soda water. After eating much too quickly, he bought himself a liter of mineral water. He needed time to think, but knew he would inevitably be disturbed if he returned to the station, so he drove out of town and parked outside the Saltsjöbaden Hotel. The wind was quite strong now, but he walked on until he found a sheltered spot. For some reason, there was an old toboggan there, and he sat down on it and shut his eyes. There has to be a point of entry into this mess, he thought, a point of connection that I am overlooking. He went through everything that had happened so far, as carefully and clearly as he could, but despite his efforts, the facts remained as muddled and obscure as before. What would Rydberg have done? When Rydberg had been alive, Wallander had always been able to ask him for advice. They would take a walk on the beach or sit in the station late into the night discussing the facts of a case until they arrived at something important. But Rydberg was gone now. Wallander strained to hear his voice in his head, but there was nothing there. Sometimes he thought Ann-Britt Högland was on her way to becoming his new partner. She listened as well as Rydberg, and didn't hesitate to change track if she felt it could help them break through a new wall. In time it may work out, he thought. Ann-Britt is a good police officer. but it takes time. He got up heavily and started walking back to the car. There's only one thing that really sets this investigation apart, he thought. People dressed up in costume. Svedberg wanted to know about parties where people dressed up in costume. We have a photograph of people at a party dressed up in costume. There are people in costume at every turn. Wallander knew it would be a long night. As soon as everyone had returned from their assignments, they would hunker down in the conference room. He went into his office, hung up his coat, and called the hospital. After being transferred a couple of times, he finally reached a doctor who told him that Isa Edengren was in a stable condition and was expected to make a full recovery. He knew this doctor, having met him at least a couple of times before. "Tell me something I know you aren't allowed to say," Wallander said. "Was it a cry for help, or was she really trying to end it all?" "I'm told you were the one who found her, is that right?" the doctor said. "That's right." "Then let me put it this way. It was lucky you found her when you did." Wallander understood. He was about to hang up when another question came to him. "Has anyone been to see her?" "She's not allowed visitors yet. I understand, but has anyone asked to see her?" "I'll find out for you." While Wallander waited, he hunted out the piece of paper with Isa's parents' telephone numbers that Lundberg had given him. The doctor returned. "No one has been here and no one has called. Who is going to get in touch with her parents?" "We'll take care of that." Wallander hung up and tried dialing the first number without knowing whether he was calling France or Spain. He counted 15 rings, then hung up and tried the other number. This time, a woman answered almost immediately. Wallander introduced himself, and she said she was Berit Edengren. Wallander told her what had happened. She listened without interrupting. Wallander thought about her son Jürgen, Isa's brother. He tried to keep his details to a minimum, but it was a suicide attempt, and he couldn't cover that up. She sounded calm when she replied. "I'll tell my husband," she said. "We'll have to talk about whether we should return home immediately." She loves her daughter, Wallander reminded himself, but he couldn't help feeling angry at her response. "I hope you understand that it could have ended badly." "Thankfully it didn't." Wallander gave her the number of the hospital and the name of the doctor. He decided against asking any questions about Svedberg yet. What he did ask was for information about the Midsummer's Eve celebration that Isa was to have attended. "Isa doesn't tell us very much," she answered. "I didn't know anything about a Midsummer's Eve party." "Would she have told her father?" "I doubt it." "Martin Boga, Lena Norman, and Astrid Hillström," Wallander recited. "Do you recognize these names?" "They're friends of Isa's." "But Isa hadn't told you about any special plans for midsummer?" "No." "This is a very important question, and I need you to think carefully. Could she have mentioned a place where they were to meet?" "There's nothing wrong with my memory. I know she didn't say anything to us." "Do you know if she had any fancy dress costumes at home?" "Is this really important?" "Yes. Please answer the question." "I don't go through her cupboards." "Is there a spare key to the house?" "We keep a spare hidden key in a drain pipe on the right wing. Isa doesn't know about it." "And she won't find out about it in the next couple of days." Wallander had only one more question for her. "Did Isa say anything about going on a trip after midsummer?" "No." "Would she have told you if she was thinking about it?" "Only if she had needed the money, which she always did." Wallander had trouble controlling his temper. "You'll hear from us again," he said. He slammed down the phone, realizing as he did so that he still didn't know whether they were in France or Spain. He went out to the canteen and got a cup of coffee. On his way back to his office, he remembered that he had one more call to make. He found the phone number and dialed it. This time, someone answered. Bror Sundelius?
Speaking.
Wallander introduced himself and was about to explain why he was calling when Sundelius interrupted him.
I've been waiting for the police to give me a call. It seems to me you've taken a long time.
He was an elderly man with a direct way of speaking.
I've already called a couple of times and got no answer. Why did you think we would be in touch?
Sundelius answered without hesitation.
Carl Everett did not have many close friends. I was one of the few. That's why I assumed that you would contact me.
What do you think we wanted to talk to you about?
You should know that better than I do.
True, Wallander thought. Well, at least he isn't going senile. I'd like to meet with you, Wallander said. Here or at your place, preferably tomorrow morning.
I used to go to work every day. Now I climb the walls, Sundelius said. I have an endless amount of time that simply goes to waste. You can come tomorrow any time after 4:30 a.m. I live on Vatergrand. My legs aren't so good. How old are you, Inspector?
I'll be 50 soon.
Then your legs are better than mine. At your age, it's important to keep moving, otherwise you'll develop heart problems or diabetes.
Wallander listened to him with surprise.
Are you still there, Inspector?
Yes, said Wallander. I'm here. How about 9 a.m.? They crowded into the conference room at 7:30 p.m. Lisa Holgersson had arrived early with the chief prosecutor filling in for Per Åkesson, who was in Uganda. Åkesson had taken a leave of absence and was working for the International Refugee Commission. He had been gone almost 8 months and sent Wallander letters every now and then, describing his daily life and the dramatic ways in which the new environment and work were changing him. Wallander missed him, even though they had never been close. He also sometimes felt a stab of envy when he thought about the decision Åkesson had made. Would he ever be anything other than a policeman? He would soon turn 50. The chances of starting something new were shrinking rapidly. The acting chief prosecutor, Thurnberg, had come down from Örebro. Wallander had not had a lot to do with him up until now, as Thurnberg had only started in Ystad in the middle of May. He was a couple of years younger than Wallander, fit and quick-witted. Wallander had not yet decided what he thought about him. On a previous encounter, he had appeared rather arrogant. Wallander knocked on the table with his pencil and looked around the room. Svedberg's chair was still empty. He wondered when someone was going to start using it. Wallander began by telling them about his find at Björklund's house, since he was expecting him to be back from Copenhagen later that evening.
Before this meeting, we were talking about something else that strikes us as odd, Martinsson said. There are no diaries. I've asked the others, but none of the three seem to have kept a diary or a pocket calendar.
There are no letters either, Hansson said.
These people seem to have erased all traces of themselves, Höglund said.
Is that the case with the others, too? The ones who were in Svedberg's photograph?
Yes, Martinsson said, but we should probably probe further.
Martinsson flipped through his notes and was about to add something when there was a knock on the door. An officer came in and nodded in Wallander's direction.
Björklund has just got home.
Wallander got up. I'll go out there alone. It won't be an arrest, after all. We'll continue when I get back. Nyberg got up as well.
I should probably have a look at the telescope right away, he said.
They drove out to Hedeskog in Nyberg's car. The unmarked police car was still parked at the intersection. Wallander got out and spoke to the officer behind the wheel.
He arrived about 20 minutes ago in a Mazda.
Then you can go back, Wallander said.
You don't want us to stay?
It won't be necessary. Wallander got back in the car, and they pulled up outside the house.
He's home,
he said to Nyberg. No doubt about that. Music was coming from an open window. It had a Latin beat. Wallander rang the bell, and the music was turned down. Björklund opened the door, wearing only a pair of shorts. "I have a couple of questions that couldn't wait," Wallander said. Björklund seemed to think for a moment, then smiled. "Now I understand," he said. "What do you understand?" "Why the car was parked up by the turnoff." Wallander nodded. "I was looking for you earlier today. My questions can't wait." Björklund let them in, and Wallander introduced Nyberg. "Once upon a time, I also thought about becoming a forensic technician," Björklund said. "The idea of dedicating my life to interpreting evidence was appealing to me." "It's not as exciting as you'd think," Nyberg replied. Björklund looked mildly astonished. "I wasn't talking about adventure," he said. "I was talking about being a person who follows traces." They stopped in the entrance to the big room. Wallander noted Nyberg's amazement at Björklund's menage. "I'm going to get right to the point," he said. "You have a small shed to the east of the house. There's an instrument in there, hidden under a piece of tarpaulin. I think it's a telescope, and I want to determine whether or not it came from Svedberg's flat." Björklund balked. "A telescope? In my shed?" "Yes." Björklund instinctively took a step back. "Who's been snooping around out here?" "I told you that I came looking for you earlier today. The door to your shed was open, and I went in. I found the telescope." "Is that legal? Are the police allowed to enter other people's homes at will?" "If you have an opinion to the contrary, feel free to make a report to the ombudsman." Björklund looked at him with animosity. "I think I will," he said. "For God's sake," Nyberg interrupted angrily, "let's just get this cleared up." "So you claim to have no knowledge of a telescope on your property?" "That's right." "Do you realize that doesn't sound very believable?" "I don't care what it sounds like. As far as I'm concerned, there's no telescope anywhere on my property." "We'll soon determine whether that's the case," Wallander said. "If you refuse to cooperate, I'll leave Nyberg here and get a search warrant from the chief prosecutor. You should have no doubts about that." Björklund was still hostile. "Am I accused of a crime?" "For now, I simply want an answer to my question." "I've already given you one." "So you deny knowledge of the telescope? Could Svedberg have put it there without your knowledge?" "Why would he have done that?" "I'm simply asking if it's possible, that's all." "Of course he could have done it while I was away over the summer. I never check what's in the shed." Wallander sensed that Björklund was telling the truth, and experienced this as a relief. "Shall we go and look?" Björklund nodded and slipped on some clogs. His upper body was still bare. When they had arrived at the shed and turned on the light, Wallander pulled the others back and turned to Björklund. "Does anything in here look different?" "Like what?" "It's your shed. You should know." Björklund looked around and shrugged. "It looks like it normally does." Wallander directed them into the corner and lifted the tarpaulin. Björklund's surprise seemed genuine. "I have no idea how that got there," he said. Nyberg crouched down to have a better look, directing a strong torch beam at it. "I don't think we need to speculate further about who it belongs to," he said, pointing to something. Wallander looked more closely and saw a small metal plate with Svedberg's name on it. Björklund no longer seemed angry. "I don't understand," he said. "Why would Carl ever hide his telescope here?" "Let's go back inside and leave Nyberg to his work," Wallander said. As they walked back to the house, Björklund asked if he wanted some coffee. Wallander said no. He seated himself for a second time on the uncomfortable pew. "Do you have any idea how long it could have been there?" Björklund now seemed to be trying to give thorough answers. "I don't have a good memory for rooms," he said. "My memory for objects is even worse. I don't think I could come up with any kind of a time frame for you." Something seemed to occur to him. Wallander waited. "Is it possible that someone else put it there?" Björklund asked. "If so, it would probably have been someone who knew you two were related." Wallander saw that something was troubling Björklund. What are you thinking about?"
"I don't know if this means anything," he said doubtfully, "but I had the feeling once that someone had been here."
"How did you get this feeling?"
"I don't know. It was just a feeling."
"Something must have set it off."
"That's what I'm trying to remember."
Wallander kept waiting. Björklund seemed lost in thought.
"It was a couple of weeks ago. I had been in Copenhagen and returned in the afternoon. It had been raining. As I walked across the yard, something made me stop. At first, I didn't know what it was, but then I saw that someone had moved one of the sculptures."
"One of the monsters?"
"They're copies of the medieval gargoyles from the cathedral in Rouen."
"I thought you had a poor memory for objects."
"That doesn't apply to my sculptures. Not when someone has changed their position. I was certain that someone had been in the yard while I was gone."
"And it wasn't Svedberg?"
"No, he never came out here, unless we had arranged it."
"You can't be sure of that, though."
"No, but I feel sure. I knew him, and he knew me."
Wallander nodded, encouraging him to continue.
"A stranger had been here."
"You didn't have anyone looking after the place when you were gone on short trips?"
"No one comes here except the postman."
Björklund sounded convinced, and Wallander had no reason to doubt him. "A stranger, then," he repeated. "And you think this person is the one who might have put the telescope in your shed?"
"I know it sounds unreasonable."
"Can you tell me the exact date when this happened?" Björklund went and got a little pocket calendar and leafed through to a particular day.
"I was away on July 14th and 15th.
Wallander made a note of it. Nyberg came in, his mobile phone in hand.
"I've called for some equipment," he said. "I'd like to finish working on the telescope tonight. Why don't you take my car back and I'll have a squad car pick me up when I'm finished?"
Nyberg disappeared again. Wallander got up and Björklund followed him to the door. "You must have had time to think about what's happened," Wallander said to him.
"I don't understand why anyone would want to kill my cousin. I can't imagine a more meaningless act."
"No," Wallander agreed. "But these are the questions we have to answer. Who would have wanted to kill him, and why?" They parted in the yard. The gargoyles looked somewhat plaintive in the weak light from the house. Wallander returned to Ystad in Nyberg's car. Nothing had been resolved. The meeting back at the station lasted almost until midnight. Everyone was tired, but Wallander didn't want to let them go. "There's really just one thing we can do," he said. "We have to declare Boge, Norman, and Hillström officially missing. We need to get them back home as soon as possible." Everyone in the room agreed with him. Holgersson and Martinsson would see that it was done the next morning. "It seems that all of these young people have been up to something," he said, "but we haven't been able to get them to tell us what it is. You've all said that you feel there's something they're not saying, that they have a secret, is that right?"
"Yes," said Höglund. "There's something they're not letting us in on." "But they don't seem particularly concerned either," Martinsson said. "They're convinced that Boge, Norman, and Hillström are traveling."
"I hope they're right," Hansson said. "I'm starting to feel worried." "So am I," Wallander said. He threw his pen down. "What the hell was Svedberg up to? That's what we have to figure out. And who, in God's name, is Louise?" "We've checked all of our photographic records," Martinsson said. "That's not enough," Wallander said. "We'll have to publish the picture in the papers. We have a murder to solve. Not that she's a suspect. At least not yet."
"Women don't tend to shoot their victims in the face with a shotgun," Höglund said.
No one had anything further to say. They agreed to continue the following day. Wallander would start by visiting Sundelius. He walked out of the station with Martinsson. "We have to get them home," he said again. "We'll talk to Isa Edengren, and we'll bring in the ones that you've already visited once. We'll get them to tell us what they know." They walked to their cars. Wallander was extremely tired. The last thing he thought about before falling asleep was that Nyberg was still out in Björklund's shed. A steady rain fell over Ystad at dawn. Then the clouds blew away. Sunday was going to be a warm and sunny day. Chapter 12. Rosmarie Lehmann and her husband Mats often drove out to parks and nature reserves to take their Sunday walk, depending on the weather and season. This morning, Sunday, August 11th, they had talked about driving up to Fjelldalen, but settled on the Hagestad Nature Reserve instead. The deciding factor was that they hadn't been there for a long time, not since the middle of June. They were early risers and left Ystad a little after 7 a.m. As usual, they were planning to be gone the whole day. They put 2 rucksacks in the boot. These contained everything they might possibly need, even raincoats. Although it looked like it was going to be a fine day, you could never be sure. They lived a well-organized life. She was a teacher, he an engineer. They never left anything to chance. They parked at the reserve shortly before 8 a.m., had a cup of coffee, then put on their rucksacks and started walking. At 8:15 a.m., they looked around for a nice place to have breakfast. They heard some dogs barking at a distance, but had not yet seen any other people. It was warm, and there was no breeze. When they found a good spot, they spread out a blanket and sat down to eat. On Sundays, they discussed the things they didn't have time for during the week. Today it was buying a new car. The one they had was getting old, but could they really afford a new one? After talking for a while, they decided they would wait another month or so. When they had finished eating, Rosmarie Lehmann stretched out on the blanket and fell asleep. Mats Lehmann intended to do the same, but first he had to relieve himself. He took some toilet paper with him and walked to the other side of the path and headed down the slope towards an area surrounded by thick bushes. Before squatting down, he looked around carefully, but saw no one. This is the best part of Sunday, he thought when he had finished, to lie down next to Rosmarie and doze for half an hour. As he had this thought, he noticed something in the bushes. He didn't know what it was, but there was some color that contrasted with the green foliage. Normally he was not particularly curious, but he couldn't help walking closer and parting the branches for a better look. What he saw, he would never forget as long as he lived. Rosmarie was woken by his screams. At first, she didn't know what it was. Then she realized to her horror that it was her husband's voice, calling for help. She had just managed to stand up when he came running towards her. She couldn't know what had happened or what he had seen, but his face was completely ashen. He made it to her side by the blanket and tried to tell her something. Then he fainted. The police station in Ystad took the call at 9:05 a.m. The caller was so hysterical that he was difficult to understand. Finally, however, the policeman taking the call pieced together that the caller's name was Mats Lehmann, and he claimed to have found some dead bodies in Hagestad's nature reserve. Although his account was disjointed, the policeman on duty realized that it was serious. He took down the caller's mobile phone number and told him to stay where he was. Then he went into Martinsson's office, since he had seen him come in just a few minutes before. The policeman stood in the doorway and told him about the call. There was one detail in particular that made Martinsson's stomach knot up. "Did he say 3?" he asked. "3 dead bodies?" "That's what he said." Martinsson got up. "I'll check it out right now. Have you seen Wallander?" "No." Martinsson remembered that Wallander was going to see someone this morning, someone named Sundberg, or was it Sundström? He called Wallander's mobile. Wallander had walked to Vadegrand from his flat on Mariagaten, stopped in front of a beautiful house that he had admired many times, and rang the bell. Sundelius opened the door, dressed in a neatly pressed suit. They had just sat down in the living room when the phone rang. Wallander saw Sundelius's disapproving look as he pulled it out of his pocket with a quick apology. He listened to what Martinsson had to say. He asked the same question as Martinson. Did he say 3? 3 people.
It hasn't been confirmed, but that's what he thought he saw.
Wallander felt as though a weight was starting to press against his head. You realize what this might mean, he said.
Yes, Martinson answered. We have to hope he was hallucinating.
Did he give that impression?
Not according to the officer who took the call.
Wallander looked at a clock hanging on Sundelius's wall. It was 9:09 a.m. Come by and pick me up. I'm at number 7, Vatergrand, he said.
Should we have full backup?
No, let's check it ourselves first.
Martinson was on his way.
Wallander got to his feet. Unfortunately, our conversation will have to wait, he said. Sundelius said he understood.
I take it there's been an accident of some kind.
Yes, Wallander said. A traffic accident. Unfortunately, there's no way of knowing when something like this will come up. I'll be in touch about visiting you again. Sundelius walked him to the door. Martinson pulled up, and Wallander jumped in. He reached out and placed the flashing police light on the roof. When they arrived at the nature reserve, a woman ran out to meet them. Wallander could see a man sitting on a rock with his head in his hands. Wallander got out of the car. The woman was distraught and kept pointing and shouting something. Wallander took her by the shoulders and told her to calm down. The man remained where he was. When Wallander and Martinson walked over to him, he looked up. Wallander crouched down beside him. "What happened?" he asked. The man pointed into the nature reserve. "They're in there," he mumbled. "They're dead. They've been dead for a long time." Wallander looked at Martinson. Then he turned back to the man. "You said that there were 3 of them."
"I think so."
One question remained, perhaps the worst one. "Could you tell how old they were?" The man shook his head. "I don't know." "I know it must have been a terrible sight," Wallander said, "but you have to lead us to the spot." "I'm never going back there. Never."
"I know where it is."
It was the woman. She came up behind her husband and put her arm around him. "But you never saw them yourself?"
"Our rucksacks and blanket are still up there. I know where it is."
Wallander got up. "Let's go." She led them into the reserve. The air was very still, and Wallander thought he could hear the faint sound of the sea. He wondered if the sound was simply the jumble of anxious thoughts inside his own head. They walked quickly, and Wallander had trouble keeping up with the other 2. Sweat ran down his chest. He needed to pee. A rabbit dashed across their path. Wallander couldn't imagine what they were about to find, but he knew that it would not be like anything he had seen before. Dead people are no more alike than the living, he thought. Nothing is ever repeated or the same, just like this anxiety. He recognized the knot in his stomach. It was still as if he were experiencing it for the first time. The woman slowed down. They were getting closer. When they arrived at the blanket, she turned around and pointed down a slope on the other side of the path. Her hand shook. Until this moment, Martinson had been in front, but now Wallander took the lead. Rosemarie Lehmann waited by the rucksacks. Wallander looked down the hillside. There was nothing but bushes below them. He started down the slope with Martinson close behind. They arrived where the bushes started and looked around.
"Do you think she might be wrong about the spot?"
Martinson asked. His voice was low, as though he were afraid someone would overhear them. Wallander didn't answer. Something else had caught his attention. At first, he didn't know what it was, and then it struck him. A bad smell. He looked at Martinson, who hadn't caught a whiff of it yet. Wallander started pushing his way through the bushes. He didn't see anything, just some trees up ahead. The smell disappeared, then returned more strongly.
"What's that?"
Martinson asked. As soon as he had said it, he realized what the answer was. Wallander proceeded slowly, with Martinson close behind. Then he stopped suddenly and saw Martinson flinch. There was something behind the bushes to the left. The smell became stronger. Martonsson and Wallander looked at each other, and each put a hand over his nose and mouth. A feeling of nausea washed over Wallander. He tried to take some deep breaths through his mouth while he kept his nose shut. "Wait here," he told Martonsson. His voice quavered. He forced himself forward and parted the branches. 3 young people lay entwined on a blue linen cloth. They had been shot in the head, and they were in an advanced state of decomposition. Wallander shut his eyes and sat down. After a moment he got up and returned to the place where he had left Martonsson, and pushed him along in front of him as if someone were following them. He stopped only when they were up on the path again. "I've never seen anything so fucking horrible," Wallander stammered. "Is it? It has to be." They stood there in silence. Wallander would later remember that a bird sang in a nearby tree. Everything was like a strange nightmare, and yet at the same time an excruciating reality. Wallander used all his inner resources to force himself to start thinking like a policeman again, to start practicing his profession. He got out his phone and called the station. After about a minute he got Högland on the line. "It's me, Kurt." "Shouldn't you be visiting that retired bank manager this morning?" "We found them. All 3 of them. They're dead." He heard her catch her breath. "You mean Boga and the others?" "Yes." "They're dead?" "Shot." "Oh, my God." "Listen to me. Here's what we have to do. This is a red alert. I want everybody out here. We're at Hagestad Nature Reserve. I'll put Martonsson at the turnoff to guide people down here. We need Lisa immediately, and we'll need extra help to keep the area cordoned off from the public." "Who's going to call the parents?" Wallander felt a degree of anguish and panic he had never experienced before. Of course, the parents had to be notified. They had to identify their children's bodies. But he just couldn't do it. "They've been dead for a long time," he said. "Do you understand? They may have been dead as long as a month." She understood. "I'll have to talk to Lisa about it, but we can't let the parents see this." There was nothing else to say. Wallander was left staring down at the phone after they had hung up. "You'd better get down to the turnoff," he told Martonsson. Martonsson inclined his head in Rosmarie Lehmann's direction. "What do we do with her?" "Get the important facts, time, address, etc., then send them home. Tell them not to talk to anyone about it until they hear otherwise." "Are we allowed to do that?" Wallander stared at Martonsson. "Right now we're allowed to do whatever the hell we want." Martonsson and Lehmann left, and Wallander was alone. The bird kept singing. A couple of meters away, hidden behind thick bushes, 3 young people lay dead. How alone can a person possibly feel, he wondered. He sat down on a rock by the path. The bird flew away. "We didn't get them home," he thought. "They never left for Europe. They were here the whole time, and they were dead. Maybe even since midsummer. Eva Hillström was right all along. Someone else wrote those postcards. They were here the whole time, in the same spot where they celebrated their midsummer feast." He thought about Isa Edengren. Did she realize what had happened? Was that why she had tried to commit suicide? Did she realize the others were dead, just as she would have been if she'd been with them that night? There were already things that didn't make sense. Why had no one discovered the bodies for a whole month? Even if the spot was out of the way, someone would have come across it, or smelled them. Wallander didn't understand it, but he also couldn't quite bear to keep thinking about it. Who could possibly have wanted to kill 3 young people dressed up in costume and celebrating midsummer together. It was an act of insanity. And somewhere in the network of connections to this act, there was another dead body, Svedberg. How had he been involved in all this? Wallander felt an increasing sense of helplessness. Although he had only gazed at the scene for a few seconds, he had not been able to mistake the bullet holes in their foreheads. The murderer knew what he was aiming at, and Svedberg had been the best shot in the force. A breeze tossed the trees from time to time. In between the small gusts, all was calm. Svedberg was the best shot. Wallander forced himself to think this through. Could Svedberg possibly have been the one? What was there that spoke against this possibility? For that matter, were there any clear alternatives to choose from? He got up and started walking to and fro along the path. He wished he could have called Rydberg on the phone, but Rydberg was dead as these 3 young people. As he moved along the path, he had a sudden impulse to run away from it all. He didn't think he could handle the pressure anymore. Someone else would have to take over, Martinsson or Hansson. He was burnt out. And he had developed diabetes. He was on a downward spiral. Finally, he heard people approaching. There were sounds of cars in the distance and branches breaking somewhere down the path. Then they were there, gathering around him. He would have to take charge and tell them what to do. He had known many of them for as long as 15 years. Lisa Holgersson was pale. Wallander wondered what he looked like himself. "They're down there," he said, and pointed to the bushes. "They've been shot. Although they haven't been identified yet, I'm sure they're the 3 missing young people, the ones we assumed or hoped were traveling through Europe. Now we know that isn't the case." He paused before continuing. "I want to prepare you for the fact that the bodies may have been lying here since midsummer. You all know what that means. There is every reason to put on a mask." He looked at Holgersson. Did she want to see them? She nodded. Wallander led the way. The only sounds were rustling leaves and small branches breaking underfoot. When the smell of the bodies came wafting over them, someone groaned. Holgersson grabbed Wallander's arm. Wallander knew it was easier to deal with a macabre scene like this in a group rather than alone. Only one of the younger police officers had to turn away and vomit.
"We can't let their parents see this,"
Holgersson said with a shaky voice.
"It's horrible."
Wallander turned to the doctor who had accompanied them. He was also very pale. "The investigation has to be as quick as possible," Wallander said. "We need to take the bodies back and get them fixed up as soon as possible, before the parents have to identify them." The doctor shook his head.
"I'm not touching this,"
he said simply. "I'm calling Lund." He went off to the side and made a call on Martinsson's phone. "We need to be clear about one thing," Wallander said to Holgersson. "We already have a dead police officer on our hands. Now we have 3 more murder victims. That means 4 murders to solve, and it's going to be huge when it gets out. There will be enormous pressure on us to catch the killer. We also have to be prepared for rumors of a connection between the 2 events. You understand where that may lead?"
"The suspicion that Svedberg was the killer?"
"Yes."
"Do you think he did it?"
Her question came so quickly that he was taken by surprise.
"I don't know,"
Wallander said slowly.
"There are no indications that Svedberg had a motive.
Somewhere there's a connection, yes, but we don't know what it is."
"How much should we say at this point?"
"I don't actually think it matters. We've never been able to protect ourselves from idle speculation." Höglund was listening to their conversation. He noticed that she was shaking.
"There's one more thing to keep in mind," she said. "Eva Hillstrom is going to accuse us of not moving on this soon enough."
"She may be right about that," Wallander said. "It may be something we'll have to acknowledge. I'll bear responsibility for it."
"Why you?"
Holgersson asked. "Someone has to," Wallander said simply. "It doesn't matter who it is." Nieberg gave them all rubber gloves, and they started working. There were specific routines to be followed, tasks that had to be done in a certain order. Wallander walked over to Nieberg, who was instructing someone with a camera. "I want everything on video," Wallander said, "both close-up and from far away."
"Will do."
"Try to get someone whose hand won't shake."
"It's always easier to look at death through the lens,"
Nieberg said.
"But we'll use a tripod, just in case."
Wallander gathered his team together, Martinsson, Hansson, and Högland. He started looking around for Svedberg, but stopped himself. "They're dressed up," Hansson said, "and they're wearing wigs."
"It's the 18th century, Högland said. "This time I'm sure."
"So it happened on Midsummer's Eve," Martinsson said. "That's 2 months ago." "We don't know that," Wallander broke in. "We don't even know that this is where the crime took place." He knew how ridiculous it sounded, but it was strange that no one had discovered them for so long. Wallander started walking around the blue linen cloth. He tried to see what had happened. He slowly let his mind pull back from everything else. They were here to have a party. There were supposed to be 4 of them, but one had fallen ill. They carried food, drink, and a tape recorder with them in 2 big baskets. Wallander interrupted himself and went over to Hansson, who was talking on the phone. Wallander waited until he was done. "The cars," he said. "Where are the cars that we assumed were somewhere in Europe? They must have got here somehow." Hansson promised to look into it. Wallander resumed his slow circling of the tablecloth where the dead lay. They set their things out. They ate and drank. Wallander crouched down. There was an empty bottle of wine in one of the baskets, 2 more in the grass, 3 empty bottles altogether. When death came for you, you had already emptied 3 bottles. That means you were drunk. Wallander got up thoughtfully. Nieberg came up behind him. "I'd like to know if any wine ran out into the grass, or if we can determine if they drank it all." Nieberg pointed to a stain on the blue cloth. "Some of it spilled right there. It's not blood, if that's what you're thinking." Wallander kept going. "You ate and drank and became intoxicated. You had a tape recorder. You were listening to music. Someone entered this scene and killed you when you were resting on the blue cloth with your arms around each other. One of you, Astrid Hillstrom, may in fact have been asleep. It was probably already morning, maybe early dawn." Wallander paused. His eyes fell on a wineglass near one of the baskets. He knelt down to examine it and waved a photographer over to get a close-up. The glass was leaning against the basket, but there was a little pebble supporting it underneath. Wallander looked around. He lifted the edge of the cloth carefully, but didn't see any stones or rocks anywhere. He tried to think what it meant. When Nieberg walked by, he stopped him. "There's a pebble propping up that wineglass. If you see any others like it, please let me know." Nieberg made a note of it. Wallander continued his rounds. Then he pulled back a bit and surveyed the scene from more of a distance. "You spread your feast out at the foot of a tree. You chose a private place where no one would see you." Wallander pushed his way through the bushes and stood on the other side of the tree. "He must have come from somewhere. There are no signs of panic. You were resting on the cloth, and one of you was already asleep, but the other 2 were perhaps still awake." Wallander went back and studied the corpses for a long time. Something wasn't right. Then he realized what it was. The picture in front of him wasn't real. It had been arranged. Chapter 13. As dusk approached on Sunday, August 11th, and police spotlights gave an unearthly glow to the scene, Wallander did something unexpected. He left. The only person he spoke to was Högland. He needed to borrow her car since his own was still parked at Mariagaten. He told her to get in touch with him on his mobile phone if he was needed. He didn't tell her where he was going. She returned to the crime scene, where there were no longer any bodies. They had been carried out around 4 p.m. Once the bodies had been removed, Wallander felt consumed by fatigue and nausea. He forced himself to put in a couple more hours. Then he felt the need to leave the scene. When he asked Högland for her car keys, he knew where he was going. He wasn't simply going away. However tired and depressed he got, he rarely functioned without a clear plan. He drove off almost in a hurry. There was something he wanted to see, a mirror he wanted to hold up in front of himself. Wallander pulled up outside Svedberg's building on Lilla Norrgatan. The cement mixer was still there, and Svedberg's keys were in his pocket. The air inside the flat was stale. He went into the kitchen and opened the window. Then he drank a glass of water and reminded himself that he had an appointment with Dr. Göransson the next morning. He knew he was going to miss it. He hadn't managed to improve his habits at all since receiving the diagnosis. He still ate as poorly and had taken no exercise. At this point, even his own health would have to be put on hold. The street lamps cast a faint light into the living room. Wallander stood completely still in the twilight. He had left the crime scene because he needed some perspective on what had happened. But there was also a thought that had occurred to him earlier, and that he wanted time to consider. They had all talked about the connections between the crimes and the hideous possibility that Svedberg was involved. But suddenly it occurred to Wallander that they were ignoring the most likely scenario. Svedberg had been conducting his own investigation without telling anyone what he was doing. It looked like he spent most of his holiday investigating the disappearance of these 3 young people. Of course, this could mean that he had something to hide, but it could also be that he had stumbled upon the truth. He might have had grounds to doubt that Boga, Norman, and Hillström were traveling around Europe. He might have believed that something was wrong, and he might have crossed someone's path only to end up murdered himself. Wallander knew that this did not explain why Svedberg hadn't told his colleagues what he was doing, but he may have had a good reason. The events of the day slowly passed through his mind. Only an hour or so after they had discovered the bodies, Wallander had come to the conclusion that there was something wrong with the scene. He discovered what it was when the pathologist told him he was certain that the time of death was not as long ago as 50 days. This suggested 2 possibilities. Either the shots were fired later than midsummer, or else the bodies had been stored somewhere in the meantime, where they would have been better preserved. They couldn't conclude that the place where the bodies were found was necessarily the same place as the location of the crime. For Wallander and the team, it didn't seem possible that someone had killed the 3 people where they were found, moved them to an unknown location for storage, then returned them to their original place. Hansson had suggested that they really did go on their European holiday, but that they returned earlier than anticipated. Wallander acknowledged this as a possibility, however unlikely, but he didn't write anything off yet. He made his observations, listened to anyone who had anything to say, and felt he was being forced deeper and deeper into an endless fog. The warm August day had seemed never-ending. They took refuge in the structure of police routines and made their thorough examination of the scene. Wallander watched his colleagues, downcast and horrified, do what was expected of them. He watched them and wondered if every one of them was wishing that he or she had become anything but a police officer. People left as soon as they got the chance. Some camping chairs and tables were placed along the path where they could drink cups of coffee that got colder each time the thermoses were opened. Wallander didn't see anyone eat anything all day. It was Nieberg's tenacity that was the most impressive of all. He rummaged around the half-rotten, stinking food remains with sullen determination. He directed the photographer and the policeman doing the videotaping, sealed countless objects in plastic bags, and made detailed maps of the crime scene. Wallander sensed the hatred Nieberg felt for the person who had caused the mess he was now forced to root around in. He knew that no one else was capable of Nieberg's thoroughness. At one point, Wallander had realized that Martinsson was exhausted. He took him aside and ordered him to go home, or at the very least, to go down to the forensic technician's van and sleep for a while. But Martinsson simply shook his head and continued his work on the area closest to the cloth. Some dog patrols from Ystad arrived. Edmundsson was there with his dog, Karl. The dogs had picked up a couple of different scents. One of them had found human excrement behind one of the bushes. In other places there were beer cans and pieces of paper. Everything was duly noted on Nieberg's maps. In one particular spot, under a tree a little distance away, Karl indicated a find, but after a careful search they were still unable to locate any human object. Wallander returned to the spot behind this tree several times that day. He discovered that it was one of the most sheltered locations from which to observe the place where the midsummer celebrations had taken place. He felt a cold grip around his stomach. Had the murderer stood in this very place? What had he seen? Shortly after midday, Nieberg told Wallander to take a look at the tape recorder that lay on its side by the cloth. They found a number of unmarked cassette tapes in one of the baskets. Everyone stopped talking when Wallander turned on the tape recorder. A dusky, male voice they all recognized came on. The singer, Fred Åkerström, interpreting a ballad from the collection Friedmund's Epistles. Wallander looked at Högland. She had been right. This was a celebration set in the 18th century, the age of that eternally popular poet Bellman. Wallander got up and went into Svedberg's study. First he looked around for a minute, then he sat down at the desk. He let images from the investigation come to him. There were the 3 postcards that Eva Hillström had doubted from the very beginning. Wallander hadn't believed her. No one had. It had been inconceivable that someone would send fake postcards. But now they had found her daughter dead. They knew that the postcards had been sent by someone else. Someone had traveled all over Europe, to Hamburg, Paris, and Vienna for this. Why? Even if the 3 young people were not killed on Midsummer's Eve, there was no doubt that they were killed before the last postcard came from Vienna. But what was the reason for this false trail? Wallander stared blankly out into the dimly lit room. I'm afraid, he thought. I've never believed in pure evil. There are no evil people, no one with brutality in their genes. There are evil circumstances and environments, not evil per se. But here, I sense the actions of a truly darkened mind. Wallander reached for Svedberg's pocket calendar and went through it again. There was the recurring name, Adamsson. Could this be the surname of the woman in the photograph whom Sture Björklund told them was called Louise? Louise Adamsson? He went back to the kitchen and looked in the phone book. There was no Louise Adamsson listed. She could be married, of course, and have a different surname. He made a mental note to ask Martinsson to find out what Svedberg had done on the days marked Adamson in his calendar. He turned out the light and went to the living room. Here, someone had walked across the floor with a shotgun in his hand. It had been aimed and fired at Svedberg's head, then thrown to the floor and left behind. Wallander tried to think whether this marked the beginning or end of a series of events. Or was it part of something even larger? He almost didn't have the energy to follow this last thought to its conclusion. Was there really someone out there who was going to continue the senseless killing? He didn't know. Nothing gave him the mental foothold he was looking for. He walked over to the place where the shotgun had been found and tried to see where Svedberg must have been sitting. The cement mixer would have been rumbling on the street. 2 shots. Svedberg thrown to the ground, probably dead before he even hit the floor. Wallander didn't hear any argument or raised voices, only the dry shots from the gun. He changed his position and walked over to the chair that lay on the ground. You let in a person you know, someone you are not afraid of, or else someone enters who has his own key. Perhaps someone picks the lock. There are no marks on the door. He didn't use a crowbar. We'll assume it's a he. He has a shotgun, or else you keep an unregistered shotgun in the flat, a shotgun that is loaded, and that the person you have let in knows about. There are so many questions, but in the end it comes down to a who and a why. Only one who and one lone why. He went back to the kitchen and called the hospital. Luckily, the doctor he had spoken to before was in. Isa Edengren is doing well. She'll be released tomorrow or the day after. Has she said anything? Not really, but I think she's happy you found her. Does she know it was me? Shouldn't we have told her that? What was her reaction? I don't think I understand your question. How did she react when she was told that a policeman had come looking for her? I don't know. I need to talk to her as soon as possible. Tomorrow will be fine. I'd rather talk to her tonight. I need to talk to you, too. That sounds rather urgent. It is. I'm actually on my way out. It would be more convenient to talk tomorrow. I wish it were that unimportant, Wallander said. But I have to ask you to stay. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Has something happened? Yes. Something I don't think you could possibly imagine. Wallander drank a glass of water and left the flat. It was still warm outside, with only a faint breeze. When he arrived at the ward where Isa Edengren was being kept, the doctor was waiting for him. They went into an empty office and Wallander closed the door. On the way over, he had decided to level with the doctor completely. He told him what they had found out in the nature reserve, that 3 young people had been murdered and that Isa Edengren was meant to have been with them. The only detail he left out was the fact that they had been dressed up. The doctor listened in disbelief. I thought about going into pathology, he said afterwards. But hearing this, I'm glad I decided against it. You're right. It was a terrible sight. The doctor got up. I take it you want to see her now? Just one more thing. Naturally, I'd like you not to mention this to anyone. Doctors have to take an oath. So do police officers, but information seems to have a way of getting out anyway. They stopped outside Isa's door. I'll just make sure she's awake. Wallander waited. He didn't like hospitals. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. He remembered what Dr. Göransson said about checking his blood sugar levels. It was apparently a very simple test. The doctor came back out. She's awake. One more thing, Wallander said. This will sound strange, but can you check my blood sugar level? The doctor looked at him with astonishment. Why? I have an appointment with one of your colleagues tomorrow morning that I won't be able to attend, but I was going to have it checked.
Are you diabetic?
No, my blood sugar level is too high.
Then you're diabetic.
I just want to know if you can measure it or not. I don't have my insurance card with me, but maybe you could make an exception in my case.
A nurse walked by, and the doctor stopped her.
Could you check this man's blood sugar level? He's going to speak with Edengren afterwards.
Of course.
The nurse's name tag said Brundin. Wallander thanked the doctor for his help and followed the nurse. She pricked his finger and squeezed a drop of blood onto a strip of tape in a machine that looked like a Walkman.
It's very high. 15.5, she said.
It's way too high, Wallander said. That's all I wanted to know. She looked closely at him, but in a friendly way.
You're a little on the heavy side, she said.
Wallander nodded. He felt suddenly ashamed of himself, like a naughty child. He went back to Isa Edengren's room. He had expected her to be lying in bed, but she was curled up in an armchair with a blanket drawn tightly around her. The only light in the room came from the bedside lamp. As he came closer, he saw something like fear in her eyes. He put out his hand and introduced himself, then sat down on a stool next to her. She doesn't know what's happened, he thought, that 3 of her closest friends are dead. Or does she suspect it already? Has she been waiting for this discovery? Is that why she couldn't take it any longer? He pulled his stool around so he was facing her. Her eyes never left him. When he had first walked into the room, she had reminded him of Linda. Linda had also tried to commit suicide at the age of 15. Wallander later realized it was part of the series of events that had led Mona to leave him. He had never really understood it, even though he and Linda talked about it years later. There was something there that he would never quite grasp. He wondered if he would be able to understand why this girl had tried to take her life. "I'm the one who found you," he said. "I know you know that already. But you don't know why I came out to Scorby. You don't know why I walked around the back of the locked house and kept looking for you until I found you in the gazebo where you were sleeping." He paused so she could speak, but she remained silent, watching him. "You were supposed to have celebrated midsummer with your friends Martin, Lena, and Astrid," he continued. "But you fell ill. You had some kind of stomach bug and stayed at home. Isn't that right?" No reaction. Wallander was suddenly unsure of how to proceed. How could he tell her what had happened? On the other hand, it would be in all the papers tomorrow. She would suffer a great shock in either case. "I wish Anne Britt were here," he thought. "She would be better at this than I am." "Astrid's mother received some postcards," he said. "They were signed by all 3, or just by Astrid, and sent from Hamburg, Paris, and Vienna. Had the 4 of you talked about going away after midsummer?" She finally began to answer his questions, but her voice was so low that Wallander had trouble hearing her.
"No, we hadn't decided anything," she whispered.
Wallander felt a lump in his throat. Her voice sounded as if it might break at any moment. He thought about what she was going to hear, that a simple virus had saved her life. Wallander wanted to call the doctor he had spoken to before and ask him what he should do. How would he tell her? He put it off for now. "Tell me about the midsummer party."
"Why should I?"
He wondered how such a fragile voice could sound so determined. But she wasn't hostile. Her answers would depend on his questions. "Because I'd like to know? Because Astrid's mother is worried?"
"It was just a party."
"But you were going to dress up like 18th century courtiers." She couldn't know how he knew. He was taking a risk in asking the question. but she might be impossible to talk to after she found out what had happened to her friends.
We did that sometimes.
Why?
It made things different.
To leave your own age and enter another?
Yes.
Was it always the 18th century? There was an undertone of disdain in her answer.
We never repeated ourselves.
Why not? She didn't reply, and Wallander immediately knew he had hit an important point. He tried to approach it from another direction. Is it possible to know how people dressed in the 12th century?
Yes, but we never entered that age.
How did you choose an era? She didn't answer that either, and Wallander was starting to discern a pattern in the questions she wouldn't answer. Tell me what happened that Midsummer's Eve.
I was sick.
It must have come on suddenly.
Diarrhea usually does.
What happened?
Martin came to get me, and I told him I couldn't come.
How did he react?
Like he was supposed to.
How?
By asking me if it was true, like he was supposed to.
Wallander didn't understand her answer. What do you mean?
You're supposed to tell the truth. If you don't, they kick you out.
Wallander thought for a moment. You took your friendship seriously, then. No one was allowed to lie. One untruth meant expulsion? She looked genuinely puzzled.
What would friendship be otherwise?
He nodded. Of course, friendship is always based on mutual trust.
What else is there?
I don't know, Wallander said. Love, perhaps? She pulled the blanket up under her chin. How did you feel when you realized that they had left to travel around Europe without you? She looked at him for a long time before answering.
I've already answered that question.
It took Wallander a moment before he made the connection. Are you referring to the police officer who visited you earlier this summer?
Who else would I be referring to?
Do you remember when he came to see you?
On July 1st or 2nd.
What else did he ask you? She leaned in towards Wallander so suddenly that he pulled back involuntarily.
I know he's dead. He was called Svedberg. Have you come here to tell me about him?
Not exactly. But I'd like to hear more about your conversation with him.
There's nothing more to tell.
Wallander frowned. What do you mean? He must have asked you something else.
He didn't. I have it on tape.
You recorded your conversation with Svedberg?
In secret, yes. I do that a lot.
And that's what you did when Svedberg came to see you?
Yes.
Where is that tape now?
In the gazebo where you found me. There's a blue angel on the outside of the tape.
A blue angel?
I make the wrappers myself.
Wallander nodded. Do you mind if I have someone get the tape for me?
Why would I mind?
Wallander called the station and instructed the policeman on duty to send a squad car to the house to get the tape. He also told them to get the Walkman he had seen on the bedside table.
A blue angel? The policeman asked.
Yes, a blue angel on the wrapper. Tell them to hurry. It took them exactly 29 minutes. While he was waiting, Isa spent more than 15 minutes in the bathroom. When she came back, Wallander realized she had washed her hair. It occurred to him that perhaps he should have worried that she was making a second attempt on her life. An officer came into the room and gave him the tape recorder and tape. Isa nodded in recognition. She took the Walkman and fast-forwarded to the place she was looking for.
Here,
she said, and handed the headphones to Wallander. Svedberg's voice came at him full strength. He flinched as if he had been struck. He heard Svedberg clear his throat and ask a question. Her answer disappeared in the surrounding noise. He rewound the tape and listened again. He had heard correctly. Svedberg had asked a similar question. But Isa was wrong. It wasn't the same question. Wallander had asked, "How did you feel when you realized that they had left to travel around Europe without you?" The way Svedberg phrased his question dramatically altered its meaning. "Do you really think they have gone on a trip to Europe?" Wallander listened to it a third time. Isa's reply couldn't be heard. He took off the headphones. Svedberg knew, he thought. By 1 or 2 July, Svedberg had known they weren't traveling around Europe. Chapter 14. They continued their conversation, although Wallander was finding it hard to concentrate. By 9 p.m., he didn't think he could hold off telling her the truth any longer. He excused himself by saying he was going to get a cup of coffee. In the hall, he called Martinsson, who said that most of the officers were starting to return to Ystad. Soon, only the forensic technicians and the security guards would be left. Nyberg and his team would work through the night. Wallander told him where he was and asked to speak to Höglund. She came to the phone and he told her that he needed her help. "Isa Edengren has to be notified of the deaths. I don't know how she's going to react." "Well, at least she's already in the hospital. What do you think could happen to her?" Her answer seemed unusually cold to Wallander, until he realized that she was distancing herself from the situation. Nothing could be worse than the way she had spent this long August day. "I'd still appreciate it if you could come over," he said. "That way, at least I don't have to do this alone. She has just tried to commit suicide." After they hung up, he looked for the nurse who had checked his blood sugar levels and got the name and home number of the doctor he had spoken to. He also asked her what her impression of Isa Edengren was. "Many people who try to commit suicide are very strong," she said. "There are always exceptions to the rule, but it's my impression that Isa Edengren is one such person." He asked where he could get some coffee, and she directed him to a vending machine in the foyer. Wallander called the doctor at home. A child's voice answered the phone. Then he got a woman, and finally the doctor. "I haven't been thinking clearly," Wallander said. "We have to tell her what happened right away, or she'll hear it herself tomorrow morning. Then we may not be able to intervene. I don't know how she's going to react." The doctor said he would come in. Wallander set off in search of the vending machine, but when he found it, he realized that he had no change in his pockets. An elderly man pushing a walking frame came by. When Wallander carefully asked him if he had any change, the old man simply shook his head. "I'm going to die soon. In about 3 weeks or so. What do I need money for?" He kept going, seemingly in high spirits. Wallander was left with a note in his outstretched hand. When he did find some change, he pushed the wrong button and ended up with cream in his coffee, which he almost never had. When he returned to the ward, Höglund had arrived. She was pale and had dark circles under her eyes. They hadn't found any significant leads, she told him, and he could hear how tired she was. "We're all tired," he thought, "exhausted, before we've even begun to penetrate this nightmare we're in." He told her about his conversation with Isa Edengren, and she listened with surprise when he mentioned the recording of Svedberg's voice. He told her his conclusion, that Svedberg knew, or at least strongly suspected, that the 3 missing people hadn't set off on a trip. "How on earth could he have known that?" she asked. "Unless he was extremely close to what happened." "The situation seems clearer to me now," Wallander said. "He is, somehow, very close to the events, but he doesn't know everything. If he did, he would have no reason to be asking these questions." "That would suggest that Svedberg wasn't the one who killed them," she said. "Not that any of us really thought so." "It passed through my mind," Wallander said. "I'll admit it. Now the picture has changed. I'm prepared to go a step further and say that Svedberg knew only a couple of days after midsummer that something was wrong. But what was it that he feared?
That they were dead?
Not necessarily. He's in the same situation we were in before we found them. But where does his fear or suspicion come from?
He knows something we don't?
Something makes him suspicious. Perhaps it is only a vague feeling. We'll never know. But he doesn't share these suspicions. He keeps them to himself, conducts a thorough investigation during his holiday.
So we have to ask ourselves what he knew.
That's what we're looking for. Nothing else.
But that won't explain why he was shot.
Nor does it explain why he didn't tell us what he was doing.
She frowned. Why do you keep something hidden?
Because there's information you don't want to get out, or you don't want to be discovered, he answered. We may find a link.
I've thought the same thing. There may very well be a link between Svedberg and the young people. Someone else.
Louise?
Maybe.
They heard a door slam at the end of the corridor, and the doctor came walking towards them. It was time. Isa Edengren was still sitting in the chair when Wallander went back in. There's one last thing I have to talk to you about, he said, sitting down next to her. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to hear. That's why I'd like your doctor to be here while I tell you, and one of my colleagues, Ann-Britt Höglund. He saw that she was getting scared, but there was no way out now. The others joined them, and Wallander told her the facts. Her 3 friends had been found, but they were dead. Someone had killed them. We wanted to tell you now, he finished, so you don't read about it in the papers tomorrow. She didn't react. I know this is hard for you, but I have to ask you if you have any idea who might have done this.
No.
Her voice was weak but clear. Did anyone else know about your plans that night?
No outsider is ever told.
It occurred to Wallander that she sounded like she was reciting a rule. Perhaps she was. No one knew except you.
No one.
You weren't there since you got sick, but you knew where they were going to be?
In the nature reserve.
And you knew they were going to dress up?
Yes.
Why was it so secret? She didn't answer. I've trespassed onto secret territory again, Wallander thought. She refuses to answer when I go too far. But he knew she was right. No one had known about their plans. He had no further questions. We're leaving, he said. Please be in touch if you think of anything else. The people around here know how to get hold of me. I also want you to know that I spoke to your mother. She jerked her head back.
Why? What has she got to do with this?
Her voice was suddenly shrill, making Wallander feel uncomfortable. I had to tell her, he said. When I found you, you were unconscious. It's my duty to notify the next of kin. She seemed about to say more, but then she stopped herself and started to cry. The doctor indicated that it was time for Wallander and Höglund to leave. When they were out in the corridor again and the door shut behind them, Wallander noticed that he was dripping with sweat. Every time it gets worse. Soon I won't be able to get through this anymore. They arrived back at the station around 10:30 p.m. Wallander was surprised to see that there were no reporters outside. He had thought the news about the murders would already have been leaked. Wallander hung up his coat and went to the canteen. Tired police officers sat silently over their cups of coffee and the remains of takeaway pizzas. It occurred to Wallander that he ought to say something to cheer them up. But how did you lighten the mood after the killing of 3 innocent people on a summer picnic? Somewhere in the background was also the murder of one of their own. Wallander said nothing, but he nodded to them and tried to show that he was there for them. Hansson looked at him with weary eyes.
"When are we meeting?"
he asked. Wallander glanced at his watch.
"Now, is Martensson here?" "He's on his way."
"Lisa?"
"In her office. I think things were hard for her in Lund. All the parents, couple after couple, stepped up to identify their child. Although I think Eva Hillström came by herself."
Wallander went straight to Lisa Holgersson's office. The door was slightly ajar, and he could see her behind the desk. Her eyes seemed wet. He knocked and looked in. She gestured for him to come in.
"Do you regret going to Lund?"
"There's nothing to regret. But it was as terrible as you said it would be."
There are no words to offer someone at a time like this. Parents are called down on a summer's day to identify their dead child. The people who had fixed up the bodies had done a great job, but they couldn't completely hide the fact that they had been dead for a long time.
Hansson said Eva Hillström came by herself.
She was the most restrained, perhaps because she had feared the worst all along.
"She's going to accuse us of not moving fast enough on this, perhaps with some justification."
"Is that really your opinion?"
"No, but I don't know how much my opinion matters. If we had had more personnel, if it hadn't been in the middle of everyone's holiday time, things might have been different. But there are always excuses, and now a mother is forced to confront her worst fear."
"I'd like to discuss the possibility of getting some reinforcements down here as soon as possible."
Wallander was too tired to argue, but he didn't agree with her. There was always the hope that greater numbers meant greater efficiency, but in his experience this was almost never the case. It was often a small, well-run investigative team that produced the best results.
"What do you think?"
Wallander shrugged. "I think you know my opinion on this, but I'm not going to object if you want reinforcements."
"I'd like to talk to the others about it tonight."
"They're exhausted. You won't get any rational answers. Why don't you wait until tomorrow?"
It was 10:45 p.m. Wallander got up and went to the conference room. Svedberg's chair was still empty. Nyberg came in straight from the crime scene, and Wallander saw him shake his head. No new finds. Wallander started by telling them about his visit to the hospital. He had brought the tape recorder and cassette with him. There was an eerie silence in the room when he played the recording of Svedberg's voice. After Wallander told them about his conclusions, he noticed that the exhaustion of the group seemed to lift a little. Svedberg had known something. Was that why he had been killed? They slowly went over all the facts of the case again. The meeting stretched long into the night, and the team slowly overcame their tiredness and low spirits. They took a short break just after midnight. When they returned, Martensson sat down in Svedberg's chair by mistake. He changed his seat when he realized what he had done. Wallander got up to go to the men's room and drink some water. His mouth was dry and his head ached, but he knew he had to push on. During the break, he went to his office to call the hospital. After waiting for a long time, he finally talked to the nurse who had checked his blood sugar level.
"She's sleeping," she said. "She wanted a sleeping pill. Naturally, we couldn't give her one, but she fell asleep anyway."
"Has anyone called her? Her mother?"
"Only a man who said he was her neighbor."
"Lundberg?"
"Yes, that was his name."
"The full impact of what has happened will probably only hit her tomorrow," Wallander said.
"What is it that's happened?"
Wallander couldn't think of any reason not to tell her. There was a stunned silence.
"I can't believe it."
"I don't know," he said honestly. "I don't understand it any better than you."
He returned to the conference room. It was time for him to summarize the events as they knew them.
"I don't know why this happened," he started. "I see no possible motive and therefore no possible suspect. But I am aware of a chain of events, as you all are. This chain is not completely without gaps, but I'll tell you what I see. Correct me if I leave anything out."
He reached for some sparkling mineral water and filled his glass.
"Sometime during the afternoon on June 21st, 3 young people drove out to Hagestad Nature Reserve. They probably arrived in 2 cars, both of which remain missing.
According to Isa Edengren, who was supposed to have been with them but fell ill, they had chosen the place for their party in advance. They were going to make it a masquerade, which they had done before. We should try to understand this game as well as we can. I think there were very strong ties between these young people, something more than simple friendship. Their era this time was the 18th century, the age of Bellman. They wore costumes and wigs and played songs from Friedmund's epistles. We don't know if they were being observed at this point. The spot they had chosen was hidden from view. The killer appeared from somewhere and shot them. They were each shot in the forehead. We don't yet know what kind of weapon was used. Everything points to the killer carrying out the deed deliberately and without hesitation. We find them 51 days later. That's the most likely scenario. But until we know exactly how long they have been dead, we cannot rule out that they may not have been killed at the midsummer feast. It may have happened at a later date. We simply don't know. But we do know that the killer must have been privy to certain information. It's not really believable that this triple homicide was a chance occurrence. We can't rule out the possibility of a lunatic, since we can't rule anything out, but the signs point to a carefully planned and executed killing. The motive for this crime I cannot even begin to speculate about. Who would want to kill young people in the midst of the happiest time of their lives? I don't think I've ever been involved in a case like this before. He looked around. He wasn't quite done with his summary of the events, but he wanted to see if there were any questions. No one spoke.
There is more to this story. We don't know if it is a beginning, an end, or a parallel event, but Svedberg was also murdered, and we found a photograph of these young people in his flat. We know that he was investigating their disappearance, and that he started to do so as soon as he heard from Eva Hillström and the other parents. There is a connection here. We don't know what it is, but we have to find it. That's where we have to begin.
He put his pencil down and leaned back in his chair. His back ached. He looked over at Nyberg.
I should perhaps add that both Nyberg and I feel there is something artificial and arranged about the scene of the crime. I just can't understand how they could have lain there for 51 days without anyone finding them, Hansson said despondently. A lot of people visit the reserve during this summer.
I don't either, Wallander said.
There are 3 possibilities. We could be completely wrong about the time of death. Maybe it wasn't Midsummer's Eve, maybe it was later than that. Or else the scene of the crime and the place we found the bodies aren't the same. The 3rd possibility is that these 2 places are one and the same, but someone moved the bodies and returned them at a later date.
Who would do that? Höglen asked. And why?
That's what I think happened, Nyberg said.
Everyone looked at him. It was unusual for Nyberg to speak with such conviction so early on in an investigation.
At first, I just kept seeing the same thing Kurt did, he began. That there was something fake about the whole scene, like a photographer had arranged it for the camera. Then I found some things that made me rethink.
Wallander waited with excitement, but it was as if Nyberg lost his train of thought.
Go on, he said.
Nyberg shook his head.
It doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone move the bodies just to return them at a later date?
There might be a lot of reasons, Wallander said.
To delay a discovery, or to give himself time to escape, or to send a number of postcards, Martinsson said.
Wallander nodded. We'll take this step by step. We don't know if our thinking is right or wrong.
Well, it was the glasses that made me think again, Nyberg said slowly. There was wine left in 2 of them. A little less in one, a little more in the other. It should have evaporated a long time ago. But what really surprised me was what wasn't there. There were no insects in the glasses, which there should have been. We know what happens if you let even an empty glass that has had wine in it sit out overnight. In the morning it's full of insects. But there was nothing in these glasses. What do you make of that? That the glasses had been sitting out for only a couple of hours when Lehmann found the bodies. How many hours? I can't tell you exactly. What about the remains of the food? Martinsson objected. The chicken was rotten. The salad moldy and the bread stale. Food doesn't go bad that quickly. Nyberg looked at him. But isn't that exactly what we're discussing now? That the scene that Mats and Rosmarie Lehmann discovered had been prearranged? Someone puts out a couple of glasses and splashes wine in the bottom. The food has been decomposing elsewhere and is distributed on the plates. Nyberg sounded as certain as he had when he had begun to speak. We'll be able to prove it, if it is the case, he said. We'll be able to determine exactly how long the wine we found in the glasses had been exposed to air, but I already know what I think. I think the Lehmanns would not have found anything at all if they had gone for their walk on Saturday morning. The room was silent. Nyberg had followed his train of thought much further than Wallander had realized. It hadn't occurred to Wallander that the bodies might only have been lying out for about a day. The killer must have been close by. What Nyberg said also affected Svedberg's relationship to the crime. He could have killed them and hidden the bodies, but he could not have brought them out again. I can tell you feel sure of this, Wallander said. What's the likelihood that you could be mistaken? None. I may be wrong in the exact hours and times I've been suggesting, but it must have happened in the way I have described. Is the place we found them also the scene of the crime? We're not finished yet, Nyberg said. But it does seem as if blood has seeped through into the ground. So you think they were shot there and then moved? Exactly. So where were they taken? They all sensed the importance of this question. They were charting the movements of the killer. Although they couldn't see him clearly, they were zeroing in on his actions. That was a crucial step. I think we should assume that this is the work of a man acting alone, Wallander said. But there may have been more than one person involved. This seems more probable if it turns out that the bodies were moved and later replaced. Perhaps we're using the wrong words, Höglund said. Perhaps, instead of moved, we should be saying concealed. Wallander was thinking the same thing. The spot is not deep inside the reserve, he said. It's possible to drive a car up there, but it is not allowed, and it would attract attention. The alternative is easy. The bodies could have been concealed somewhere in the area, perhaps quite close to the scene of the crime. The dogs didn't pick up any tracks, Hansson said. Not that that means anything. Wallander had made up his mind. We can't wait for all the results to come in. I want to search the area again at dawn for somewhere the bodies may have been concealed. If we're right, it'll be nearby. It was just after 1 a.m. Wallander knew everyone needed a few hours' sleep before the morning. He was the last to leave the room. The night air was warm, with no hint of wind. He pulled the air deep into his lungs, walked behind the back of a police car, and relieved himself. He would miss his appointment with Dr. Göransson in the morning. His blood sugar level was way too high at 15.5, but how could he think about his health at a time like this? He started to walk home through the deserted town. Something was bothering him. A fear he knew he shared with the others, although no one had said so. They were close to tracking the killer's movements, but they had no idea what he was thinking or what motivated him. They had no idea if he was planning to strike again. Chapter 15. Wallander didn't make it into bed that night. As soon as he stopped outside his door in Mariagarden and fumbled for his keys, anxiety overtook him. He put the keys back in his pocket,
walked over to his car, and jumped in. Somewhere out there, a killer was hiding in the shadows, and he would remain there until they caught him. They had to find him. He simply couldn't be allowed to get away, to become one of the people who would haunt Wallander in his dreams. As he drove through the calm night, he thought about a case in the early 1980s, shortly after he had moved to Ystad with Mona and Linda. Rydberg had called him late one night with the news that a young girl had been found dead in a field outside of Bori. She had been bludgeoned to death. They drove out there together that November evening. Hard flecks of snow were drifting through the air. The girl had taken the bus from Ystad after going to the cinema, got off at her normal stop, and followed her usual shortcut through the fields to the farm where she lived. When she hadn't arrived at the time she said she would be home, her father went down to the road to look for her, and found her. The investigation went on for years, and filled thousands of pages of reports, but they never found the killer, nor any possible motive. The only clue was a piece of a wooden clothes peg found close to the dead girl's body, which bore traces of blood. Apart from that, there was nothing. Rydberg would often come to Wallander's office to talk about it. During his last days, when he was dying of cancer, he mentioned her again. Wallander understood that he didn't want him to forget about the dead girl in the field. Once he was gone, only Wallander would be left to solve the case. He seldom thought about her now, but occasionally she appeared in his dreams. The image was always the same. Wallander was leaning over her, with Rydberg somewhere in the background. She looked back at him, but was unable to speak. Wallander took the turnoff for the nature reserve. I don't want 3 young people haunting my dreams, he thought. Nor do I want Svedberg there. We have to find the one who did this. He parked his car and saw to his surprise that the officer on duty was Edmundsson. "Where's your dog?" Wallander asked. "At home," Edmundsson said. "I don't see why he should have to sleep in the car." Wallander nodded. "How is everything out here?" "Only Nyberg is here, as well as those of us on duty." "Nyberg?" "He arrived a little while ago." He's also haunted by anxiety, Wallander thought. It shouldn't surprise me. "It's too hot to be August." "Autumn will come, just you wait," Wallander said. "It'll come when you least expect it." He turned on his torch and walked into the reserve. The man had been hiding in the shadows for a long time. In order to enter the nature reserve without being seen, he had approached it from the sea. He followed the beach, climbed the dunes, and disappeared into the woods. To avoid running into the policemen or their dogs, he took a circuitous route towards the trail that led into the main hiking area. From there he could always make his way onto the road if the dogs picked up his scent. But he wasn't worried. They wouldn't expect him to be there. Under the cover of darkness, he saw police officers come and go along the path. 2 of the officers were women. Shortly after 10 p.m., many of them left the reserve, and he sat down to drink the tea he had brought with him in a thermos. The order he sent to Shanghai had already been filled. He would pick it up early the next day. When he finished his tea, he packed the thermos away and made his way to the place where he had killed them. There were no more dogs in the area, so he felt safe. From a distance, he could see big spotlights that were set up around the scene, casting an unearthly glow. It was like a theater production, but one that was closed to the ordinary public. He was tempted to sneak close enough so he could hear what the policemen were saying and watch their faces, but he controlled himself, as he always did. Without self-control, you couldn't be sure that you would get away and be safe. The shadows danced in the spotlights. The police looked like giants, although he knew it was just an illusion. They fumbled around like blind animals in the world he had created. For a moment he allowed himself to enjoy a feeling of satisfaction. but only for a moment. He knew pride was dangerous and could make you vulnerable. He returned to his lookout beside the main trail. He was thinking of leaving when someone walked by. The beam of a torch flickered over the ground. A face was visible for an instant, and the man recognized him from the papers. His name was Nieberg, and he was a forensic specialist. He smiled to himself. Nieberg might be able to identify the individual pieces, but he would never see the whole pattern. He had finished putting his rucksack on and was about to cross the path when he heard another person approaching. Again, a torch flickered between the trees, and he jumped back into the shadows. The officer was large and moved heavily. The man felt a sudden impulse to make his presence known, to dash out like an animal of the night before being swallowed up again by the darkness. Suddenly the officer stopped. He let the torch shine on the bushes to the side of the trail. In a moment that lengthened into sheer terror, the man thought that he had been caught. He was frozen and couldn't get away. Finally, the light disappeared as the officer walked away. But then he stopped a second time, turned off the light, and waited in the dark. After a while, he turned the torch back on and continued. The man lay still for a long time, his heart pounding. What had caused the policeman to stop? He couldn't have heard anything or seen him. For once his inner clock failed him. He had no idea how long he lay there before getting up, crossing the path, and making his way back down to the sea. It could have been an hour, maybe more. When he reached the beach, it was starting to get light. Wallander saw the lights from a distance. From time to time, he heard Nieberg's tired and irritated voice. One officer was up on the path, smoking. He stopped again and listened. He didn't know where the feeling had come from, the sense that the killer was out there somewhere in the dark. Had he heard something? He stopped and felt a rush of fear. Then he realized that it must be his imagination. He stopped one more time, turned off the light, and listened. But there was only the sound of the sea. He greeted the officer, who made an attempt to put out his cigarette. Wallander stopped him. He was a young policeman by the name of Bernd Svensson. "How's it going?" he asked. "I think I saw a fox," Svensson said. "A fox?" "I thought I saw a shadow back there. It was bigger than a cat." "There are no foxes in Skåne. They all died from the plague." "I still think it was a fox." Wallander nodded. "Then we'll say it was a fox. Just a fox." He continued on down and into the ring of light. Nieberg was examining the place under the tree where the 3 bodies had lain. Even the blue cloth was gone now. "What are you doing here?" he asked when he saw Wallander. "You should sleep. You have to have the energy to keep going." "I know, but sometimes you can't sleep." "Everyone should sleep," Nieberg said. His voice was cracking with fatigue. Wallander sensed how distraught he was. "Everyone should sleep," he repeated. "And things like this shouldn't happen." "I've been in the force for 40 years, Nieberg said. "I'm going to retire in another 2. "What will you do then?" "Go crazy with boredom, maybe. But you can bet I won't be standing around forests, looking at the half-rotten corpses of some young people." Wallander remembered what Sundelius had said. "I used to go to work every day. Now I climb the walls." "You'll find something," Wallander said encouragingly. Nieberg muttered something unintelligible. Wallander tried to shake the tiredness out of his body. "I came out to start planning the morning's activities," he said. "You mean digging around for a possible hiding place?" "If we're right about this, we should be able to deduce where he hid the bodies." "He or they. He may not have been alone," Nieberg answered. "I think he was." It just doesn't make sense for two people to organize this kind of massacre. We're assuming the killer is a man, but I think that's a safe assumption. Women don't shoot people in the head, especially young people. What about last year? Nieberg was referring to a case in which the killer of several people turned out to be a woman. But that did not change Wallander's mind. Not this time. So who are we looking for? An escaped lunatic? Maybe. I'm not sure. But this gives us a starting point. Exactly. If he's alone, he has 3 bodies to hide. What does he do? He won't move them very far, for practical reasons. He has to carry them. Unless he brought a wheelbarrow, which would have drawn attention. I think he's a cautious person. So he buries them near here. If he buried them at all, Wallander said. Did you have the impression that the bodies had been exposed to animals or birds? No. But I'm not a pathologist. Still, that confirms our idea that the bodies were in the ground. But animals can dig. That means the bodies have been protected somehow by a box or plastic sheeting. I'm not an expert on these things, Nieberg said. But I do know that bodies in sealed containers decompose at a different rate to bodies exposed directly to the earth. They were closing in on something that could be significant. Where does that lead us? Wallander said. Nieberg gestured with one arm. He wouldn't have gone uphill, he said, and pointed back to the path. Nor would he have crossed a path, unless he had to. They turned their backs to the hillside and looked past the lights, where insects danced in front of the hot lenses. To the left of us, the ground slopes away steeply, then goes up again almost as sharply. I don't think he'd try there, Nieberg said. Straight ahead? It's level, surrounded by thick brush. To the right? Also brush, but not as thick. The ground is probably waterlogged from time to time. So probably somewhere straight ahead or to the right, Wallander said. To the right, I think, Nieberg said. I forgot to mention something. If you go straight, you hit another path. So we'll try to the right once it gets light, Wallander said, in a spot that looks like it might have been disturbed. I hope we're right, Nieberg said. Wallander was so tired he could no longer speak. He decided to go back to his car and sleep for a few hours. Nieberg followed him up to the main path. I had a feeling there was someone sneaking around in the dark when I came up here, Wallander said. And Svensson said he thought he saw a fox. Normal people have nightmares in their sleep, Nieberg answered. We have our nightmares when we're awake. I'm worried he's going to strike again, Wallander said. Aren't you? Nieberg was silent for a moment before answering. I'm always worried. But I also had the feeling that what happened here won't be repeated. I hope you're right, Wallander said. I'll be back in a couple of hours. He returned to the car park without experiencing the feeling that someone was out there in the darkness. He curled up in the back seat of his car and fell asleep immediately. It was broad daylight and someone was knocking on the window. He saw Höglin's face and hauled himself out of the car. His whole body ached. What time is it? It's 7 a.m. Damn it, I've slept in. They have to start looking for a place to dig. They've already started, she said. That's why I came to find you. Hansson's on his way. They hurried up along the path. I hate this, Wallander grumbled. Sleeping in the back of a car, getting up unwashed and looking like hell. I'm too old for this. How am I supposed to think without even having a cup of coffee? I think we can fix that, she said. If the station hasn't supplied us with anything, you can have some of mine. I'll even give you a sandwich. Wallander picked up his pace, but she still seemed to walk more quickly than he did. It annoyed him. They passed the place where he had felt as if someone was hiding in the bushes. He stopped and looked around. realizing that it was the perfect lookout. Högland looked at him expectantly, but Wallander didn't feel like explaining. "Do me a favor," he said. "Get Edmundson and his dog to search this place. Have them go 20 meters into the woods on either side." "Why?" "Because I want them to. That's all the explanation I can give right now." "What do you want the dog to look for?" "I don't know. Something that shouldn't be there." She asked no further questions, and he already regretted not telling her more. It was too late now. They kept walking, and she handed him a copy of the newspaper. It had a picture of Louise printed on the front page. He read the headline without stopping. "Who's in charge of this?" he asked. "Martinsson is organizing and checking the leads as they come in." "It's important that it's done right." "Martinsson is very careful." "Not always." He heard how irritated and disapproving he sounded, and knew there was no reason to take his tiredness out on her. But there was no one else around. When all this is over, I'll have to speak to her, he thought helplessly. At that moment, a jogger came towards them. Wallander reacted without a second thought by placing himself in the man's way. "Haven't they sealed off the area? No one should be here except the police." The jogger was in his 30s and was wearing headphones. As he tried to run past, Wallander reached out to stop him. The jogger, thinking he was being attacked, hit back. He caught Wallander on the side of his jaw. Wallander was taken by surprise and collapsed. When he got his bearings, Högland had the man pinned to the ground with his arm twisted behind his back. The headphones had fallen onto the path, and Wallander heard to his surprise that the jogger had been listening to opera. Some officers came running down to help them and handcuffed the jogger. Wallander got up gingerly and felt his jaw. It hurt, and he had bitten the inside of his mouth, but his teeth were unharmed. He looked over at the jogger. "The reserve has been sealed off. Did that fact escape you?" "Sealed off?" The man's surprise seemed genuine. "Get his name," Wallander ordered. "Make sure the barriers are up, then take him out and let him go." "I'm going to report this," the jogger said angrily. Wallander turned away and felt the inside of his mouth with a finger. Then he slowly turned back around to face him. "What's your name?" "Hagroth." "What else?" "Niels." "And what is it you're going to report?" "Excessive force. Here I am jogging peacefully, and then I'm attacked without warning." "You're wrong," Wallander said. "The person who was assaulted was me, not you. I'm a police officer, and I was trying to stop you because you were inside a restricted area." The jogger began to protest, but Wallander lifted his hand. "You can get a year's jail time for assault of a police officer. It's a very serious offense. You're obliged to follow police orders, and you were trespassing in a restricted area. You could get 3 years. Don't think you'll get away with a fine and a slap on the wrist. Do you have a previous criminal record?" "Of course not." "Then we'll say 3 years. But if you forget about this and stay away from here, I'll think about letting it drop." The jogger tried to protest again, but once more Wallander's hand went up. "You have 10 seconds to make up your mind." The jogger nodded. "Take off the handcuffs," Wallander ordered. "See that you get him out of here, and get his address." Wallander continued walking up the path. His jaw hurt, but he was no longer tired. "He wouldn't get 3 years, Högland said. "He doesn't know that," Wallander said. "And I don't think he's likely to go to any length to find out if it's true." "I thought this was exactly the kind of thing the head of the National Police wants us to avoid," she said. "Shaking the people's trust in the police." "It'll be shaken more if we don't find whoever killed Boga, Norman, and Hillstrom, plus one of our colleagues." When they finally arrived at the crime scene, Wallander poured coffee into a styrofoam cup and went looking for Nyberg, who was supervising preparations for the dig. Nyberg's hair was standing on end. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was in a foul mood. "I don't know why I'm the one who's suddenly in charge of this," he said. "Where the hell is everybody? Why is your face all bloody?" Wallander felt his cheek with one hand. The corner of his mouth was bleeding. I got into a fight with a jogger. Hansson's on his way.
A fight with a jogger?
It's a long story. Wallander filled Högland in on their conversation about where the bodies might be buried and put her in charge of the search. He made some rapid calculations. With Högland and Hansson at the crime scene, there was no reason for him to stay. If Martinsson was taking care of things back at the station, that meant Wallander could turn his attention to other tasks. He dialed Martinsson's number. I'm coming in, he told him. Having Hansson and Ann-Britt here is enough.
Any results?
It's too early for that. Have we heard anything from Lund?
I can try to call now.
Good. Tell them it's urgent. What we really need is to establish a time of death. It would also be good to know who was killed first, if possible.
Why is that important?
I don't know if it's important, but it's possible the killer was actually only after one of the three.
Martinsson promised to call Lund straight away.
Wallander put his phone back in his pocket. I'm going back to Ystad, he told the others. Let me know if you find anything. He started walking back to the car and bumped into Edmundsson and his dog along the way. Högland must already have made the call. Edmundsson had been equally swift. Did you fly him in? Wallander asked, pointing at the dog.
A colleague drove him in.
What was it you wanted us to do? Wallander showed him the place and explained what he wanted. If you find anything, you should let Nyberg know. When you're done, join the search up at the crime scene. They're looking for a place to start digging right now. Edmundsson went pale.
Are there more bodies?
He asked. His words jolted Wallander. He hadn't even considered this possibility, but he realized it was improbable. No, we don't expect to find more bodies, just a spot where they might have been buried for a while.
Why would they have been buried?
Wallander didn't answer.
Edmundsson is right, he thought. Why would the killer hide the bodies? We've raised the question and tried to answer it, but it may turn out to be more important than we thought. He got into his car. His jaw still ached. He was about to start the engine when his phone rang. It was Martinsson. He's got information from Lund, Wallander thought, and felt a rising excitement.
What did they say?
Who?
You haven't talked to Lund?
No, I haven't had time. I've just had a call.
Wallander could tell that Martinsson was worried, which was uncharacteristic. Don't let it be someone else, he thought. Not more dead bodies, not now.
The hospital called, Martinsson said. Isa Edengren has disappeared.
It was 8:03 a.m. on Monday, August 12th. Chapter 16. Wallander drove straight to the hospital, much too fast. Martinsson was waiting for him when he arrived. He left the car in a no-parking zone. What happened?
Martinsson was carrying a notebook. No one really knows. She must have left around dawn, but no one saw her leave.
Did she call anyone? Did anyone come and pick her up?
It's hard to get a straight answer. There are so many patients in her ward and almost no staff on night duty, but she must have left before 6 a.m. Someone came in at 4 a.m. and saw her sleeping.
Which, of course, she wasn't, Wallander said. She was waiting for the right moment to take off.
Why?
I don't know.
Do you think she'll try to kill herself again?
Possibly. But let's think this through. We tell her what happened to her friends, and the next day she makes her escape. What does that mean?
That she's scared.
Exactly. But what is she scared of? There was only one place Wallander could think of to start looking for her, and that was the house outside Skörby. He wanted Martinsson with him, if only so he wouldn't have to be alone. When they arrived in Skörby, they stopped first at Lundberg's house. The man was out in the yard inspecting his tractor. He looked surprised when 2 cars pulled into his driveway. Wallander introduced Martinsson. You called the hospital last night and were told that Isa was okay.
all things considered. Sometime early this morning, between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., she disappeared. Escaped. What time do you get up? Early. My wife and I are up by 4:30 a.m. And Isa hasn't turned up? No. Did you hear any cars go by early this morning? The answer was very firm. Aka Nilsson, who lives up the road, went by at about 5 a.m. He works at the slaughterhouse 3 days a week. But apart from him, there was no one. Lundberg's wife appeared at the door. She had heard the last part of the conversation. Isa hasn't been here, she said. And there haven't been any cars either. Is there anywhere else she might have gone? Martinsson asked. Not that we know of. If she contacts you, you'll have to let us know, Wallander said. It's very important for us to find out where she is that clear? She never calls, the woman said. Wallander was already on his way back to his car. They drove to the Edengren's house. He put his hand into the drain pipe and pulled out the spare keys. Then he showed Martinsson the gazebo in the back of the house. Everything seemed as it had when he was last there. They returned to the main house and unlocked the door. The house looked even bigger from the inside. No expense had been spared on the interior decorating, but the impression was chilly, like a museum. There were few traces of the inhabitants. They walked through the rooms on the first floor, then went upstairs to the bedrooms. A large model airplane was suspended from the ceiling of one of the bedrooms. There was a computer on a desk, and someone had thrown a sweater over it. It was probably Jürgen's room, the brother who had committed suicide. Wallander went into the bathroom and saw a plug by the mirror. Reluctantly, he pointed it out to Martinsson. It was probably here that Isa's brother had died. I bet that doesn't happen every day, Martinsson said. Who kills himself with a toaster? Wallander was already on his way out of the bathroom. Next door was another bedroom. When he entered, he knew it was Isa's. We have to search this room, he said. What are we looking for? I don't know. But Isa was supposed to have been out there with them in the nature reserve. She tried to commit suicide, and now she's run away. We both think she's scared. Wallander sat down at her desk while Martinsson started going through the dresser and the large cupboard that took up a whole side of the room. The drawers in the desk were unlocked, which surprised him. But after going through them, he realized there was no need for privacy. The drawers were almost completely empty. He frowned. Had someone emptied them? He picked up a green writing pad. Underneath it was a poorly executed watercolor. I.E. 95 was written in the corner. The watercolor depicted a coastal landscape of sea and cliffs. He put the pad back. In a bookshelf next to the bed were several rows of books. He recognized some that Linda had read. He felt along the back of the shelves and found two that had fallen behind the others, or were concealed. Both of them were in English. One had the title Journey to the Unknown by someone called Timothy Neal. The other was called How to Cast Yourself in the Play of Life by Rebecca Stanford. The book covers looked similar, with geometric signs, numbers, and letters that seemed to be suspended in a universe of some kind. Wallander took the books with him back to the desk. They were well thumbed. He put on his glasses and read the blurb on the back cover of the first book. Timothy Neal discussed the importance of following the spiritual map as revealed by people's dreams. Wallander made a face and put the book down. Rebecca Stanford, in turn, discussed what she referred to as chronological dissolution. Something caught his attention. There seemed to be a discussion of how groups of people could control time and move back and forth through the ages. She seemed to be arguing that this technique was useful for self-actualization in a time of increased meaninglessness and confusion. Have you ever heard of an author by the name of Rebecca Stanford? Wallander asked Martinsson, who was standing on a chair looking through the contents of the highest shelf in the cupboard. He got down and came over to look at the book, then shook his head. It must be a young person's book.
"You'd better ask Linda," he said. Wallander nodded. Martonsson was right. He should ask Linda, who read a lot. During their holiday on Gotland, he had been surprised by all the books she had brought with her. He hadn't recognized the name of even a single author. Martonsson returned to the cupboard, and Wallander turned to the shelf beside the bed. There were some photo albums there, which he brought back to the desk. Inside were pictures of Isa and her brother. The colors had started to fade. In one, the two of them were standing on either side of a snowman. They both held themselves stiffly, looking unhappy. After this photograph were several pages of Isa by herself. School photographs, images of Isa and her friends in Copenhagen, then some more of her with Jürgen. Here he was older, perhaps 15, and somber. Whether his attitude was affected or genuine, Wallander couldn't tell. The approaching suicide could be read in the pictures, Wallander thought. But did he know it himself? Isa was smiling in these pictures, while Jürgen looked miserable. Next were shots of a coastal landscape. Wallander was reminded of the watercolor painting. On one of the pictures he read, "Barnsjö, 1989. Wallander kept leafing through the pages. There were no photographs of the parents, just Jürgen and Isa, her friends, and landscape shots of the same coastline and small islands. "Where is Barnsjö?" Wallander asked. "Isn't it one of the islands that gets mentioned in the Marine Weather Report?" Wallander wasn't sure. He looked for a long time at a picture of Isa standing on a rock just below the waves. It almost looked like she was walking on water. Who had taken it? Martonsson suddenly whistled with surprise. "You'd better take a look at this," he said. Wallander got up quickly. Martonsson held a wig in his hand that looked like the ones Børge, Norman, and Hillström had been wearing. There was a slip of paper attached to a strand of hair. Wallander carefully removed it. "Holmsted's costume rental," he read. Copenhagen. There was an address and phone number. He turned the slip over and saw that the wig had been rented on June 19th, to be returned on the 28th. "Should we give them a call right now?" Martonsson asked. "Or visit them in person," Wallander said, thinking. "No, let's start by calling." "You'd better do it," Martonsson said. "Danes never understand my Swedish." "You're the one who doesn't understand them," Wallander said gently, "since you never listen properly." "I'll find out where Barnsjö is." "Why did you want to know that?" "I'm trying to figure that out myself," Wallander answered, and dialed the number. A woman answered. He introduced himself and explained what he wanted to know. The wig was rented by Isa Edengren from Skarby, Sweden, he said. "I'll check. Just a moment," she said. Wallander waited. He could hear Martonsson asking someone for the number of the Coast Guard. The woman came back to the phone. "There's no record of any rentals to Isa Edengren," she said. "Not on that day, nor the days before." "I'll give you another name to try," Wallander said. "I'm the only person working here right now, and I have some customers. Can it wait?" "No. If you can't help me, I'll have to contact the Danish police." She made no further protests, and he gave her the other names, Martin Børge, Lena Norman, and Astrid Hillström. Then he waited again. Martonsson sounded irritated. He didn't seem to be getting anywhere. The woman returned. "Yes, that's right," she said. "Lena Norman came in and rented 4 wigs and some costumes on June 19th. It was all due back on June 28th, but she hasn't shown up. We were just about to send off a reminder. Do you remember serving her? Was she alone?" "My colleague was here that day. His name is Mr. Sorensen." "Can I talk to him?" "He's on holiday until the end of August." "Where is he?" "He's on his way to the Antarctic." "Where?" "He's on his way to the South Pole. He's visiting some old Norwegian whale fishing stations along the way. Mr. Sorensen's father was a whale fisherman. I think he was even the one who operated the harpoon.
So there's no one at the shop who can identify Lena Norman, or tell me if she came in alone to rent the wigs?
No, I'm sorry. Of course, we would like to have them back. Otherwise, we'll have to charge a replacement fee.
It'll be a little while. They're involved in a case we're working on.
Has anything happened?
You could say that, but I'll explain later. Please tell Mr. Sorensen to contact the Eastad police as soon as he returns.
I'll tell him. Wallander, was it?
Kurt Wallander.
Wallander hung up.
So, Lena Norman had been in Copenhagen, but had she gone there alone?
Martinsson came back into the room.
Barnsjø Island is off the coast of Östergötland, he said. Or more precisely, it's part of the Great Archipelago. There's also a Barnsjø way up north, but that's more of a reef. Wallander told him about his conversation with the fancy dress shop in Copenhagen.
We should talk to Lena Norman's parents, Martinsson said.
I would have liked to wait a few days, Wallander said. But I don't think that will be possible.
They both sat quietly for a moment, considering what lay ahead of them. At that moment they heard the front door open. They were both struck by the thought that it might be Isa Edengren. When they went to the top of the stairs, however, they saw Lundberg standing in the hall. When he caught sight of them, he kicked off his boots and walked upstairs.
Has Isa been in touch with you? Wallander asked.
No, it's something else. I don't mean to take up your time, but there was something you said when we were talking in the yard about me calling the hospital to ask how Isa was.
It was perfectly natural for you to want to know how she was doing.
Lundberg looked at Wallander with concern. But that's just it. I didn't call. And neither did my wife. We didn't call to see how she was, although we should have.
Wallander and Martinsson exchanged glances. You didn't call?
No, neither one of us.
Is there another Lundberg who might have called?
Who would that be?
Wallander looked thoughtfully at the man in front of him. There was no reason to doubt he was telling the truth.
So someone else had called the hospital.
Someone who knew that Isa was in close contact with the Lundbergs. Someone who also knew that she was there. But what had that person wanted to know? That Isa was getting better? Or if she had died?
I just don't understand. Who would pretend to be me? Lundberg asked.
You're the one who can best answer that question, Wallander said.
Who knew that Isa used to come to you when she had problems with her parents?
Everyone in the village knew, Lundberg said.
But I can't think of anyone who would have called and used my name.
Someone could have seen the ambulance, Martinsson said. Did no one call to ask what had happened?
Karin Persson called, Lundberg said. She lives in the hollow, down by the main road. She's very curious and keeps tabs on everyone, but I can't imagine she can make herself sound like a man on the phone.
Was there no one else?
Håkan Nilsson dropped by on his way back from work. He brought some pork chops. We told him what had happened, but he didn't even know Isa, so he wouldn't have called.
Anyone else?
The postman came by with some unexpected news. We won 300 kroner in the lottery. He wanted to know if the Edengrens were home. We told him that Isa was in the hospital, but what reason would he have to call?
There was no one else?
No.
You did the right thing in telling us about this, Wallander said firmly, ending the conversation. Lundberg went back down the stairs, pulled his boots back on, and left. When I was out at the nature reserve last night, Wallander said, I had the feeling that I was being watched by someone in the darkness. I thought I had imagined it, but now I'm starting to wonder. This morning, I even asked Edmundsson to examine the spot with his dog. Is someone keeping an eye on us?
I know what Svedberg would have said.
Wallander looked at Martinsson with surprise.
What would he have said? It was something he said when we were working on the smuggling case, during the spring of 1988, if you remember.
that we should stop from time to time and look back over our shoulders, like the Indians.
What would we see?
Someone who shouldn't be there. That would mean we should station men out here to keep watch over the house, in case someone decides to search Issa's room. Is that what you mean? Something like that. There's no something about it. You either think that's what we should do or you don't. I'm just telling you what I think Svedberg would have said.
Wallander realized how tired he felt. His irritation lay just below the surface. He knew he should apologize to Martinsson, just as he should have explained himself to Högland at the nature reserve, but he didn't. They went back to Issa's room. The wig was lying on the desk next to Wallander's phone. He knelt down and looked under the bed, but found nothing. When he stood up, he felt dizzy. He grabbed Martinsson's arm to steady himself. "Don't you feel well?" Wallander shook his head. "It's been years since I could stay up this many nights in a row without really feeling it. It'll happen to you, too. We should ask Lisa for extra staff." "She's already talked to me about it," Wallander said. "I told her we'd get back to her." "Is there anything else we need to look at here?" "I don't think so. There's nothing unusual in the cupboard." "How about anything that seems to be missing? Anything that should be in a young woman's cupboard that isn't there?" "Nothing that I can think of." "Then let's get going." It was close to 9:30 a.m. when they returned to their cars. "I'll call Issa's parents myself," Wallander said. "The rest of you will have to take on Boga, Norman, and Hillström's parents. I don't want to be responsible for what might happen if we don't get hold of Issa. They may know something, and so might the others in the photo that we found at Svedberg's flat." "Do you think something's happened?" "I don't know." They drove away. Wallander thought back to the conversation with Lundberg. Who had made that call? He had a gnawing feeling that Lundberg had said something else that was important, but he couldn't think what it was. I'm tired, he thought. I don't listen to what people say, and then I have the feeling that I missed something important. When they arrived back at the station, they went off in separate directions. Ebba stopped him as he walked past the reception desk. "Mona called you," she said. Wallander came to a complete stop. "What did she want?" "She didn't tell me." Ebba gave him her phone number in Malmö. Wallander already knew it by heart, but Ebba was very thoughtful. She also handed him a number of other phone messages. "Most of these are from reporters," she said consolingly. "You don't have to get back to them." Wallander got some coffee and went into his office. He had just taken off his jacket and sat down when the phone rang. It was Hansson. "There's nothing new to report," he said. "Just so you know." "I want either you or Ann-Britt to come back to the station," Wallander said. "Martinsson and I can't quite keep up with everything that has to be done. For example, who's in charge of searching for the cars?" "I am. I'm working on it. Has anything happened?" "Issa Edengren escaped from the hospital this morning. It worries me." "Which one of us would you rather have?" Wallander would have preferred Högland. She was a better police officer than Hansson, but he didn't say so. "It doesn't matter. Just one of you." He hung up and dialed Mona's number in Malmö. Every time she called, which wasn't often, he feared that something had happened to Linda. She answered on the second ring. Wallander always felt a twinge of sorrow when he heard her voice. Was it his imagination, or was the feeling getting weaker? He wasn't sure. "I hope I'm not bothering you," she said. "How are you?" "I'm the one who called you." "I'm fine." "You sound tired."
I am tired. You've probably seen in the papers that one of my colleagues is dead. Svedberg. Do you remember him?
Barely. What did you want? I wanted to tell you that I'm going to get married again.
Wallander was quiet. For a moment he nearly hung up, but he stayed as he was, speechless.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
I'm telling you that I'm getting remarried.
Who to?
Klaus Henrik. Who else would it be?
Should you really be marrying a golfer?
That's not a very nice thing to say.
Then I should apologize. Does Linda know?
I wanted to tell you first.
I don't know what to say. Perhaps I should congratulate you.
That would be nice. We don't have to continue this conversation. I just wanted you to know.
Why the hell would I want to know? What the hell do I care about you and your fucking golfer? Wallander was enraged. He didn't know exactly where it came from. Perhaps it was the tiredness or the last remnant of pain at realizing that now Mona was leaving him for good. The first time he had felt such pain was when she told him she wanted to leave him. And now, when she told him she was getting married again, he discovered that it was still there. He slammed down the phone so hard that it broke. Martinsson was walking into his office as it happened, and he jumped when the receiver fell apart. Wallander pulled the phone out of the jack and threw the whole mess in the rubbish. Martinsson watched this, obviously afraid to incur Wallander's wrath. He raised his hands up in front of his chest and turned to leave. What did you want?
It can wait.
My anger is a private matter, Wallander said. Tell me what you want.
I'm going to see Norman's family. I thought I'd start with them. Lillemor Norman may know where Isa has gone.
Wallander nodded. Either Hansson or Anne Britt will be in soon. Tell them to take care of the other families. Martinsson nodded, then remained in the doorway.
You'll, need a new phone. I'll see to it.
Wallander didn't answer. He waved for Martinsson to leave. He didn't know how long he sat there, doing nothing. Once more, he had been forced to face the fact that Mona was still the woman he was closest to in his life. It was only when someone showed up at his door with a new phone that he got up and left. Without knowing why, he ended up wandering down the hall and coming to a halt outside Svedberg's office. The door was open slightly, and he looked in. The sun coming in through the window revealed a thin layer of dust on the desk. Wallander closed the door and sat down in Svedberg's chair. Högland had already gone through all his papers. She was very thorough. It would be a waste of time to go over them again. Then he remembered that, like all of them, Svedberg had a locker in the basement. Högland had probably checked it, but she had never mentioned having done so. Wallander went out to the reception area and asked Ebba for the keys.
His spare keys are right here,
she said, with obvious distaste. Wallander took them and was about to leave when she stopped him.
When is the funeral going to be?
I don't know.
It's not going to be easy.
At least we don't have to face a widow and crying children, said Wallander. But you're right, it's not going to be easy. He went down the stairs and found Svedberg's locker. He didn't know what he was looking for. There was probably nothing to find. There were some towels, soap, and a shampoo bottle for Svedberg's Friday night saunas. There was also a pair of old trainers. Wallander felt with his hand along the top shelf. There was a thin plastic folder containing some papers. He took it out, put on his glasses, and looked through it. Inside was a reminder from Svedberg's mechanic to bring his car in for a tune. There were some handwritten notes that looked like shopping lists. But there were also some ticket stubs for the bus and the train. On July 19th, Svedberg, or somebody, had taken the morning train to Norrköping. He had returned to Ystad on July 22nd. He could tell from the way that the ticket was stamped that it had been used. The stubs from the bus were very blurry. He held them up to the light but couldn't read them. With the help of a magnifying glass, he could just decipher the price and the words Östgöte Public Transit. He called Ylva Brink, who was at home for once, but she had no idea what Svedberg would be doing in Östergötland. He had no family there, as far as she knew.
"Maybe this Louise person lives there," she said. "Have you found out who she is yet?"
"Not yet, but you may be right." Wallander got another cup of coffee. His mind kept returning to his conversation with Mona. He still couldn't comprehend how she could marry that skinny little golfer who supported himself by importing sardines. He returned to his office and kept staring at the ticket stubs. Suddenly he froze, the cup halfway to his mouth. He should have thought of it at once. What was that island in Isa Edengren's photo album called? Barnsjö? Hadn't Martinson said that Barnsjö was off the coast of Östergötland? He put the coffee cup down so roughly that some of the liquid spilled, and tried out his new phone by calling Martinsson. "Where are you?"
"I'm having coffee with Lillemor Norman. Her husband will be home soon."
Wallander could hear from Martinsson's voice that the visit was difficult. "I want you to ask her something. Now, while I'm still on the line, I want to know if she's heard of an island called Barnsjö, and if she knows of any connection between the island and Isa Edengren." "Just that?" "Just that. Do it now." While Wallander was waiting, Höglund appeared in the doorway. Perhaps Hansson had sensed that Wallander would rather have her with him. She pointed to his coffee cup and disappeared. Martinsson came back on the phone.
"Well, that was unexpected.
She says that the Edengrens not only have houses in Spain and France, but also one on Barnsjö Island." "Good," Wallander said. "Finally, things are starting to make some sense. Wait, there's more. Apparently the others have been there with her many times. Lena Norman, Boga, and Hillström." "I know someone else who's been out there," Wallander said.
"Who?"
"Svedberg, between July 19th and 22nd.
"What the hell?
How do you know that?" "I'll tell you when you get here. Now go back to what you were doing." Wallander hung up, carefully, this time. Höglund came in again. She sensed at once that something was up. Chapter 17. Wallander was right. It had not occurred to Höglund to go down into the basement and look through Svedberg's things. He couldn't help feeling a sense of satisfaction that she had missed this. He thought of her as good at her job, but the fact that she had forgotten about the storage locker meant she wasn't infallible. They quickly compared notes. Isa Edengren was gone. Wallander wanted the search for her to be their top priority. Höglund encouraged him to spell out what he thought might have happened to Isa. He couldn't get past the facts. Isa was supposed to have been at that party. She had tried to commit suicide, and now she had run away.
"There's a possibility we haven't considered," Höglund said. "Although it's unpleasant and rather improbable."
Wallander sensed what she was thinking. "You mean the possibility that Isa killed her friends?" "I've considered that, but she was genuinely ill on Midsummer's Eve."
"If that's when it really happened," Höglund said. "We still don't know that for sure."
Wallander knew she was right. "In that case, we have even more reason to try to find her as soon as possible. We also shouldn't forget that someone called for her at the hospital, posing as Lundberg." She left his office to visit the Hillström and Boga families, as well as the young people from the photograph they had found in Svedberg's flat. She promised that she'd ask about Barnsjö Island. Nyberg called just after she had gone. Wallander immediately thought they must have located the place where the bodies had been buried. "Not yet," Nyberg said. "This process can take a long time. I'm calling because we've received some information on the gun that was found in Svedberg's flat." Wallander reached for a notebook. "The National Register is a blessing," Nyberg continued. "The gun that was used to kill Svedberg was stolen 2 years ago in Ludvika."
"Ludvika?"
"The report was filed on February 19th, 1994, to the Ludvika police.
It was handled by an officer called Vester. The man who reported the gun stolen was Hans-Åke Hammarlund. He was an avid hunter who kept all his weapons securely locked up in accordance with the law. On February 18th, he went into Falun on business. That night, someone broke into his house. His wife, who was sleeping in an upstairs bedroom, didn't hear anything. When Hammarlund returned from Falun the next day, he discovered that a number of his guns were missing and filed a report the same day. The shotgun was a Lambert Baron, a Spanish make. The numbers matched perfectly. None of the missing guns ever turned up, nor were they ever able to identify any suspects. So other weapons were stolen as well. The intruder left behind a very valuable shotgun designed for shooting elk, but took 2 revolvers, or rather, 1 pistol and 1 revolver. It's not clear from the report how the intruder entered the property, but I take it you understand what this may mean? That one of the other weapons might have been the one used in the nature reserve? Yes, we'll have to get that question answered as soon as possible. Ludvika is in the Dalarna region, Nyberg said. That's quite far away from here, but weapons have a way of turning up where you least expect them. You don't think Svedberg stole a gun that was used to kill him? When it comes to stolen weapons, the connections are rarely so straightforward, Nyberg replied. Weapons are stolen, sold, used, and resold. I think there may have been a very long chain of owners before this shotgun ended up in Svedberg's flat. It's still important, Wallander said. I feel as though I'm trying to navigate through thick fog. Nyberg promised to make the identification of the stolen guns a priority. Wallander was leaning over his notebook, trying to make an outline of recent events when the phone rang again. This time it was Dr. Göransson. You didn't come to your appointment this morning, he said sternly. I'm sorry, Wallander said. I don't have much of an excuse. I know you're very busy. The papers are full of this terrible crime. I worked at a hospital in Dallas for a few years, and I think the headlines in the Ystad papers are getting frighteningly like those in Texas. We're working around the clock, Wallander said. It's just the way it is. I still think you'll have to give your health a little of your time, Göransson said. A mismanaged case of diabetes is no laughing matter. Wallander told him about the blood test he had had in the hospital. That just emphasizes what I'm saying. We have to do a complete checkup on you to see how well your liver, kidneys, and pancreas are functioning. I really don't think it can wait any longer. Wallander knew he'd have to go in. They decided that he would return the following morning at 8 a.m. He promised to come in on an empty stomach and to bring a urine sample. Wallander hung up and pushed the notebook away. He saw clearly how badly he had been abusing his body these last few years. It had started when Mona told him she wanted a divorce, almost 7 years ago. He was still tempted to blame her for it, but he knew deep down that it was his own doing. He stared at the notebook for a moment longer, then started looking for the Edengrens. He checked the country codes in the phone book and saw that Isa Edengren's mother had been in Spain when he had talked to her last. He dialed the number again and waited. He was about to hang up when a man answered. Wallander introduced himself. I heard that you had called. I'm Isa's father. He sounded as though he regretted this last fact, which enraged Wallander. I expect you're in the middle of making your arrangements to come home and take care of Isa, he said. Actually, no. It doesn't sound as if there's any immediate danger. How do you know that? I spoke to the hospital. Did you say that your name was Lundberg when you made this call? Why would I have done that? It was just a question. Do you really have nothing better to do with your time than ask idiotic questions? Oh, I do, Wallander said, and stopped trying to conceal his anger. For example, I may very well contact the Spanish police to enlist their aid in getting you on the next flight home. It wasn't true, of course, but Wallander had had enough of the Edengrens' indifference towards their daughter in spite of their son's suicide. He wondered how people could have such a total
absence of affection for their children. "I find your tone insulting. 3 of Issa's friends have been murdered," Wallander said. "Issa was supposed to have been with them when it happened. I'm talking about murder here, and you're going to cooperate with me, or I'm going to go to the Spanish authorities. Am I making myself clear?" The man seemed to hesitate. "What is it that's happened?" "As far as I know, they sell Swedish papers in Spain. Can you read?" "What the hell do you mean by that?" "Exactly what I just said. You have a summer house on Barnsey Island. Does Issa have the keys to it, or do you lock her out of that house, too?" "She has the keys." "Is there a phone on the island?" "We use our mobile phones." "Does Issa have one?" "Doesn't everybody?" "What's her number?" "I don't know. I'm really not sure whether she has one." "So which is it? Does she have a phone or not?" "She has never asked me for money to buy one, and she couldn't afford one. She doesn't work. She doesn't do anything to try to get a grip on her life." "Do you think it's possible that Issa has gone to Barnsey? Does she often go there?" "I thought she was still in the hospital." "She's run away." "Why?" "We don't know." "Is it possible that she would have gone to Barnsey?" "It's possible." "How do you get there?" "You take a boat from Fjäruden." "Does she have access to a boat?" "The one we have is currently being serviced in Stockholm." "Are there any neighbors on the island I could get in touch with?" "No, we're the only house on the island." Wallander had been taking notes as they talked. For the moment, he couldn't think of anything else to ask. "You'll have to stay close to the phone so I can get hold of you. Is there any other place you can think of where Issa may have gone?" "No." "If you think of anything, you know where to reach me." Wallander gave him the phone numbers to the station and his mobile phone, then hung up. His hands were damp with sweat. It was already past lunchtime, and Wallander ached from hunger and a headache. He ordered a pizza that arrived after 30 minutes and ate it at his desk. Nyberg hadn't called back, and he wondered briefly if he should drive out to the nature reserve, but then decided against it. He wouldn't be able to speed anything up. Nyberg knew what he was doing. He wiped his mouth, threw out the pizza box, and went out to the men's room to wash his hands. Then he left the station, crossed the road, and started walking up towards the water tower. There, he sat down in the shade and concentrated on a thought that kept returning to him. His worst fear, that Svedberg was the one who killed the 3 young people, had started to fade. Svedberg was on the side of the pursuers in this case, still a little ahead of Wallander. It would be a while until they caught him up. Svedberg could not be the murderer, because he had been killed too. Wallander's worst fear was starting to leave him, only to be replaced by another. Someone was observing their investigation, someone who kept himself very well informed. Wallander knew that he was right about this, even though he couldn't yet see how it all hung together. The person who had killed Svedberg and killed the 3 young people had some means of access to the information he required. The Midsummer's Eve party was planned in complete secrecy, and yet someone else knew about it, someone who realized that Svedberg was closing in on him. Svedberg must simply have got too close, Wallander thought, without realizing that he had wandered into forbidden territory. That was why he was murdered. There is no other reasonable explanation. He could make sense of events up to this point, but beyond it, the questions piled up one on top of the other. Why was the telescope at Björklund's house? Why had someone sent postcards from all over Europe? I have to find Issa, he thought. I have to get her to tell me what she doesn't even know she knows. And I have to follow in Svedberg's footsteps. What had he discovered that we still haven't seen? Or did he have access to some information from the very beginning that we don't have? Wallander thought briefly about Louise, the woman in Svedberg's life whom he had kept secret. There was still something about her picture that disturbed him, although he couldn't put his finger on it. The feeling was strong enough that he knew he mustn't give up on it, that he must bide his time. It occurred to him that there was a similarity between the young people in the reserve and Svedberg. They had all had secrets. Was this also significant? Wallander got up and walked back to the police station. His body still ached from the hours he had spent sleeping, curled up on the back seat of his car. His biggest anxiety still lay at the back of his mind, the fear that the killer would strike again. When he got to the station, he realized what he had to do. He had to drive up to Barnsjö and see if Isa Edengren was there. He had to choose between all the important tasks that lay before him. The most important was to find her. Time was running out. He returned to his office and managed to get in touch with Martinsson, who had finally left the Norman family's home. "Has anything happened?" Martinsson asked. "Not nearly enough. Why haven't we heard anything from the pathologist? We're helpless until we have a time of death. Why aren't we getting any good leads? Where are the missing cars? We have to talk. Get here as soon as you can." While they were waiting for Högland, Wallander and Martinsson called the young people in Svedberg's photograph. It turned out that they had all visited Isa on Barnsjö at one time or another. Martinsson spoke to the pathologist in Lund and was told that no results were available yet, either for the Svedberg case or the three young people. Wallander worked through a list of the leads that had come in from the general public. Nothing looked significant. The strangest thing was that no one had called to say they recognized the woman they were calling Louise. It was the first thing Wallander brought up with his colleagues in one of the smaller conference rooms. He put the photograph of her on the projector again. "Someone must recognize her," he said, "or at least think they do, but no one has called in." "The picture has only been out there a few hours," Martinsson said. Wallander dismissed this explanation. "It's one thing to ask people to recall an event," he said. "That can take time, but this is a face." "Perhaps she's foreign?" Högland suggested. "Even if she only lives in Denmark. Who bothers to read the Skåne papers over there? The photo won't be published in the national papers until tomorrow." "You might be right," Wallander said, thinking of Sture Björklund, who commuted between Hedeskøge and Copenhagen. "We'll get in touch with the Danish police." They looked at the picture of Louise for a long time. "I can't escape the feeling that there's something unusual about her," Wallander said. "I just don't know what it is." No one could say what it was. Wallander turned off the projector. "I'm going up to Östergötland tomorrow. It's possible that Isa might have gone there. We have to find her, and we have to get her to talk." "What exactly do you think she can tell us? She wasn't there when it happened." Wallander knew that Martinsson's objection was reasonable. He wasn't sure that he could give him a good answer. There were so many gaps, so many thoughts that were closer to vague assumption than firm opinion. "She is a witness, in a way," he said. "We're convinced that this is not a crime of opportunity. Svedberg's murder may still turn out to be just that, although I doubt it. But the deaths of these young people were well planned. The crucial thing here is that they made their own arrangements in secret, but someone else seems to have had access to that information. What they were thinking, where they were going to meet, perhaps even the exact time. Someone was spying on them. Someone managed to find out what they were up to. If it turns out that the bodies were buried fairly close to the place where they were killed, then we'll know this for sure. Holes don't dig themselves." Isa was part of these elaborate preparations, but she fell ill at the moment when everything was to begin. If she had been able to go, she would have. Her illness saved her life. And she is the one who can help us find out what happened that night. Somewhere along the way, without their realizing it, she and the others crossed paths with the person who decided to take their lives. "Is that what you think Svedberg believed?" Martinsson asked. "Yes. But he knew something else as well, or at least suspected it. We don't know how this suspicion arose in the first place, or why he conducted his whole investigation in secret, but it must have been important. He dedicated his entire holiday to it. He insisted on taking all of his holiday time. He had never done that before.
Something's still missing, Högland said. And that's a motive. Revenge? Hatred? Jealousy? It doesn't add up. Who would have wanted to murder 3 young people? Or 4, for that matter. Who could have hated them? Who had reason to be jealous? There's a brutality to this crime that goes beyond anything I've ever seen. It's worse than the case involving the poor boy who dressed up as an Indian.
He may have chosen this party deliberately, Wallander said. Although it's almost too terrible to imagine. He could have chosen his moment precisely because their joy was at its peak. Think how alone people can feel over midsummer.
In that case, we're dealing with a madman, Martenson said, visibly upset.
A methodical and deliberate madman, yes, Wallander said. But the important thing is to try to find the invisible common denominator in these crimes. The murderer got his information from some source.